Welcome, guys. It is Steve here with Trade the Pool, and we are going to be talking about edge. We're going to be talking about how to spot it, how to pick that spot of yours, and how to make sure that you don't get exhausted before your perfect setup gets to you. So, hope you guys had a good week. I think this will be a good time to talk about this theme because I don't know about you guys, but for my systems, past couple months have not been smooth sailing. It's been a lot of stop outs, a lot of having to practice that risk management, and that wears me out. It's one of those things that even if I know I have to do it, it's never fun to get stopped out and to take small base hits. And so when you're treading water like this for a month or two, it can be really easy to start making some poor decisions. So I think it's a good time. And I think a lot of people might be feeling similarly, where maybe it's been a little bit harder than it had been going into the end of the year and into January there. So welcome on in, guys. I see Mike the Rider. How's it going, brother? Good to see you. Hope you had a good Friday. Talk, good to see you. Yeah, guys. Wow, Talk. Yeah, you caught the light train, GLW, GEV, all great trades. Welcome, guys. I see you, Tyler. All right, guys. So yeah, it's really important to just not get gassed out in this kind of chop and just be able to really be ready with your capital for when it's time. So coming on into it here, why always on just doesn't work. So there's a lot of hidden costs that get applied when you just use your edge completely indiscriminately. So Mike, I got an analogy for you here. I want to think about it like you're a surfer. So your surfer has his skill, that's his edge, and the skill is to ride any wave. But just because he can ride every wave, if he does paddle for every single ripple, he's going to be exhausted by the time that perfect 20-footer comes in, and it's just, it's not going to be optimal, right? You want to be ready to go for when the perfect situation arises. So the success isn't just based on the skill; it's about the patience and the ability to kind of identify that perfect wave. So what your perfect wave is might vary person to person, right? We all have our criteria, which makes a setup kind of A+ in our book. So it's less about what exactly that is to me and more about making sure we're preserving our mental capital to getting to that point. So here are some of the hidden effects there. You have this dilution effect going on. And this is basically that when you apply your edge to every opportunity, you're going to basically commoditize the advantage. You're going to be kind of, it's just not going to be, I'm basically saying the same thing with the surfing metaphor. So I'm going to leave it at that. But it's mostly important that we're going to be depleting our resource there. Your edge is going to be a specific energy, and it's just like your actual capital. Your mental capital is something that can be drained very quickly. So it's really important to basically, save it for the best opportunities and leave those low probability ones on the table. And this is also going to keep the signal to noise ratio a lot tighter. And this, if you're all, because you're all for, I'm sorry, if you're constantly pushing an advantage, you're not going to be capitalizing in the same way because you're just not going to be able to recognize what is actually working and what might just be working because the whole market is going up. So that's less your edge. And then when the market starts going down, you're not going to know to take your size off incrementally there. So based off of this, I kind of was thinking about it, and I was thinking that there's kind of a three-pronged framework. There's kind of three big aspects that you need to kind of be thinking about here. And the first is going to be, sorry, give me 1 second. I need to double check on my notes here. I think I'm working off an old version, but hey, we can freestyle it if we have to. Yeah, I was wondering why they weren't aligning. Thanks for your patience, guys. Been a long week. Okay. All right, we're just going to do it live here. So essentially, first thing is this my problem to solve? So is this the setup that I know that I can apply my edge? Because sometimes there are setups that I think that I have some idea of what might happen, but it isn't really rigorous for me. So I'll give you an example. My go-to setup for buying a dip is I need to wait for a big flush to occur. I need to wait for high volume to kind of exhaust in a downward move. I need to see that spike get bought up, and I need to basically try to identify that shorts are leaving this trade, at least in part. And then I need to see a higher low, usually a lower velocity, curl out, and I need to basically confirm that that is not going to violate the previous low and that the sellers have exhausted themselves. They're not going to push any lower. So that's like a valid setup for me. Every once in a while, there's a catalyst which causes a lot of volatility, and a stock might spike really fast down to a key level that I'm watching. And even though it isn't this higher low perfect setup, I might, you know, be inclined to take that trade. So I'm not going to say that I never do, but I've definitely noticed that even when it's a good level for me, not waiting for the proper setup a little bit higher up costs me in the long run. I just get stopped out of a little bit higher percentage of them, and it doesn't end up, the math doesn't math. So I think it's important to kind of just ask yourself, is this my problem? Is this my challenge that I'm like looking to take, my setup? So the second one is the timing right. So here's another part, because sometimes I'll get that nice double bottom type look, but there can be another factor that's just not quite ready to go. Sometimes that'll occur in a time window that's just not optimal for me, or it'll occur in a market scenario that isn't optimal for me. So in terms of intraday trading, sometimes we'll get that double bottom type look, but it'll just be occurring at a time that maybe is low volume in the middle of the day or something, and I'm just not really seeing the volume aspect or one other aspect, because the participation just isn't there that time of day. So I've noticed those setups have a much lower probability too. And it's not that you can't take them, but it just tends to not work quite as well. And the hit rate just won't be as high. Your batting average will be lower. And it would be better to just, use that time to prepare, look for other setups in the market, go do something else with your time so you can refresh mentally. There are a lot of options where you don't have to apply your edge to situations where it isn't going to give itself a chance to shine. So when it is a high probability timing, like if I see that the double bottom occur in like right around the first half an hour into the cash session, so around 10 o'clock, 10 to 10:30, that's a high probability time based on my system I've found to look for those reversals. So if it's a stock in an uptrend, I'll look for a pullback and a sharper move down and then a higher low there, and then a break of microstructure there to kind of know that the bottom is probably in there. And so that's my edge, and that's how I trade. And every once in a while I will trade outside of that, but I just, I pay for that. I'm maybe flipping a coin more than I'd like to admit when I'm not trading my edge more specifically there. And sometimes you'll see that on stream. I might be taking trades for the entertainment value where I think it's valid enough to say, hey, let's roll the dice. But if I was there alone, would I necessarily? Well, on days with less discipline, yes, but not on days where I'm applying my edge effectively, I'd say. And so the last one here is going to be the impact multiplier. And that's basically just kind of asking yourself, what's the potential leverage? Will applying my edge here like kind of yield the best risk to reward, and is it worth my time? You know, so how I like to try to look at it is, if a trade works well, it pays for, one, two, three, four more trades in the future. So I get to try to apply my edge, and have these free extra bullets, so to speak, these free swings or free at bats. So this is where you kind of have to also be picky, because you have to essentially say, sometimes a trade might look decent, but there's just not that much meat on the bone, so to speak. Sometimes it might be better to wait and then have that capital available on the next day. For example, maybe it's the first day of a market pullback and a stock does come to your level and you want to get involved and deploy some capital. But if you spend all of your capital right then and then the market pulls back even more, you might miss the chance to get an even better deal. Like for silver, for example, I bought the first pullback a little bit early. I bought it on a loss and reclaim of 80 on the SLV ticker. That was like after hours. I got filled on that. And it seemed okay at the time. But, in retrospect, I could have waited and it would have given me that second pushback down when the whole market was weak. And ideally, it would have given me a very, very nice entry to kind of wait and just buy both of those tranches at the nicer level instead of nibbling on the way down. So that was an example of how I didn't really apply my edge there. And I kind of lost some of that leverage, some of that multiplier there, because I could be, deploying, two out of my three, kind of ad spots there at a really nice level and already be very comfortable on those. Instead, I'm green on both of them, but not nearly as much as I should be on that second one there. And I felt a little bit too nervous to pull the trigger when it came back to that really deep level. So I didn't even get that second add off. So a little good example there. And sorry, let me catch up on comments here. Yeah, Talk saying he tries not to trade past noon. That's a good reason to just be out of the market, because nothing really good happens on low volume. It's just not that you can't get the moves you're expecting. It's just it won't happen as often. And those trade setups where you're like, hey, everything seems good except for maybe the time, but maybe you're not even thinking about that, but it just doesn't follow through. Those types of results happen a lot more on that low volume afternoon choppy area. And I hear my cat wanting to come in, so give me 10 seconds here. Can I help you? Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so moving on here. We want to be in the Canva watermark sweet spot here. We want to be right in the middle of this Venn diagram. Because if you're missing one of these circles, if you are not taking your specific setups, if you're just taking it because it looks like a setup, if you're maybe not waiting for the right time to align here and you're just kind of just expecting the volume to magically materialize in the middle of the day, even though Wall Street's out at lunch right now, or if you're not using your capital in an effective way and deploying it at high probability levels so that you have confidence in those positions and you're able to leverage your edge. If you're not doing one of those three things, you're probably not strategizing as much as you think, and you might be gambling. So it's important to just keep thinking about this, guys. Just think about if this is a setup you need to be involved in at all. Think about if it's the time of the day that you should be trading. Maybe you shouldn't be looking at the screen at all right now. Maybe you should be reading a book. Maybe you should be setting up for tomorrow's trades or for the afternoon's trades if you trade power hour. I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying you have to be like Talk and only trade in the morning. But you know what? You might do a lot better if you try it. So worth examining for sure. Yeah, this is the boss here. I hope you guys couldn't hear, but she was scratching on that door for a good 4 minutes. I figured she'd tire herself out and just go upstairs. But no, she really wanted some lap time here. All right. So here's a few signs about or signs to kind of tell if that window is open. So you got to read the environment, and it's going to be there's going to be a few things to look out for. Excuse this rogue bullet point here. So the first is going to be a catalyst event. So if there's something like a regulation change or leadership shakeup, or if there's any kind of major catalyst, like maybe some new technology that's all of a sudden becoming very popularized in the mainstream, if there's some catalyst that can cause a lot of volume to come into the market, well, maybe that's your window. Maybe if you're a small cap trader, for example, I know a lot of you are, you're waiting for that catalyst. You're waiting for that phase 3 trial if it's a biotech stock. You're waiting for big layoffs if it's a Square, for example, XYZ. Some reason for the market to put it under a magnifying lens and say, hey, there's a reason for volume to flood into this name. So remember, with low volume comes low probability. With high volume, you'll get a lot more follow through in the names, and that's why we're always looking at those top gainers of the day, top leaders of the day, and we want to see where this volume is occurring. And based off of that, we're also looking for these pain points. So we talk about this a lot. If Smoke Tuna, I'm not sure if you're here. I know you talk about these a lot too. These points on the chart where you can identify where the market as a whole might be hurting, where bulls as a whole might be hurting, and they might stop out. And that might be the exact place where you should be looking to get involved. These areas often become pivots over time, but as they first start to develop, it can look like just the end of an uptrend, and that can cause the market to get spooked. They can get scared, and it forms one of these sharper bottoms that ends up being a liquidity raid, a liquidity grab, a stop run, however you want to look at it. I see two traders, you call this a turtle soup, I think. I couldn't tell you why, but the idea is the same, right? It's a reach down into usually an internal range of liquidity. So, but just in general, it's a level where it's going to reach down to find more participants to continue on with the trend. So moving on here. I don't know what the heck I was thinking about when I wrote this last night. So we're just gonna power through. I think I talked about most things that I really wanted to. we're just gonna roll with it here. Hey, Smoke Tuna, good to see you. All right, so here's the real fault, or here's the real important part here. We want to have more discipline than ambition. You know, ambition's great, but it can get us into situations that maybe don't benefit us the best in the long run. We're going to want to really focus our edge where it is best applied, wait for those perfect setups, and just pick our spots there. And that's where the discipline comes in. The edge is only valuable if it's applied to the right situation. So, in the right time with the right leverage, that's how you really make the most of your money. And you only need a few of those situations where the stars align to really make your year. So that mind shift is going to be like not about how do I win in this one setup? Is this one setup going to play out? And it's more about like what do I need to do consistently day in and day out to really be in the pocket for those big moves when they're occurring, you know, because that can be just base hits and not getting too greedy, too ambitious, and just waiting for that fat pitch. So I think what you guys should do this week is essentially try to identify what your ideal setup is. Just ignore with this. I don't even remember what I was talking about here. You can ignore the essentially you want to realize or sorry quantify what your ideal setup is, what your A plus setup is. So for me, it's that kind of double bottom, the sharp pullback into a key level on a higher time frame, and then I look for a higher low there, and then I wait for a microstructure break. So whether that's a close of a candle, a 5-minute candle over the 1 minute, 5-minute moving average, the 921, something like that, whether it's a swing higher and then a pullback into a moving average, I'm looking for some reason to get involved after those prerequisites have been hit, but not before then, right? So figure out what that means to you, that A plus setup, and just focus on what setups you can completely ignore. And you're just going to try to focus on those A plus setups, and that's going to really keep you safe when there's a lot of changes in what the leading sectors are. For example, space is having a really hard time right now, and that was a sector that was leading on the way up, and a lot of people thought that it could resume that movement up off of this recent swing low. So far, that's not the case, and that's causing a lot of people to have to kind of get caught off sides, get stopped out, and reconsider where the money is going to be trading into. Quantum's another example of a sector that kind of spiked up and then really gave those gains back, just showing that a lot of these previous leaders are not working. And when that's happening, when some of the leaders in tech are having a really, really hard time getting any traction, you got to respect the situation, that the situation might be changing, and it's a good time to be sizing down and, like I said, waiting for those real key opportunities. So guys, I'm going to be keeping it pretty brief on the webinar part here. We can do some charts now because I wanted to talk about where we kind of are in the market, and I figured we can kind of split it half and half here. So we're going to jump on over into that if that sounds good. And and yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. Hey, Datsun, you're in SPGI. That's an interesting one. I have a few friends who are talking about that. So S&P Global, these guys seem to be kind of unfairly being punished. I need to look into what they do a little bit more, but long term, very healthy chart. And this is one of those ones where it could be good to just start building a position, but I want to give it a little bit more time for me personally. So if I caught it down here, I'd be really happy, feeling good about it. And on the weekly, I do like that it's reclaiming the 200 right now. So this can be an area to watch, this retest into this 430 handle, and essentially kind of a retest of this swing low. So I'll be watching that, and ideally we can get a little bit of a pullback. This one is on my radar. I'd expect it to come up a little bit, then come down like this, then start moving up a little bit more and retesting some of these higher levels, or at least this downtrend line right here. So yeah, this is probably one of the names that you can start looking at buying. This one I hear has quite a moat. I really got to figure out what they actually do. I've just heard this name like 4 or 5 times now, so I have been keeping an eye on it here. You're into 415, very nice. Yeah, so essentially just forming a pivot. So if you were keeping an eye on this one on the way down, it was really nice to kind of see this. Let's see. Yeah, right about 420, 415, this kind of pivot being formed and a little W action happening. So this looks like a valid bottom on the daily, and I kind of missed it, to be honest. So I could expect it to come down maybe one more time. It's probably going to run up a bit more here, but I would just expect a little bit of resistance here at this 21 day. Uh, if in terms of a long-term position, anywhere under this neckline is really nice and probably very safe. For me, I would be putting the stop under this swing low, especially because it aligns so perfectly with the 50% Fibonacci ratio there level. So the equilibrium of the higher time frame range there. So between the two, probably a safe entry under there. And yeah, it's got a gap up above here, and I bet there's a lot of volume up above there too. Waiting for my volume profile to load here. There it goes. So yeah, most of the volume is much higher, and this is going to act as a magnet here. I'm going to flip this to show on the other side. There we go. So this is the level that I really think it's going to trade back up to, this 480 to 500 level. And then it's going to take some time, but I think it will probably end up working back up. Minimum to this higher volume node, or to try to trade and fill up some of this. Maybe something like that. And then once this kind of digests, then it can probably move on its way up. And where it can really fly is this low volume node here. So that's another really good sign. Just this really high volume area here, completely reclaiming. This whole area is going to be hard support pretty much on any retest. It should catch and push up higher, I think. Good looking stock. Okay, yeah, we got some names to talk about for sure. We know the winners. How about some laggards? So SoFi been getting beat. I've been thinking about Hood. I haven't looked at SoFi to be completely honest, but it is starting to get trading back into old levels that I hadn't thought it would reach into for quite a while. So this is such an old chart. I think we're going to completely do a reset, take all of the tickers or indicators and doodles off here and just start fresh. So SoFi is interesting because it had really high expectations, and it's one of those kind of previous leaders it was in that pack of like the Hoods and the Palantirs, where it had just kept going up and up and up when everybody thought it was the trend was gonna end. Even during a really rough drawdown at one point, it still had such staying power. So when it was consolidating up above previous all-time highs, most people assumed that this was accumulation. I did too, until it violated what I thought was a valid kind of acceptable pullback on this week right here when it lost the 25 level. So for me, I was out, even though it popped back up. I just had no interest in it anymore. I should have probably been looking to short. But just because it's been selling for months now doesn't mean that it can't have a really nice mean reversion rally. And it also doesn't mean that it can't recover and just end up going higher through new all-time highs. So all it needs is a nice catalyst, and we could see a little bit of a trend change. So a few things that I want to look for real quick while I'm yapping. I'm just kind of pulling this fib to different ranges to kind of see if there's a level of interest that I want to look at. And I think the one that I think is most relevant is going to be the 1675-ish, 16-ish kind of handle right there. So this is the area that was a pretty clear resistance. And then when we squeezed above it, we never really retested it. So I think coming back into it might be a good level to check, especially because it's just equilibrium there. But realistically, I'm not really interested in these short term because they have a lot of negative momentum here. They've got some work to do in my book. One I know you were mentioning was Oracle. I'm not sure how that did, but I'd kind of consider that in the same basket of, yeah, so they're just having a hard time a little bit, you know? They're just still having sellers off these moving averages. And I think that if you're a long term investor, anywhere down here eventually will look like a good entry. Just not convinced, and I'm not seeing that proper structure in that it formed the higher low, but it couldn't break that microstructure. So in this case, it couldn't break over this 9-day moving average. It couldn't break over this swing high, and that's kind of what I need to see for it to really get moving. And then it can be a pretty easy trade up to the point of control up here over the course of a couple weeks. All right, let me start catching up on some of these names. Oh, Oracle got a government contract. Interesting. Yeah, so that could be the start of something new if that kind of starts shaking people out, getting people if these small moves down off moving averages start getting the bears out, and then there's a new catalyst, then it can start kind of moving up and tackling some of these higher levels. I will say that each of these days for the past like week, there have been buyers, except for I guess that day it's not great. But even on this gap down, like close the day decently, nice bottom wick, kind of respecting the bottom Keltner. So long term, probably not terrible. Also, a nice above average volume here. We could see on the hourly and see if that was on the buy side. Yeah, so that was all at the close there. So that's really nice. I do like that aspect of it. So all the volume came in at the close and caught us nicely. So now on the hourly, it could be a double bottom here. So yeah, you can keep an eye on it here. This 155, 157 level is going to be pretty important, I think. Marak is talking about how the Canadian stock market doesn't get enough mentions, and it's overall doing better than the American market. Yeah, most of these foreign markets are, and I think that it's a good place to be even now. So there's a few that we can talk about. First off is Brazil. This is the one that I'm in. Having a little bit of a hard time today. Probably going to pull back a little bit more. I'm going to be watching this 37.50 to 38 kind of area, and potentially down to this 37 area. As long as it holds this, I'm kind of okay with it. But long term, I think these names are just going to keep on working their way up, and that they're just breaking out of long term bases and have lots of room to go for years. And I think that they can appreciate very nicely. We saw what happened with Argentina. Absolute powerhouse of a move off of the regime change there. And we're going to be seeing that in more areas of Latin America, probably as time goes by, if this trajectory keeps going of the US, you know, getting involved in stuff down there. So we can expect more cooperation with the United States and our economic wishes. And I think that it's probably going to be a win-win for both stock markets, but there's a lot more room for growth in some of these sectors in terms of valuations in particular. So when you compare them with the mega caps right now, they can offer really appealing opportunities, especially for longer term trades if money starts coming out of these long-term winners like tech has been for quite a while. So if that slows down a little bit and mega caps just need to cool off for a while, I don't think they're going to crash, but maybe they're not the hot trade for a little bit. Well, then we could see these names keep going. So EWW, this is Mexico, breaking out from all-time highs very, very convincingly here. It's a nice cup and handle. We talked EWZ. Forgetting what Colombia is. And then there's also the ILF. This is just it's an ETF of different Latin American country, or sorry, Latin countries. And so you can see same thing basically as Brazil, just breaking these long-term downtrends. And I would expect this to be a very successful trade over the next couple years. Call it a 2 to 5 year time horizon, and I expect these to basically, be good for 50 to 100% moves probably. Yeah, we got to run through some of the other ones too. So South Korea is going crazy. which that's EWY. And this is what happens when you can break all these break these all-time highs like this after just trading sideways for a decade, right? Sorry, what I'm trying to show you here is, yeah, the top of the range right there shows that it wants to break it, but it still is just taking its time. You know, these trades can take a very long time to really set up, but when you're patient and you just wait for this actual range break to occur, then you get these explosive moves that can last for months, and you can just keep buying dips within this explosive move for quite a while. So this one, of course, has been helped by Samsung in the memory situation quite a lot. But you know what? It's no coincidence that this has been setting up for over a decade. And so now this is an area where we can look for a potential little bit of a slowdown, and that would coincide with a lot of stretched valuations. It's finally trading sideways after being very, very extended here. And we're also seeing a little bit of weakness in Micron. It did close near the high of the day, but just in general, very, very not the explosive strength you would kind of like to see out of one of these high and tight flags. So a name that's been acting a lot better, for example, out of that kind of flag break is FCX. So I had to trim my Micron. I still have a little bit in case it does start working out, but I added that exposure to FCX off the 5-day here at 67.50, and that's the only trade I took. I just got filled automatically. I was not actively trading it all today, but this is one that I think is a lot more potential to keep riding these moving averages up. This is very ambitious, but it sure would be nice. But these tech names can be a little bit scary right now. So just keeping an eye on this, but it might end up being a bear flag breaking down here. So I'm going to remove these drawings, just take a fresh look at it, because sometimes you can get kind of psyoped by your own drawings here. So I want to identify the bottom of the range. And here's where the sellers are. So this 417, like 415 to 420 area is going to be really important for me to see reclaimed. And it definitely could, but I'm just a little bit worried that this might be some kind of bearish action here. It's like barely holding on, no pun intended, and might just puke out to this this next support down here. Then you also have this real, much more higher time frame support, a much more legitimate support in terms of volume, just a little bit lower. So if it loses this, I kind of would expect it to lose this. This isn't very meaningful, and it's got a nice volume gap here. And if it really loses momentum, well, the real volume isn't for much lower. So just something to consider if you were looking to just buy any dip in these names. It's a little bit scary right now, and I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it, especially SanDisk here is just not acting how I would want to see it on this day. But that being said, still an inside day, still holding the 21 or the 9-day here. So just keeping an eye on them. Some names that are working a lot better are the metal names, in my opinion. So silver, absolutely great day here. I bought the dip at basically this neckline here. I think it was off the reclaim of the 5-day, and that was before it really dumped out. So I didn't really get the entry that I should have been waiting for. I didn't realize it dropped this much. This is crazy. Let me look at the hourly real quick. Okay, I don't know what that was. It's a weird. It did not go to 72 yesterday. But yeah, this did go back into a gap. And this would have been a nice area to get involved, right? When it dipped right into there. But instead I bought a wick down here into that gap. But essentially this one is just really acting very, very strong and just riding these moving averages up. So I'm trying to just, like we talked about, focus my edge on these trades that are working. So we are getting a little overextended now, so I can't add yet, but I would like to add if we come back down and dip into this area again. Down in here. And really, I want to see more of a level test, like maybe this high volume level, plus this horizontal pivot. See it kind of trading around this area, plus this moving average curling up in a day or two. Something like that. So yeah, silver doing pretty wild stuff. Copper futures, I'm keeping an eye on this one as well. It tried to make a very decisive breakout in the beginning of the day and then kind of fading off into the close, or at least trading sideways, I should say, settling down. Yeah, overnight and into the pre-market tried to break out. That flag did fail, but it is holding the range. And this is a very important level long term from my recollection. Let me take a look. I guess it's just the top of the volume shelf here. Yeah, and a level that's been tested once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Trying to make a break out of here. And if it can, then it could get pretty aggressively squeezed to, I mean, this would be a 10% move if it makes a new high. And the potential for a range break could start a trend that goes up to the 7 level at the very least, and potentially up to the 8. That's where I'm kind of seeing it, 8 or 9. Sounds crazy, but on a high time frame, this is another one of these commodities which, I mean, man, this looks like it could start squeezing, or I mean, it looks like it kind of did to me, and it wants to continue this move on up and out. Let me do one thing here. We can overlay silver just to kind of compare. How do I do that? There we go. All right, so down here in black, it's silver. I'm gonna hide this. There we go. So see how silver kind of clustered up at previous all-time highs, or at least at previous 52-week highs before it just started absolutely squeezing? That's kind of what I'm seeing here. This come down, up, and consolidate. I'll draw it out. Just making sense. You see silver on the bottom here. It came down, came back up, and then it consolidated for weeks here, or for months here, I'm sorry, for about 6 months, just squeezing or getting tighter and tighter and tighter before that squeeze started occurring. And so in the same way that copper, the pink line here is coming down, came up, and now is starting to consolidate, 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 and now it's pushing out of that consolidation, and it just doesn't seem to want to quit. And the only thing that seems to be holding it back is just that it gets too far ahead of itself. Let me get rid of the silver here. Like on this day, and then shorts come in and have to kind of renegotiate, but it doesn't seem like it's done. It seems like it mechanically wants to just go higher. So this is one that I'm really focused on as well. FCX is going to be the biggest supplier or biggest producer by far. They produce 70% of the copper in America. And long term, this I think is a really, really good setup, really fat pitch, where if it just flags out a bit more and the moving averages in a bit longer term catch up and it's not so extended, I can add to it, and I'm still riding a position from about 45 to 50-ish. I forget exactly, 46, 47, I think. Probably 48. Yeah, 48.90 maybe when it broke that monthly. I forget, to be honest, but long-term hold, so I don't look at it too much. But I've been trading FCX options because I think it might be ready to have this explosive move. So I scalped the dip yesterday. Didn't get an entry. Oh yeah, wait, no, I did. Yeah, I auto-filled today. Just a little bit more. And I think I'm being a little greedy adding at the top of the range here, but I do think that eventually we will get a breakthrough, and it's just waiting for these moving averages to catch up here. So in a week's time or so, we'll know. And if we get an actual dip, I'll be looking for this 61 level to hold. That little low volume node right there. And that'd be a nice place to add if we come back down, hold it, and look to make a bigger base out here. But I think we could get crazy and just push up. All right, sorry, let me catch up on comments here. Yes, sir, you heard that right. 70%. Yeah, tight consolidation that gets really choppy is your favorite. Absolutely. So it can get really spicy. You can get some really nice entries in these wide consolidation ranges, kind of like this FCX here, and it can end up being really nice. So AA is another example where this one was a really good trade. So for this one, I took it on this day because it came, basically it opened right at this pivot cluster that I had on my screen, and it had been trading sideways in this wide choppy consolidation like we're talking about. Like, I mean, from one day to another, this was an 11% shakeout. So that's pretty crazy. And like, despite it being a 7% consolidation from this day to this day, it still is tightening up significantly. So you know a big move is coming. And if you can just kind of get a piece of it, you can really get an explosive gain. So I saw 3 kind of tightening consolidation things here. And then so on this day, I was watching it and I got in basically at open on this day when I saw it push down and reclaim this kind of opening pivot. And it was the round level or round number at 62. So I was like, okay, double reason to get in right there, because it seemed really explosive. And I saw FCX also leading and very strong that day. So the metal complex as a whole was doing well. Wait, what day was it again? 24th. There it is. Yeah, so pre-market had pushed down, but then it spiked up on the open. Oh yeah, I remember this one now. There it is. So pre-market, it lost this and spiked up, and I missed this one because I was watching FCX, but it came back down, and then I saw it holding the 60 level, and I thought that was really impressive. And I was like, oh man, if the bears can't break this down and all the other metals are moving up, this thing can kind of really put them on the back foot and start a really nice trend. And my target was up here, just a sweep of this, and then my next target was well, I'll show you the next day, but essentially this was my entry for the swing trade. And then the idea was, hey, as long as it's going to close the day strong, I think this one can keep going. And we had a really nice intermediary target for this middle of this W pattern. And the template here for me was, well, FCX had already swept its middle part, and it was really strong at the top of the range. And AA was right back here in the middle. So I know it's not always as simple as that, but it made me kind of feel pretty good that it could kind of catch that similar bid, and there was still room to go considering how strong FCX was, and just showing me that in general these miners were getting bid, and this is the biggest American aluminum producer. So I was expecting this to sweep, and that was my target. We got filled really quickly on the next day. It surged up. It was just very strong that day, and did keep going impressively, almost taking out the very highs of the range. But it just went to show, or goes to show how strong these moves can be after those days of consolidation there. So on the next week, or on the setups for next week, I'm looking for the same kind of thing, consolidation into this previous level of resistance which now we're flipping to support, and these moving averages are coming, and we're starting to get some consolidation here as well on the daily candles. Compression like that. All right. What else are we talking about? We're talking about some rare earth minerals here, rare earth metals. These ones have some interesting starts. I didn't check in on them today, so this will be good for me. Okay, they did pull back today. Whoops. Why am I drawing? There we go. So these are always the dream paths. These are what I doodle late at night, just thinking about how cool it would be. Every once in a while they play out. Don't expect that to work. What we can say though is that this is starting to look kind of interesting because it's starting to, well, it did lose its moving averages today, the short-term ones, but it is holding the 50. So I kind of want to see this previous level of resistance reclaim and flip to support here. I can keep drawing this out. And if it does, if it can start to get a little bit tighter, so it came down, came up, came down, if it could tighten up, it might provide a nice entry for a trade that could be really explosive. I do think that these names could run. We can see REMX is almost breaking out the top here. So I think that the difference there is going to be that these are mostly Chinese, right? In REMX, they have a ton of Chinese exposure. So I'd imagine those names are doing a lot stronger than the US ones. If, yeah, I'm not seeing much movement in some of these ones. UAMY does look really nice, though. This looks like a nice cup and handle forming. China. MP, REMX, DBB. Oh, that's a new one for me. That's the Invesco. Yeah, Invesco base metals, right? Oh, yeah, and then they have DBA, the agriculture one, right? DBC, soft commodities. Gotcha. He's in UME at 3. Sheesh, very nice. UME is a crazy one. I took this trade. Where did I take it? I caught a little bit of it somewhere. Now I can't remember. It's had so many giant moves. Each one of these is a giant move if you caught any of them. Pretty wild. So USAR, this is one of my favorites to trade, but it does look the weakest today. So UAMY is looking pretty strong. There's a few others, right? We have Neocore, NB. It's a little bit weak. Namib Minerals. This one's interesting. This one could squeeze. This one has a ton of short interest. I got to figure out where the spot is, though. I like this low volume node, somewhere in the 3 area. Oh, DBP. That's cool. Precious metals. That one's probably doing great. Yep, there we go. So a few other precious metal stocks we can talk about. ATI, they do titanium. This one's amazing. I missed it down here, and I'm so sad. I had limit orders in this box, and it never came back for me at all. I was watching it like a hawk. This day it didn't. This day I was like, I can't chase. Then it just did this. So I'm real sad about that one. Here's another titanium one, though. Tronox Holdings. This one's interesting. Just had a good day today, starting to flag out and shape out. And this one can really, really catch up. A lot of room there. Definitely a lower quality company, but worth noting. We need a Scandium ticker. Yeah, I don't even know what Scandium is. It sounds like a scamdium to me. But there's a few other ones, though, that are interesting. So lithium's been doing things. Let's see if it did it today, too. Okay, lithium's coming back a little bit and starting to look viable. It did give a nice entry off the 9-day there. It might keep doing that off of this 50 as well. That's what I'd kind of like to see. But a nice volume node here at 75 that's building out. So you'd like to see this one act like silver. Silver just did this pullback overnight over the course of like one evening, and then it just shot up higher. Just like that. So silver's definitely leading. And all I know is that I'm not trimming my silver till it gets up here. And I think probably it can run to 100 before it's done. But definitely I'll be trimming into this 95-ish area. And I'm in the AGQ. So I'm up 40% on my first ad. I'm trying to remember when I bought it. It must have been one of these 2 days. Yeah, 45%. So one of these 2 days I got my starter, and then I added, I wish I added on this dip down here, but I added basically right here. So already up, yeah, 14% on that. Pretty crazy. So I think silver just can keep on ripping and ripping and ripping. Not going to lie. Do not fade. Rio Tinto. Okay. That's for scandium. Okay. NB does scandium as well. All right. Rio Tinto is also, where do they have exposure to again? Are they, it sounds Latin American, are they? This looks like a crazy consolidation pattern. What this really looks like is tech. So I wouldn't be surprised if, what is it? CK? Yeah. Yeah, very similar chart there. Just this tight consolidation ascending triangle, but it's just not quite breaking out. It is respecting moving averages though, so kind of got to wait and see. I think it's just because copper is taking a breather today, basically trading back at the highs. So with the weight on equities in general, these miners having a little bit of trouble. Yeah, NB. NB is an interesting one. It's just not acting right, but I wonder if it's one of these ones which is just like faking a breakdown, and then it's going to just be waiting for this undercut and reclaim of the 200 day. So what I see when I see this chart is a very well-defined support and resistance zone there. And it seems like it doesn't want to break down. I mean, it seems like it does want to break down, but it isn't breaking down. Like it seems like if it was going to break down, it would have by now. And this pullback seems very, very gradual considering how big of a mover this is. So it's interesting. And I wonder if we get a sharp reaction from this 200 day and it maybe pushes under in the morning and closes above it. I also see a really nice opportunity in this low volume node. So I'm redrawing this dark level to represent where the high volume is. And then I'll show you this low volume node too, which is underneath it. And see that. Just like that. So this is how I want to kind of have you guys start conceptualizing volume profile levels, like high and low volume nodes. So when you have a high volume node, you can see how it acts as resistance on the tape. And usually when you dip under one of these, it's a great, rare, relatively rare opportunity to get involved in a low volume node where not a lot of traders are. And price likes to come back in there really briefly and then usually magnet back up to where the meat of the volume is, all up in this range here. See what I'm saying? This is where all of this traded. So when it dips under here very briefly, those couple times, and really when it dips under, let's see, this highest volume node in general, you could consider this whole thing kind of a low volume node. So start thinking about these kind of like the terrain of these volume profiles and what they're telling you, because they can give you areas where the tape is going to be very congested and trade back and forth. And that's where a lot of the volume's traded, up in here. And so then if it goes under there, it probably wants to come back up there and then eventually resolve to bounce between the other high volume areas. So it like gets rejected, kind of, it doesn't like to stay in these low volume areas, but it can move very quickly into and out of them or through them. And then this is where it kind of is going to spend a lot more time. So you can often get really nice areas to enter there. And yeah, I think it helps to kind of just draw them out in different zones as well. Yeah. Oh, nice. Mike's a TPO user. TPO is very cool. I don't think I have access to it on TradingView here, so I can't show you guys, but it's very interesting. It's basically it's like a volume profile, but it's divided by time of day as well. And it can give you a very cool visualization of where the volume came in at different times of the day, as well as different levels. And it can help just kind of visualize price action in a way that's almost more intuitive than candles. In the beginning, it's very weird to look at. look at, though. I will say that. Oh, Toxang Met C. I love this name. It's I think of it as a coal name, but I know they do rare earths as well. And this one's been beat pretty bad. This one was a fun trade, though. We talked about it being a major potential mover on the break of this major base. On a monthly chart, it was really pretty. Yeah, this 1, 2, 3 times pushing up there before the major squeeze. Now it's coming back to the area of interest. It's just when these things move so much, it takes such a long time for them to settle down again. Like, for example, this looks like it wanted to curl up and start a major move, but nope, just beat on down from earnings. So there's just overhead volume and shorts just waiting for any reason to sell it. So it seems like numbers weren't that crazy. I think probably this doesn't really affect the fact that these long term are going much higher, in my opinion, if they can figure out their management stuff. But won't stop the shorts from just plunging it down into the bottom of the range. So I'll keep an eye on these. What else? There's another one that my commodity guys are thinking of. Oh, LGO, Largo. I forget exactly what they do. Let me look it up really quick. So their critical metals play. Oh, vanadium. So vanadium looks like they do V Pure and V Pure plus flakes and powder, and they are mining out of Brazil. So that's interesting there as well. Their products are used in like steel, alloys, aerospace, in energy storage apparently. So batteries sounds like, and they're ramping up production of ilmenite. Talk, what the hell is ilmenite? I don't know. I have some homework to do apparently. And another byproduct is also iron ore. So not a bad byproduct to have there. So LGO, this looks like a cup and handle to me. It looks pretty explosive, pushing out of a long-term volume base here. It's one of those charts that the longer back you go, the more you like it, because you realize, wow, that's a lot of volume coming in at a very, very cheap price. And if vanadium does the thing that all the other precious metals do, then this could very easily be a 5-bagger, potentially be a 20-bagger. So LGO, do not sleep on this one, guys. Do not sleep on this one. I think I need to bite the bullet and just buy it off of the next test of this 5-day moving average. So probably at this 163-ish kind of level, and just start building a position on any actual dips, because there will be big moves. So don't size too big. This thing can move from 150 to 120 and still be just in the process of a major uptrend. And it did fill this gap and find a seller. But to me, this looks like it wants to break this high and tackle this next gap up here, and potentially tackle this high volume up at this 271 and go for the major breakout. So yeah, definitely take a look at this this LGO. Mike D putting in some work here, talking about a lot of great concepts. Anchored VWAPs are so nice. Daily anchored VWAPs are great for day trading, but also throw those on a daily chart. They'll tell you so much. I'll pull one up right now, actually. So just you can see there, at least the low anchor there provides a really good rough area of interest. And you can see when we broke above it, then we can start the surge up, and then we retest this, still found buyers. So basically, overall from the lows, trend is still up. And the target should be up at this high anchor. At least I would hope so. Yeah, so really good stuff there. Want to see how these anchored highs and lows work for silver. Yeah, that's what I was imagining, because this was the top Bollinger Band on silver as well. And see, so we're testing that high anchor, and it's going to be interesting to see how it progresses. So I think if I go to a monthly, it'll change that anchor to higher time frames. Okay, yeah, so you had the spike up, and then up here, see, you could smack your head on it a few times, come way down, test the low anchor, set the new low anchor, and then coming up here, once it starts like closing a candle through that high monthly anchor, it can really kind of get away from itself and start really squeezing. Crazy move on silver so far, and I don't think it's done. So through it on the daily, we can see if it keeps the traction up and keeps going. Remember, China is buying these, so we will see on Sunday because their market will be open, testing the equilibrium of the range, that 50% as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see another big gap up in silver up to this weekly high anchor at 105 on the SI on the futures. I think that's where we're headed. Yeah, we're testing the monthly as well. I think we're ready to expand again. If you're a little hesitant on the silver, you could do the boring trade, the more boring trade in gold. This one's working out very nicely, just following the ideal path. I don't know why it posted these weird wicks in gold and silver. This did not happen. I would have loved to buy this. But yeah, just surfing these moving averages. So gold actually leading in terms of this anchored VWAP because it popped above it. It was less of an extreme move up. So this one was more stable and a little bit lower and more reasonable for it to attack earlier and then coil above it. Now, after a couple days of coiling above it, it's pushing up. And I would imagine it would gravitate up to its weekly. Looks like its weekly actually is already there. So I think I'm going to add my Bollinger Bands back. Wow, they're way down there. I don't think I've ever seen that. So yeah, there's a big wide consolidation range, and it's just ramping on up for a move higher, I do believe. Do not sleep on gold. All right, guys. I am losing a little bit of steam here. So I think I'm going to wrap it up. I think we're going to have a nice, refreshing weekend, and then we are going to make a lot of money next week. So, guys, I hope you've learned a little bit of something. Sorry, I've been a little low energy today, getting over some kind of something or other, but should be good to go by Monday. So remember, guys, we have a lot of great stuff around the corner here at Trade the Pool. I can't tell you exactly what, but there's some pool. I can't tell you exactly what, but there's some madness around the corner here. So keep an eye out this next month because we're going to have some fun stuff going on for you guys as well as for us. We are going to there's going to be some stuff that makes you laugh. All I got to say is my face is on a is on a sports card, and every time I look at this it's a good time. So don't go anywhere. March is going to be a fun month here at Trade the Pool. Thanks so much for spending February with me, guys. Have a good one, and I'll see you next time.
all wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? Welcome back. Of course, we're going to keep it going. It's a fast market, and markets are seeing that yesterday's relief rally is leaking a little bit of air. We'll talk all about the action that's going on in the markets right now as we're getting some downside action to really come in here. There could be some stocks leaking here. We'll see if we're able to hang on to yesterday's rally, of course. And to me, I think it's just at a key point. Right now, we could see an undercut and rally going into the market open, at least from the pattern. But there is some concern out there overnight. We'll talk about that in today's Sunrise Report. We'll get to first, of course, some trade ideas, and then we'll talk about what's going on in the market. There's a lot to talk about, of course, a lot of action in Trump. There's going to be some more talks about what happened, some more worries going on in the Middle East, of course, and then we'll talk about what's going on in PMI data and things like that we need to be looking at, as we'll be seeing what happens in inflation. We'll get a look into inflation today, and that could lead to further downside leak. There is an event that I'll be telling you guys that will be happening. We have two events to keep an eye out for. There's an ARM event and a Unipath event that we'll talk a little bit more about. We got a great day today for you guys. We also got Josh on later today. So stick around, guys. A lot to get to today. Let's kick it off with first our playbook action and get to some trade setups. All right, let's get to some trade ideas. Of course, you guys see how the market's dropping here. So I'm trying to get you guys both type of look, right? So in this case, I want to look at a long and I want to look at some short opportunities. Right now, it looks like the short opportunities are looking better with this drop coming in right now into the SPY. So let's go take a look here at those short opportunities first, and then we'll get towards some other ones. Of course, if you guys didn't know, last night there was some major news in asset management companies as Apollo starts to really drop, and that, of course, is affecting names like OWL and Blackstone. So looking to see that the chop sideways starts to give up here and that we start to lose altitude. So we're going to look to see if financials start to come down. We could take a look there at OWL. We could look at a name like Blackstone that was just starting to come back up and now looking like it wants to break down. You could look at BlackRock. Right, a bunch of these names are going to be struggling today with the news that came out in Apollo. And Apollo was one of the least exposed in the software concern with these asset managers. And now you're seeing more and more concern in private credit, right? They're limiting redemptions, things like that. That never is a good sign there in private credit. And then we've been hearing also how OpenAI is asking for, is trying to give investors back 15% guaranteed returns. There's just a lot of concern in the private credit market. And I think that that's something that we all need to keep an eye out for. All right, let's get out of that conversation. Let's go towards a little bit into the bank action there, overall banks. I'm going to be looking to see Goldman Sachs starts to break down. And I think we're already seeing it. We're already seeing that leak come in really quickly. Yesterday, a big push up, but we'll look to see if we just completely give that up and go back to the 800. And so it's a nice kind of risk to return look above the 830s. If I could get an entry there, risk towards, let's say, 840s, risk those 10 points, but then look to see a 30-point move down. That wouldn't be a bad risk to return, right? We'll see what happens there. And Goldman Sachs, kind of a rejection setup is what I'd be looking for. A nice green to red action there. We'll see what happens in Goldman Sachs. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at some other trades, of course, throughout the show, but we'll go now towards the Sunrise Report. We got a lot to get into, and I really want to touch, of course, about the market madness competition. But let's get to first our Sunrise Report. As we're seeing this market down action come in, everyone's wondering what's going on in the market, so I'm here to inform you. Let's get to the Sunrise Report. All right, guys, yesterday's relief rally is already leaking the air as Iran flatly denied that any talks with the U.S. took place, calling Trump's claim a ploy to manipulate the markets. And oil is bouncing back above 100 this morning as, of course, the skepticism out in the market is as high as it ever been, and uncertainty is out there. And that hope that we saw yesterday, not there anymore. And of course, what's making it worse is that CNBC reported that 1.5 billion in S&P futures were bought and 192 million in oil futures were sold minutes before Trump's Truth Social post hit, with hedge fund managers calling the trades highly unusual, and futures are drifting lower as traders recalibrate whether Monday's 600-point Dow surge was built on substance or just smoke. And I was talking about this yesterday. I was talking about how it just felt like this was just smoke. Of course, it just came on a tweet. And did we even have any talks? Was there anything that really came in here? And you can clearly see it just wasn't. Iran state media citing that an unnamed senior security official denied that any direct talks with the U.S. officials have taken place, and directly contradicting Trump's Sunday Post claim of a very good and productive conversation. The officials dismiss the assertion and as a ploy to design to manipulate the markets, and the denial insignificant because, of course, Monday's rally. There was 631 points on the Dow. Small caps were up 2.3%, and oil was crashing 11%. Of course, this is also concerning with the suspicious pre-announcement trading, right? And I think this is something to look into, but I'll just be as honest as I can be. This isn't the first time we've seen some suspicious trading ahead of a Trump report or something. And I think at this point, it really is a laughing stock. And it just shows some embarrassment by, being American here. This is not the way we do things. And I think that, one of the things is, who had the information, right? And who did Trump talk to ahead of time? Because he talked to somebody. The question is, who made trades on this, right? Was it the Middle East that had the heads up? Was it, some of our allies that got the information early and put bets on? Or was it someone in the White House? We don't know, but let's just put it this way. If this was like an athlete and they were doing some betting in the markets on sports, they would get looked into. We'll see what happens with this conversation. All right, let's keep going. Oil bouncing back on speculatism, of course. Let's take a look at USO. USO was a really whipsaw day yesterday, as, of course, we started the day down big, right, with the overnight action. And then, we kind of rallied back. But by the end of the day, we gave back some of it, right? And then overnight, we're just rallying right back. This is how this market is. It's the choppy market, right? And Brent crude is climbing here 1.6% to 101.55 a barrel Tuesday morning, while, of course, WTI also jumped 2.7% to 90.52. The bounce, of course, reclaiming part of Monday's 11% crash and reflecting that the market is growing doubt versus the durability of any U.S. and Iran de-escalation. Speaking at CERTA week on Monday, Chevron CEO Mike Worth told CNBC that Iran's war impact isn't fully priced into oil, and a warning that crude could have further upside if the 5-day strike pause expires without a deal. So what was that more mentioned? That was more of a mention that we have to be careful that if there's any attacks on any energy infrastructure. That's what Mike was, I think, really telling you about. Not just about the 5-day pause, but giving you insights that if there's any real attack on infrastructure there, then that isn't fully priced into oil. And that could cause the next spike. So I always like to pay attention to kind of the small details that they're giving you there. He's not necessarily just talking about the strike. He's talking about what happens if that strike ends, right? What happens if Trump acts on that, right? So all things to be thought about, especially when we're talking oil. Let's keep it going. We'll talk about some more action here. We'll get towards some more stocks. Let's see what else Is hold on one second, just getting a message here. Yeah, all right, we'll be taking a look into the market madness coming up in just a second there. Pre-market movers, let's get to that. Let's take a look here at what's moving this morning. Airlines, of course, are giving back a little bit of that surge that came in yesterday. And what was that surge? It was all on the outlook of oil going down, right? Well, then now you're seeing these stocks come right back to the downside here, giving up the gains there, as of course you're seeing Delta, UAL, American Airlines are under pressure as oil is bouncing right back up above $100 here. Let me just, there we go. DAL, of course, you see falling here. And I think this is one thing that we need to continue to watch. I think these are kind of pops that kind of scare you out, right? Dead cat bounce, and then now you're seeing the fall. I think we could see some further fall, and especially if we continue to see oil higher. I think it is going to affect consumers' outlook going into summer. A lot of people try to plan summer vacations, but right now, the way that things are looking, I think that's going to slowly start to hide away. So something to think about in the long run when you're looking at airline stocks, when you're thinking at leisure stocks, when you're talking retail overall, something to look into. Of course, oil and energy stocks, of course, were bouncing back yesterday. They had a really strong day. A lot of the oil stocks did, at least. We'll see how XOM continues to move higher. Right now, it's pushing. Look at this climb yesterday after yesterday's fall. Should have been buying energy names into that fall and not believing that the war was over. Seemed like the play there, as XOM was down early in the day, down to 155.06. Ending the day up there to 161. Just wicked pullbacks. This is what I call red to green. That's as big red to green as you're going to get. And wicked trading there in oil. Of course, defensive stocks are kind of also being on a wicked outlook here. They're moving back and forth, but really starting to fall. And I'm wondering, did we see already enough gains in these? And somehow they're actually dropping during the wartime. You wouldn't think that the wartime would actually cause these stocks to turn, but that's exactly what you have seen. And let's not forget how much these stocks have already come up ahead of this, right? Like this stock, like RTX, has made an insane run. Are we seeing another stage 3, potential stage 4 breakdown here in RTX? It might be. And those are all things that tell me, I don't know about this trade. This trade is really not as easy as it looks on the war trade, because like defensive stocks, you would think going higher during the wartime, but they're not, at least for the time being. All right, we'll see what happens there. Let's go to a small cap here. We can go to RUT. Of course, let's take a look at the Russell. I can just do the IWM. We can see how the IWM is kind of giving back those gains. Yesterday it did pop back, but quickly starting to fade back. We'll look to see if we get an undercut and rally in a little bit here, but definitely you can see how they're starting to pull back. Of course, small caps are the most rate sensitive part of the market. That's what I mentioned yesterday. That outlook kind of helped the outlook of the rates, but quickly, as the war is expected to kind of continue right now, and there's really no talks of war ending, well, here you have it. Markets coming right back. Of course, the setup going into Tuesday is going to be very important. Some things that we'll be watching. We'll talk about to see what happens with the kind of the numbers coming in, right? I think that's one thing you need to be watching. The inflation numbers. We'll be having those numbers come in, and then that could shake up everything. So keep your eyes to see what happens there. And then, of course, we'll see if we get any more comments from the White House. Right now, it's kind of hard to believe any side, and a lot of people are like, the taco trade's on, but we'll see what happens there. All right, guys, let's kick into some conversation here about, of course, the market madness competition that we've been on. Let's take a look here. As you guys can see, we'll pull it up here and take a look at the leaderboard. Of course, we're now down towards the Elite Six after the opening round had all the way up to 12 people. Now we're down to the Elite Six, and there's 3 competitions on right now. There's 3 battles, right? Let's talk about these battles. Let's see what we're seeing here. And let's get to it, right? First battle up was, of course, Mitch versus Kevin. Bum, bum, bum. Team Aura versus the Rug Pullers. Right now, as it stands, right now, I am, I guess, the best loser. I'm down about $1,500 there, and it says that Kevin's down 11,600. So I don't know which position's necessarily driving down Kevin's, but we'll take a look here because that's the fun part. You can just click on it, right? So you guys definitely take a look here, and we'll take a look here to see what's kind of weighing in here. So of course he has some positions on, some shorts out there, ABBV, BATL, of course, that's one of the biggest positions, going to affect him drastically. And we'll take a look. Ooh, that love short might have affected him on the squeeze, but we'll see what happens here. Let's take a look here at BATL, how that stock is doing. Well, compared to yesterday's open, it's still down a little bit, just not down significantly. Maybe he's only up a couple of pennies there, and that's what's holding him back. But there's another position that's probably hurting him here. I'm trying to take a look to see if it's CK. That's not the biggest position, so it's not really going to destroy him. Love, that's doing fine. It has to be. I don't know where he's struggling at. Maybe ABBV. Yeah, maybe ABBV. Maybe he got a bat. Yeah, that's where it opened up on a gap up around 207.14, and he's probably down there towards 204.94s. And he has 725 shares. So that's the stock that he's struggling with there. That's what's dragging Kevin down. We'll see if he can maybe bounce back with his BATL. As you guys can see, I have a whole bunch of longs, and there's going to be one name I'll be watching today to see if it gets lift, which is Path. Of course, Path has an event today. Not today, tomorrow. And you guys know I like to kind of get that buy the rumor, trade the news action there. We'll see what happens there. In Microsoft also, that's what's going to kind of hold me back. If Microsoft can't get the lift, I'll be struggling. Tony B, really killing it now. 26,000 up, guys. Our only trader in the green here. Has some Tesla, of course. That's helping him as Tesla driving higher yesterday and continuing to push. As you guys see it, he's beating right now Valerie. Valerie's in the green, but she's going to need to catch up to Tony. Tony is pushing hard here. And then, of course, Chris and Airplane Jane. We'll see what happens there. Really down on both of the accounts right now, but hey, you only need to win. That's all that matters. Right now, Chris H winning, down 9,700. All right, let's see what happens in that competition. We'll be keeping a look at it and the players out there. That's what I want to take a look. Who else is out there trying to nail out their competition? Who has a top 5 out there? Let me know out there, guys. It looks like Wyatt had 96,000. Conversations like that. Let me know in the chat if you guys are doing good in the Market Madness competition. All right, we'll pull this off. We'll get back to that action. We'll talk about the competition a little bit later today. It's 8:54. We'll keep it going. We'll get towards what is really moving the market today as we kick things off into our show, of course. And I think we got to continue to watch to see what happens in a lot of the setup, right? Of course, Iran denying the talks took place. That's going to be something to watch as Trump, of course, claiming here that the war was kind of coming to an end, and we're not really seeing that. But there's another thing to look at is that we're still in a pattern here, right? We're still in kind of a bullish rip pattern. The question is, will we just give up the kind of the pullback? A lot of times we can use some fib retracements for this. We can take a look at from the low of yesterday to the high of yesterday. Can we do a 50%, 61% retracement and kind of hold in that area? I'll draw a box in that area just so that we have that kind of look towards the market open here. And I think it's an important area to kind of look into. If we can hold in that, yeah, then we can kind of bounce out of here and get right back up. We'll see what happens in that area. That leads us back down towards maybe 651.20s and then a turnaround back above the 655. You can easily draw a trend line here, right? You can just draw the trend line right from the top, or you can draw it from the top of this body here. I draw it from the top there because it really kind of gave you a huge spike there, kind of a blow off top. You could even go to the 4 hour and kind of clean it up. I always go deeper in time frame when I want to clean up the chart, clean up the trend line, right? Because then you can see that, okay, well, now I can clean it up and kind of pull it closer here, right? So then that tells me more and more how tight this trend line is getting and how you're rejecting the break to the upside, right? So we'll look to see if we get back up above 655 and start to see a spike on the hourly, right? So right now still pulling back in the S&P 500, in the SPY, and there was a lot of chop in the overnight action. We'll talk more about that coming up with Michael Nauss. All right, oil, of course, bouncing back. We'll talk about that as it keeps getting the lift. Chevron CEO warns that the war impact isn't, of course, fully priced in. And flash PMI data this morning, also a big watch. Let's go see if there's any other breaking news right now as things are starting to come in here. Of course, I have partners like you guys out there. If you guys haven't checked out our partners, definitely take a look into them. We have tons of partners that you guys could be checking out on a daily basis, whether it be from Benzinga, from TrendSpider. We have journaling partnerships, so check that out in your dashboard. If you haven't seen that little click at the top about partners, go ahead and take a look. All right, I do have, of course, one stock in the green there. It's Path already in the green, kind of hanging in there, up there, right back there towards 12. This stock kind of hang in there yesterday, stopped me out on the swing account, and then came right back up there, 1220s, kind of hanging in here. And I think it really is ready and prime to get the next run. Reason why, it has an event that's going to be coming in, and I always love events to kind of use that to keep a nice little push. Another stock to watch today, Ondas, with their earnings. Earnings came in. I was watching this stock yesterday. Of course, couldn't trade it into the earnings, so I just kind of stayed on the sideline. But it looked really well at this 1040, and it drove yesterday into the 1090s. Came in with some earnings. The earnings weren't too bad. It's pulling back here. RCAT was really hot yesterday, so I really like this trade, especially when you look at it on the weekly. I played it last week and I drove and I sold it into the rip into the 1170 area, but now you're getting another rip higher. That gives it the ability to now really drive there, right? So a lot of times it's been sell the rip. So I'm going to look to maybe get on this thing quickly and sell the rip higher. We'll see what happens. But one that, of course, I would look to see and happy to have right now. If I could have that below, let's say back towards 1050 on an opening dip, I'll take a look. All right, we'll be taking a look at names like that. And then RCAT is another one in the drone space that had a nice rip yesterday that gave me more insight. Yeah, keep your eyes still on the drone players. They can rebound right back to the upside. All right, we'll see what happens on this one. Of course, you can see how that's kind of holding in right around the weekly 13s, but coming all the way up. Another thing to notice is how big of a range this is having on the weekly, right? It's been 3 weeks where it has like a 5-point, 6-point range. So what does that mean? Well, I need to make sure that I'm looking at the weeklies to get the best risk and return if I'm thinking about taking like a swing trade approach, right? Let's catch up with the chat. Let's see what you guys are talking about there. It's good to see you guys out there. Of course, the market leaderboard is out there. So if you guys want to click on that and check it out for yourself, go ahead and do so. All right, we'll talk about some other action there. Let's roll again, ANNA. All right, let's take a look there at ANNA. Okay, here we go. Small boy, and it's rocking and rolling here. We'll see what happens. That was just up there to 730s, now pulling back a little bit here. But let's go to the autos look here so I can kind of scoot back here. This was nice and nice push above the 670s, ascending triangle look. And of course, we can draw the pattern out here. Ascending triangle, right? Because there's a horizontal, right? And then there's the ascending line, right? So as it gets closer and closer to breaking out, you see how it starts chopping in between. You can use both lines, especially just kind of trend line up to kind of get entries and then risk below towards the next support. And that could have been a nice little breakout there through towards the 730s. Now it's trying to reload at the point of breakout, right? So it's just giving you that drive and trying to look for an undercut and reload here in the 670s. We'll see if it's able to hold on and reclaim 7. All All right, guys, we'll get towards our traders in just a second here. Just taking a look to see what else is kind of making the move. We'll get towards some of the smaller names here. I still got, of course, my little small scanner here. Let me see what's showing up. ELAB showing up there. Let's take a look here. ELAB back down to 446. This is just kind of a little bit sleepy here. I loved how yesterday's chart, at least after hours, was just kind of hanging out and then ripped higher, but it's right back towards this support that had been holding in for a while now. So you got your rip. Now you look to see if it gets a move right back to the upside here. We'll see if it starts to get a nice little push higher here. It has held the 430s multiple times here now. Any move towards the 430s could be a nice little opportunity there. But for the time being, we are just kind of holding in on that 435 and could make a move higher. We'll see what happens there in E-Labs. All right, we'll keep things going. We'll take a look at some other traders out there. Shah, how you doing? It's good to see you guys out there. And I have Path in my portfolio, so let's go. Let's go. Let's see what we can do today. The path forward. Let's go. It's today's the day. Larry boy, it's a great day. How you doing, y'all? Hey, it's good to see you, man, out there. Big Joe in the house, of course. I love the love there. Of course, Joe always first here. First always. Mike, what's going on out there, Mike? What's it going to you guys? It's good to see a lot of new faces and, of course, our daily faces. Everybody that's here, our loyal listeners. It's good to see you guys. Let's keep it going, man. Let's grow this stream, right? One of the things that you guys can do to help us is, of course, hit that like button and hit the subscribe button if you aren't already subscribed here on YouTube. And then comment down below. Let us know what you guys want to see more on the show. We'll make sure to bring it to you. Later today, I'll be talking a little bit about some semiconductors and the huge kind of rally that we've been getting into. I've talked about it. I'm going to bring you guys more education. You guys do me a favor, smash the like. We got a lot more for you guys right here. It's TradeThePool. All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's kick it off. Let's get to our trader today. We're going to have a little fly in action as we bring in, of course, Airplane Jane. Let's talk about what's going on in the market. How are we doing, Jane?
I'm good. Thank you, Mitch. You know what? You made the flying reference. And of course, I'm in Canada temporarily, just about 100 more days. But the tragedy that did happen in LaGuardia, and I didn't even look to see what's going on with jets, to see how that's affecting jets, if at all. Because
I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what it is. It's the oil that they care more about, Jane. You know, they don't care too much, unfortunately, about the lives. But it is an unfortunate event that happened yesterday. And whenever we have airplane tragedies like that, and I didn't see the full report. I don't know if you got some more details, Jane, but it seemed like, of course, there was an issue there in one of the busiest airports, right? I mean, it's a pretty busy airport.
For sure. Well, actually, LaGuardia is, it's Newark, where within 1 mile, if somebody wanted to cripple the U.S. with transportation, Newark is the place, because within 1 mile, you have shipping, you have rail, and you have aviation, all within 1 mile. But with LaGuardia, what actually happened likely, because we are seeing that ATC is understaffed, that, my husband is a pilot. So he was saying that when you are flying, you have a ground channel and you have a aviation channel, right? Landing and approach. And so what happened was the controller was likely working 2 channels at the same time. Could have been short-staffed, could have been his coworker said, hey, can you monitor this for a second? I got to run to the restroom, right? So somebody's got to pick it up. So what happened was he cleared the Jazz plane to land, and he also flipped over to the ground channel. The 2 cannot hear each other on the radio. When you're in the sky, all you have is the radio. So if you close your eyes, you can't see what's going on the ground, right? So you have to trust the other person on the other side of that channel. Much like trading, you've got to trust your instruments. You've got to trust your trading plan. So for all the pilots out there, it is a bit of trust degradation because they trust ATC. ATC told the plane to land. ATC told that truck to cross the runway. forgot that he had cleared the plane to land. Once he realized it, that's where you hear it on the recording. It says, "I messed up." I feel really bad for this guy because 2 lives are on his decision. And what ends up happening is that you have, if that had been a taller plane like a 737, it would have cleared that truck. And so it also had to do with the type of aircraft. This, unfortunately, was likely 100% human error. Whether it was short staff or a coworker away from his desk and he was covering for him, different channels, they could not hear what happened on one channel versus the other. And it ended up that there was a tragedy that happened. I agree that with jets, one of the largest costs is oil. And I'd said before, when we see Love go below 50, because Love is the largest holding in jets, that we are going to see a massive downward turn in all of the sector or in the jets ETF. And sure enough, now we see Love sort of consolidating. Is it going to be a further sell-off from here? Or are we going to see it rebound above 42? Not sure, but when you were making that airplane reference, that's the first thing that popped into my head was that tragedy.
Yeah, and there's also natural gas issues going on in the world and geopoliticals, and looks like Trump just completely made something up yesterday. So, yep, that's the world we live in. So, once again, the man that lives in the cave away from the media, Michael Nauss. How we doing, my friend?
What's going on? Yeah, I am very happy. I know very little about what you guys are talking about or anything in the world. So I just
Yeah,
look and say,
man.
hey, yeah, we're like we've been
Oh,
up,
we're
we've
down
been
now.
watching
All
all
right.
morning, been up a bit, down a bit, up 0.5%, down 0.5%. It's funny, 0.5%. You would think in normal days that would actually be a pretty decent move, but when I look at us up or down 0.5%. On the open, which pretty much everything is. The Qs, the RSP is doing a little bit better, so some big cap tech weakness. I just look at that and say, that's just nothing. Nothing on the day, right? XLV isn't really moving either. So we're just kind of hanging out. Oil up a little bit. Bitcoin actually some great relative strength in Bitcoin. If you look at Bitcoin compared to even the pre-market lows, it's well above it. So we got some good relative strength there. A couple reports I saw come out, and people are calling the bottom on Bitcoin, which if anything, makes me a little bit more nervous.
They're calling the bottom on Bitcoin? Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Saying
Probably the
I
wrong
see that
time to do that.
Bitcoin bigger money level is at 70,429. So I'm happy with my Bitto selection, but not so happy with my oil direction with the market madness. But I am seeing that we have some Bitcoin strength below us. For the cryptos, that Ethereum is showing me definitely buy action. XLM, also Solana is showing some buy action as well there for me. But I'm seeing red across the board again for the inverse indicators. I am seeing that we're getting red on gold and silver. UUP is showing red as well. And USO is giving me a short, but the oil futures is still showing long. So I'm also monitoring a futures trade just right at the moment. Loving this on the futures later.
How do you square that circle, right? With USO essentially being the same thing, right? It holds futures. So if the futures are saying one thing and the ETF is saying another thing, how do you end up dealing with that? Do you just say it's a bit of a mixed market? Because I just look at that and say, well, they're the same thing. So if big money's betting one way on one instrument and the other way on the other instrument, like, are they just at a fight right now? Is that what's going on?
Well, I'd look at it as an example of saying that we had that on SLV and the silver futures. So the silver futures were still showing me go long, but SLV, they sold up at the top, right? So they can move the stock portion more easily than the futures with the bigger money, with derivatives, with the large trading, right? So you do have the options on the stocks, which we saw with GameStop with Roaring Kitty. So when I see that, it tells me that there's typically going to be a bigger move. Are they going to drop USO, the stock, to then take it up higher? They could. They could definitely do that and drop the price to get in lower and be greedy. But there's definitely a big move coming in oil. Maybe they haven't completed that yet with the futures. But when
Yeah,
there's divergence between the two, something massive is coming. I'm not 100% sure which direction, but if I'm getting a sell on oil, I gotta watch. I gotta pay attention. It's only at 117.29 for USO, so we're close to that by $3. We could make that up in one day if all of a sudden they shut down the Strait of Hormuz and they just dropped it to get in with big money.
Yeah, because it's weird because I just brought up while you were chatting there. This is what USO holds pretty much entirely CL, right? So the same kind of contract. So that being said, we know they're going to move 100% correlated, or else there's free money out there, and the market will never have, unfortunately, free money out there where you could buy the one side and short the other side and kind of make that arbitrage trade. So that's what's interesting about ETFs is that I guess you'd have to compare the liquidity. I would assume the futures are a little bit more liquid than the ETF.
USO
But
only has 13.2 million in the of the shares outstanding, so it's easier for them to move it. To me,
yeah, but you look at I guess dollar volume, right? So that would be the big thing is how much money flows through the instrument every single day, right? Because you can have low flows
ask
that
Claude.
become more liquid and go from there and see to see what I would assume futures because they're 24-hour markets and things like that, they're probably more liquid. Like I know on the future side of things, I think the spider is actually more liquid than the ES. I think I'd have to verify that.
It's the most heavily traded instrument around the world.
Yeah. So in that case, it kind of makes sense, I guess, if the two are conflicting to go with, in that case, the spider. So it'll be interesting to see on the other side if the two are conflicting, which one ends up being correct, right? Because if I'm taking a big position, I need that big liquidity, right? I need to go where the liquidity is, so I can take a larger position without ending up moving the market.
Correct, because they gotta be able to hide it somewhere.
Well, and it's
All
just
right,
right.
guys.
You don't want to push markets. That's what I built execution systems for hedge funds, right? And that's the purpose. Is just if I got to buy 10 million shares of something, I don't want to have to pay an extra 3-4% because I've moved the market. Because maybe that completely destroys my strategy. And you'll see that all the time too with people that as they grow their account, they think their edge is degrading, but what's actually degrading is that they're moving the market enough that it's shrinking the layer because there's only so much liquidity to go around.
Yes. Go for it, Mitch.
All right, guys. Did you guys see what happened in Apollo yesterday as we're getting further downside in the financials? And I think that today that's going to be a big watch today to see if we get further breakdown in the financials as Apollo Global Management has limited withdrawals from its 15.1 billion flagship private credit fund, the Apollo Debt Solution BDC, after redemptions requests spiked to 11.2% of the outstanding shares, more than double the fund's 5% quarterly cap. So here they were saying that because this investors are only going to receive about 45% of their capital they asked to withdraw. So they're essentially being held from their money. And this is causing more concern because
But is
this
this
is
the
the
same
same
as? Because it was the
as
same. I know
OWL.
Owl got smoked on it,
Exactly.
but then when you
This is
read the contracts, they didn't change anything. This was the amount that they were allowed to release anyway. And somehow the media ran with they were actually cutting the amount you could withdraw, and that was just complete and utter horse crap.
the
So is
question
it
is
the
it's
same
not that
thing?
the contract is not within, it's that you could still request it and still get like denied from it, right? The same way in this one, right? Like it has the 5% quarterly cap in the contract, but the request the request spiked to 11.2. That is enough to cause scare. That's what it is. It's more sentiment than actual scare of the money taking off. But it's the way that it causes concern, right? Why do investors want their money back is the bigger question, right? And so that becomes the concern here with what's going on in Apollo. And this is why I'm looking to see what happens to OWL today, because it's been hanging out here and going sideways. The other major concern for me, though, and I had already dug deep in these asset managers to know this, is that Apollo had the least exposure to the software concern. So a lot of people had been saying that these asset managers, and OWL included, were going down because their exposure to SaaS, right? Their software exposure. But Apollo had recently actually re-strategized and gone completely away from that look and diversified away from that and was more in the real economy names. So here you're having now both of them getting hit, and that tells me bigger concerns in private credit. So there could be some massive concerns underneath the market with credit issues. And I don't know about you guys, but whenever I hear credit issues, I see car loans at their highest delinquencies. I see student loans at their highest delinquencies. The only thing not really like just taking off is mortgages delinquencies. But yeah, we also have it in credit cards. I mean, there's some credit issues that are really out there. The question is, will they continue to show up in the market? They have. And that's where I'm like, man, we could kind of be in this stage 4 decline if we continue with this uncertainty.
I am right there with you, Mitch. I've been saying this, that the silver squeeze that happened was affecting all of those people shorting silver. Is that your everyday retail trader that shorts silver?
No.
No. And so they did change the Basel requirements to be from paper to physical. I want to say that happened back in 2020. And so that's where a lot of the gold squeeze or gold movement came from, was that they changed the Basel requirements for collateral going from paper to physical. And with that, this silver short squeeze started to create that credit or collateral issue with banks around the world. And so to me, it is or hedge funds or, anybody with really big money that uses the debt-based system of collateral and margin that really got some people in trouble. And it could be a snowball effect where we start to see those margin calls. I mentioned it yesterday. Today is another, what, are we red now? I mean, I feel like we're red from where we moved up. Yes. So I'm still seeing that this is continued movement to the downside. That while you were talking, I looked at the failed bank list. We don't have anything new yet. But we do see that. Yeah.
This also is, I don't know where you're reading credit card delinquencies higher, but they're on the down move here. This is Fred. I'm sure it's right, but this is delinquency rate on credit card loans, all commercial banks. So we're like, yeah, we're on the down swath here. So right, it's a little bit higher than it was in 2022, and right, not nearly as high as it was in Q2 of 2024. So it looks like, if anything, these things are getting a little bit better. What was the other one? Car loans? Do they have one for that too? Let me see.
Yeah, what we're talking about is the trend higher. It's still on a trend higher. It's still on a pullback maybe from the short-term readings, but overall trends are still pointing towards higher delinquencies. And that's what the, let's say like Moody's is even referring to a recent downgrade of private credit to junk status. So if you're really looking into the credit spaces, you really want to be looking at kind of the big research companies, right? Like Moody's and the others, and they're all just pointing to it. There's some credit
trust
concerns
Moody's
out there.
now?
The question is it really going to come to roost, right? That's where it's out there, it's present, The question is,
Like,
will it become a problem? And really, the
so here's
problem here is where a lot of people are talking about is the private money that's gone to the AI names. And then a lot of people were bringing up how OpenAI is giving back private investors right now about 14 or 15% guaranteed return. And some
nice.
people are saying that normally companies only give that type of percentage return when there's a concern in the company.
Yeah,
But
so this
hey,
is delinquency rate on all loans total.
Right. And I
Just the
just put it
last
in the
5
chat and
years.
also gave it to you, Michael, of all of the delinquency rate at Federal Reserve there. So you can see all of them. So you can look at loans, you can look at assets, you can look at commercial leases, domestic offices, everything. And you're able to check out and
Yeah,
see
that's
the
the same one.
graphs
That's
that
that's
we
the same
love to
one that I
see.
had as well. So that'd be interesting to actually do because I'm just as the data nerd, right? I'm just looking at this and saying, well, this data is free. I wonder if there's any edge to be had here, any edge to be pulled out. Because I look at that and say, yeah, these are right. This is all loans over the past 10 years, so 2016 to now, and this is I'd have to look into it too. I wonder if this is inflation adjusted, because if this isn't inflation adjusted, then this line should be pointing like way lower, right? Because if this is just like total dollar amount of delinquencies, right? Then if it's not including inflation, then you have to take that chart and especially at the end, 2022, 2023, and bend it a heck of a lot lower. So I need to look into this, but it's kind of cool because again, now this is one of those things that I would have no idea how to scrape before, but we live in an AI world, so I could just tell Claude to wake up whenever these reports come out and say, "Here, look at the trend." Do some sort of analysis to see if this is, an actionable signal, right? Is this something that is predictive, which would be very easy to test, or is it something that's reactive, right? Do they put out the new report and then the market moves based on the report, or does the market move first and then the report comes out second, right? Because one of those, there's a potential money make, and then the other one just means just kind of fluff, right? If it's lagging, then you know it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, so you guys go get these, Fred, and again, this is the Federal Reserve, so this is the official source that you can kind of grab some of this stuff from, which is cool.
And I
yeah,
just gave you the link to there. I put it in the chat as well for the companies that have filed bankruptcy so far in 2026. In a super healthy environment, you don't necessarily have that coming up. I saw this happening in 2020, 2021, where they were stating how many companies were going under. And that
This is
sort
this
of
is one of those things
sentiment,
too. I need to see a chart. I need to see a chart over
yeah,
time, right? Because is this more or less than last year? You don't know, right?
I
Unless you can
have no
see
idea. I have no idea. But it made me
so
look at it. Oh, here we go. Stock analysis. Public company. Hold on. I'll find a chart for you. I'll find it.
yeah,
all
because
right,
that's
guys.
that's the real thing. Is it yes, companies go bankrupt all the time, but I got no idea whether or not it's more or less or better or worse. Or that's why all data needs to be comparative in nature, right? When you're looking at data,
Right.
you need to look at like there was one awful chart crime that bar chart put out that kind of triggered. I saw a lot of quants. Let me see if I can find it here. I think it was
One thing
that.
that I
Yeah.
wanted to point to, of course, is that it's not necessarily only that this is a concern or that it's like breaking now. It's more about the focus here, that what we're seeing is the interest rate focus, right? Starting to adjust. Now, Jane, they're mentioning potential hikes. That's what's weighing in, I think, in the credit market. So that flippening of, oh, we were going to cut, and that meant that we were going to go what? Going to go push these loans back, get cheaper interest rates.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's turned. That whole outlook has turned. They don't have the option.
So,
And what's been at the highest, of course, often delinquencies, commercial real estate that needs to come into play here. And it is reached an all-time high of 12.34 in January. And there is a huge maturity wall that I even did a huge report on this like 2 years ago and talked about it coming in 2026. about the 930 billion in commercial loans that are set to mature here in 2026. What was the expectation of all that money? That interest rates would have come down by now. They're not.
Mhm.
They might actually push up higher, which could really cause these loans. And we know how loans work, right? When you're underwater, that's when the concern comes in. Now, I think because interest rates are not expected to get cut, a lot of these banks are in trouble.
So yeah, here's your Kalshi right here, right? So as of now, 95% chance, nothing. But you're right, this is the first time I've seen any percentage chance of a hike pop in here. Still,
Yeah, it
right?
just started to get talked about literally like yesterday. Some Fed members
Mhm.
started to bring it in.
Yeah, there was
The chatter.
yeah, 4%, and yeah, ticked up from about 2% in April. So again, I love all this data. But yeah, this was the chart crime that I was talking about. And I'll leave this to the why is this a horrible thing that's trying to scare your grandma? They're talking about the dollar decline, the purchasing power of the dollar over time. I'll let chat stew on this for a minute about why this is just 100% fear bait. And then, right, it's because they're doing it in real dollars. They're not doing it, has nothing to do with purchasing power. Like if you take this same chart and you just put what's the average wage on top of it as well, it's like flat to up. Like people buy more stuff now than they did in 1920. So they have 1920 right here and saying, oh yeah, the purchasing power has gone to zero. It's like assuming you had a dollar since 1920 and you just held on to it, you put it under your mattress and you did nothing with it and you weren't making any money. Yes. But if you're someone out there who earns an income, it's completely the other way. So yeah, you gotta just when you see these kind of things, and it was just Jane's thing of this is all the companies that went bankrupt, just made me think, right? You always have to, when you see data, you can paint data. Someone spent a lot of time making this chart look as pretty as it did, just to kind of completely and utterly like lie to people and scare people, right? So you gotta take everything and you gotta make sure it's compared to the right thing. That's when you're looking at data, you have to say, what is this data compared to? This is comparing $1 for 100 years, right? Assuming it wasn't invested in anything, assuming nobody, it's not incomes, it's right, nothing like that. It's not wages. And then, yeah, you go look at it and you say, okay, well, now let me make sure that they're comparing it to the right thing, and what kind of narrative is it that they're trying to pitch to me, right? What are they trying to sell here over time? Just noticing here, XLF doing a little bit of a tick down. We're seeing a little bit across the board, and I think Crow already put it, yeah. So
Starting to
Crow
lose
put there's a
altitude and
new
continuing.
I have
New
to
York
tell you guys,
Times report.
I'm thanks to Michael who asked me to be on the futures chat because I am loving trading futures. So I'm trading it right now. I'm trading the ES on the short side and absolutely loving the sort of little bit of a melt down into open. And it's just, I love it.
So why futures as opposed to like SPXL or what's the Crow? What's the one you trade that's like the 4 times leveraged? I just wonder why that instrument versus an ETF that tighter spreads, and because I just like the ETFs better because I can more easily adjust my share size. I find my risk size,
Right?
because what triggers me about futures is that they've got that 1/4 point spread still, even though it's 2026. Come on, guys, get over it. Like, why can't they? SPYU, that one. That's a 4 times leverage. So I look at this and say, well, that's that's a lot of leverage I can get in a single security, and I can
I
just
think
size
it's,
my easier.
you know what? I find each stock and each crypto all have their own sort of speed with which they trade. And I've been really studying the futures for 9 years now, but I never really stepped into trading them. And so I get how they flow. And knowing a certain instrument, yes, you can trade any sort of chart when you understand the technicals. But it's also the flow. Each stock has a different feeling. Like trading a Tesla or trading Bank of America are two different instruments completely.
Oh, here.
He's beginner.
The
Tesla
market.
is like a Ferrari, right? So
Yeah. So Tesla will
that's it.
move for sure. But
Well,
yeah,
let's
we're
just
right
say
off the
starting
bat here.
down the
Let's see.
day. Down, down, down in the market madness.
Let's see what let's see. So this is a bit of a pre-market support that I'm watching here on the SPY. See if we're gonna, undercut that and rip through, or what's gonna happen here.
Oh.
And I'll talk about this a little later when things calm down. But yeah, there's a new I'm launching a new strategy, and we're gonna do some cool videos about it and stuff like that that you'll end up seeing here as well. So again, always testing. And I test something. When I find it works, I move it over to my own account. And this should be one. This is a fully kind of AI Michael synergy, I guess, strategy is the best way to put it. But so far we're holding, right? We're holding that little dip down we had in the pre-market into the open. And we have this, again, this prior level here. This was the low from this morning. Let's see what happens there. Again, we're in such a headline-driven environment. And today, it's important to note we actually do have a number after the bell, and it's a inflation number, I think. Yeah, manufacturing PMI and services PMI, and then we have Richmond manufacturing. So 15 minutes after the bell, we've got some interesting numbers. So if you're one of those people who likes to kind of sit out the craziness,
Oh no, it's as
you know,
big as numbers can be. I'll tell you why, because it's going to give you the real inflationary look into after war. Remember when I mentioned about the numbers that matter now? It's about the forward-looking numbers about inflation. This is one of them.
So yeah,
So
trade your own thing. But if you're one of those people who are like, man, I trade too early and I get my ass kicked all the time, it's probably one of
today,
those good days to like wait,
yeah,
wait
take
a
it
little
easy.
bit until
Take it easy, man. Take it
this,
easy.
because whatever
You get a
happens
lot of
before
stock.
this number could be completely different from whatever happens after this number.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of chop expected, right? And that's what we're playing more is the continued chop market. We thought we would maybe get a lift, right? But we've gotten a dip all morning. We're starting out with a little bit of a rip and dip. I think the level to watch right now is that SPY dropping there towards 650.50. Let's see if that can hold here out the gates, at least for the first 30 minutes.
And
Oh, my camera just got a real nostalgic. No worries.
it got all stuck, but you're looking
Every open, Mitch,
stoic there.
you go pensive. Mitch becomes the thinker. The thinker at 9:30. All the data flow probably processing. I'm dealing with that with my computer. I got to fix I don't know, I had a Windows update, and it seems like my video card and that fan issue, hopefully the fan is not bad for you guys, but I did try to mitigate that in the background of the data memory used. So working on that as well.
Windows. That's always a problem. Yeah, Crow's trading this SWMR. It's looking. Is it coiling back up here? Right, nice little rip right off the open. So look, it looks like it's coiling back up. So I love this shot, right? Saying I always wait until 9:50 because I saw most of my loss occurs before then. Perfect. That is the exact right thing you have to be doing as a trader, and that's why people who don't record their trades generally don't make it in this game, and people who do record their trades do, because you could just be getting hammered at a certain time of day every day, and if you don't have the data, you don't really know. And then after you get the data, you go, okay, well, good. Now you take that first 20 minutes of the day and make your plans, set your levels, and do that kind of stuff, and away you go,
Go
right?
have a coffee. Protect yourself from yourself.
Yeah. Well, and that's, again, I've talked to so many traders and they're like, yeah, I get killed in the afternoon. And I'm like, well, just do something else. Go
I
to the
don't
gym.
trade in the afternoon for
Like,
that reason. I'm not a good afternoon trader.
right? If you still want to trade, that's just paper trade, come up with a new strategy, back test, all kinds of stuff you can do. Just get out of here. But so far we're lifting. To be honest, I kind of expected a little bit of a little whoopsie, little, challenge of that low. We didn't get that. And so far off the open, it's just been up and up and up. But as crazy as saying, half a point is nothing, but in this market, half a point is nothing. So I would call this essentially flat. And part of the problem, I had someone kind of ask and say, man, it's just the market's just not doing anything intraday anymore. what's
What?
going on. Well, but the answer is a little bit obvious that it's doing everything overnight because that's where all the action is right now, right? It's like, you go to sleep and then there's this crazy war going on, and then right the market opens. If you look at yesterday, if you looked at just the percentages, you're like, hey, we were up 2-3%. Well, just look at the tiny candle, tiny candle, tiny candle. So just trade it quick. The market's just moving faster now because it's like the market opens, a whole bunch of news is digested, and then we're kind of waiting for tomorrow night to see to see what happens there. And that was even the same thing that happened a lot on this kind of sell-off day. Most of this action just spurred right off the open, and then you chopped for hours. You had a little bit of a pullback in the afternoon, and then the taco came a little bit after that, which we hinted on Friday.
Yeah, taco.
Yeah, more and
Now I'm
more
trading.
of Saudi Arabia pushing Trump to press war with Iran. So he's got some countries that
Little gold
keep
futures
going.
lock.
So RBNE stuff's trading. So that's going to be a crazy one.
Seeing cyclicals going a little bit into the green there, communication services in the green, but everything else red. And what's leading downside? Financials. Where do you guys get this stuff? You know where you get it. Right here, man. They're just getting hit, right? Every industry in the red. Talked about how Goldman Sachs could be a nice short opportunity. And it's bouncing right here. Red to green. Let's see if we can get it. We'll see if we get short some banks here. Tell you what is pulling back, Path, and that's going to probably ruin my opportunity in the market madness. This is dropping fast here. A little part of me feels like buying the dip, but it is getting just plummet here. This is why I wish that we could save a little cash and like kind of dip buy, add to our position, right? Because we know how us traders would be doing. We'd be saving a little bit of some powder, a little bit of that powder to be putting it to work. But this is part of the market madness comp, right? And I think that we're going to hang on tight. We'll see if things start to bounce.
BATL is up a little bit off the open here, so you might be getting saved by.
No, it's going to, I already mentioned it. It's going to be the battle of the best loser. Michael, we got to be the best loser. Sometimes it's about diversification in our portfolio.
I'm my gold short is not working. I mean, sorry, silver short, not oil short. Perspective.
Diversification, man. Diversification. So important in your portfolio. If you don't introduce it, well, you can get wrecked, right?
Well, and that's the thing is the the biggest loser thing is fine because you're not, or the best loser because you're not trying to make money. There's no money. It's all for fun.
Yeah.
So as long as your points are better than their points, then
hey, this is how sometimes trading competitions go, right? It's sometimes there's no really people making money. It's more about, oh, did you lose the whole account, right? So like sometimes it's about trying to go for the 5% on the account, not the 60%, right? So we'll see what's going on there. Catching up with the chat. What's going on, guys? How we doing out there? I'm not trading much until the kind of inflation number comes in, and the markets are telling me not to do it either.
We are 6 minutes away from that. So
and everything that was up yesterday is fading now.
Yeah, IGV is kind of tanking here, down 3.6%.
It's been I told you guys the software has started to break down. It rejected the move. There's a trend line now at the 85, big rejection there. And Microsoft, Oracle, Salesforce, they're all just getting plummeted here. Adobe continuing down. Big short guy went big long and should have gone big short. There's so many people like, but Adobe's at the cheapest it's ever been. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That's not how stocks work, dude.
That's fundamentals for you, right?
The thing is that
people get cheaper.
It's not that fundamentals don't matter. They matter, but they don't drive everything. And just like technicals don't drive everything, right? Like I always believe there's just multiple variables in this. And to make it all that it's just one side of that variable, like it's just technicals or it's just fundamentals, I think you're just trying to make it too simple. And the truth is there's more complexity to the markets. Just like
My
I can't
XLE
you
and
can't just buy
XLM.
every flag and expect it to go up, right? An area that is popping right back, guys, is coal. That's one area that I'd give you guys right out the gates that I could see kind of getting a lift there. That was pulled back yesterday, of course, with the oil news, but now getting the spike. And I did see more and more coal being burned in Europe to make up for the natural gas.
Both
So that
SPY
looks like
and
a play for
Q's
me.
They
trading here.
also had a
Okay.
nice bounce today as well off the bottom. UNH. Michael, have you checked out UNH lately? UNH getting
Oh, new lows, new lows. Oscar, you gotta go. You gotta go, Oscar.
I'm already out. I'm out of the
Oscar.
comp, right?
Oscar,
We can go.
Oscar,
We
what's going on there, Oscar?
can go to zero at this point. Owes me
Oscar's on
nothing.
sale, man.
I mean,
All right, then we'll go to the leaderboard in just a second here, traders. We'll be keep taking a look in here, just trying to open up a new trade here, maybe METC on the swing action, trying to get a little bit of some coal players. Let me take a little bit here, and then we'll look to
We
add
still
a
have
little.
30 minutes for that announcement too, Mitch. I know you said you
Yep.
wanted to wait.
Yeah,
we
let's
have
take a look
Kevin.
into the
Oh,
leaderboard there. What are you seeing there, Michael, on the leaderboard? What's standing out
look
to
too
you? Who's
deep.
leading?
We got Kevin up
Kevin.
$600 and Mitch down 40K.
Oh,
So yeah, it's not the
Thank you, Mitch.
best
You make me
loser
feel not
anymore.
so bad about my loss on that one.
hey, Pat still has an event tomorrow, so I still could come back. They have an event tomorrow. I will note that. There's a reason why I'm trading it. There's a virtual event tomorrow. They might need to save their neck, but
So yeah, we got Chris
what
up 5K and Jane down 20. We have
All right.
Tony up 10 and we have Valerie up 18.
Valerie,
Damn.
dude, per folios. That's all I gotta
Killing
say.
it, man.
Per folio. Valerie.
Just some stats of what some people are playing, right? Yeah, it's the obvious, right? Most picked Nvidia, Tesla, AMD, Palantir, AVGO.
Tesla's was driving things up. Tesla's
Yeah,
driving again today.
Most shorted Tesla. That's interesting. BATL, USO, Nvidia, BNAI. Highest exposure to Tesla. So yeah, that's gonna push. Is that what's doing it for Valerie? Is that what she's in? Maybe.
Oh, that's giving her a big jump.
She
She has
Does she have
532
TSLL?
shares. And Tesla ripped yesterday, and it's pushing for
it's
a new
popping up.
high. So there it
Even
is. Big breakout
tape,
there.
right? That's moving
Tesla.
lower. Tesla outperforming. That's really interesting. So we have
That
2
could
minutes.
eventually drift over to Carvana, a little bit of a rebound trade there. To just mentioning rebound trade off of Tesla that maybe you can look at.
So I'm zooming into the 1 minute chart here on SPY, and we'll just see what happens here off the open. See if we end up getting a move that we think we're gonna. I think we're gonna get something. We have 1 more minute to go. I'm not getting any triggers from this new bot. So let's go.
But didn't you say you were waiting till? Oh no, that was just in the chat. You were reading till 9:50.
Yeah, no, for mine it's right. I've got this tested over 250,000 trades across 5 years of 1 minute candle data. So I'm just let her rip. I just may have done something. I likely did. It was likely me. Oh, I put it in the wrong account. That's what's happened. Okay, let's try that again. It's always me. I should just assume.
It's just a story of life, my friend.
Never happens.
Oh no, I didn't. Okay.
All right, looking out there, guys. Let's see if BATL can get a big spike today.
So there is the candle. There should be the number there. Let's see if there's any reaction to that. A little bit of an uptick
getting a little
as
move.
it's getting digested here. So we are pushing up off that initial reaction from the.
Let's go squeeze BATL. Squeeze.
Yeah, but not a
Send
lot.
that rug
Not a lot.
puller.
Let's see what.
Let's see what we got from it, right? It's not necessarily, that it comes in. Let's see what we get. What's the number? Ooh.
Higher on one side and lower on the other side. So higher for manufacturing and lower for services. So maybe that's why. Maybe it's the battle of the algos. Some algos are buying it, some algos are selling it.
That's exactly it.
We'll see what this next move is.
So is it the third fake out that we need here, Michael? Or is it the fifth?
It's usually the fifth knee-jerk reaction is the one. That's usually after FOMC. They say, I always say, it's not a complete FOMC day if you haven't taken out the day's high and the day's low.
Yes,
just to,
max pain.
Put the middle finger up to everyone, right?
Yeah. When the doctor puts on the glove type of action.
Yeah. You're gonna get both ends of it. Yeah, the Qs
we'll doing a little better.
Holding on. We for now are doing a little bit of a pop here. XLF has been interesting right from the open. Look at this solid uptrend higher. The second the open started here on XLF. So
yeah, the interesting part is the equally weighted outlook is down from the gates.
Right off the bat, I'm seeing, for the SPY, that bigger money is at 652.31. So maybe they're bouncing it up to kind of fake people out and then continue down lower. Oh, we've got this news. It's indifferent. And so let's just see if we can get them to buy into it, and we're going to sell into that.
Yeah, I just think, I talked about it when we had this massive bar right here. I said, listen, we're probably going to spend a lot of time inside this bar, and that's what we did. And then we had another pretty big bar right here after the craziness, right? It looks a little bit more pronounced on the futures with the huge pop-up we had pre-market. So we could spend a little bit more time in here. And it's just going to be like this. I think there's going to get a big gap overnight, and then you're going to get some craziness intraday, and then everyone's waiting.
It was crazy overnight. Did you see the futures chart? I mean,
yeah.
It was wicked because of that gas situation that happened in Texas, and then it created like this insane wicked range, took out the high and took out the low. You know what I mean? Stop people out.
Grab this. So this is and again, you can pay for futures data, but the tip always is you can do SP 500 for the CFD, you can do NAS 100 for the NASDAQ, and you can get all this stuff for free. But yeah, this was the taco candle. And then, overnight last night, you had huge surges up, big pushes down, and just back and forth, pretty crazy action to do nothing. So really, this is why I'm looking at the futures quite a bit is, this candle, basically everything after this is digestion of this move and whether or not this move is going to be real. So I think if we take out the low of that move, we might have some problems. I think if we take out the high, we might have some problems there. But what's interesting is this VWAP that I've drawn has been the VWAP from this low right here on like the 2 Sundays ago where we had that panic low, and it's just been respecting it perfectly, just kind of back and forth here. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But this is the low that I talked about that I thought would kind of make sense to undercut a bit, and then maybe we bounce through. So maybe we're going to have that now, but we're out of juice for today. We have got one number at 11, but I don't think anyone cares. Richmond Manufacturing Index doesn't seem like
I'll give you guys the outlook of why this is a negative for the market and why you're seeing probably the market drop, at least for the time being here. We'll see if we get some reversals. But of course, when you're talking about PMI here and you're looking into it, the keys that matters are the 50 mark, right? That's a neutral mark, right? If it's above 50, it's growing. If it's below 50, it's contracting. Now, the problem here is that the estimate was 52 and it came in at 51, and that's global services PMI, right? So essentially, the estimate was higher on growth, and it's showing more that it's just coming back and just slightly above contracting, right?
So
So,
that's
but
a growth thing, not an inflation thing. That's what I
it,
don't get what any of these
it
numbers are.
yeah, yeah, it's okay, man. Don't worry. You don't got to be the economist, man.
I don't.
The key now is just watching the reaction, right? And the real key is that this affects this kind of the stagflation fears, right? If growth is slowing, and it's showed by this PMI that while inflation remains high, what you're watching here is going to be the PCE. That's where you can get really kind of more of it. But the contrasting data here in the manufacturing is interesting, showing you a weird split. So that's why there was a little bit of a mixed noise right there, right? But the idea here is to continue watching the trends, not necessarily one report. So what I would look to is more, are we starting to see more contracting? That's what we need to be concerned about. Are we seeing the contraction of the economy? And a lot of that would be oil, right? That's what's going to affect this contracting outlook. If oil stays high, you will get contracting outlooks on PMI. They will slowly start to show us more of recessionary outlook. The R word comes out. Well, guess what? R word is coming back.
Mm-hmm.
The R word, the scary R word. You know they're going to be throwing it at you in your face. Recession, recession, recession.
And then
I see that the
Hard
bigger money
landing.
moved on the SPY, moved it down to 650.89.
And what's
And
breaking the
we have
lows
it
right now?
in
Financials
Amarillo at
new
650.61.
Now financial data leading the downside action there. That's always the scary sign. What is that? That's telling me AI disruption there. You're seeing the data centers, the stock exchanges. It's getting hit hard there. Even Coinbase down massively, down from 200. Nice little pop and drop there in Coinbase. If you were thinking that Bitcoin was coming to back, Coinbase is telling me, hell no. That's why I like Biddy. I like Biddy here long term, really, to tell you the truth, guys. I think digging in on Biddy could be a really good long term play. The ultra short Bitcoin. Who's gonna get short Bitcoin with me?
now, nah,
It's,
no shot.
what do you? Why not? This
I'm
thing could
long.
easily go
I
back to
know.
30.
Well, just you short something that's already got cut in half. I don't know. Seems like a
I mean, it should never have been up there in the
nice
first place.
little lift here. Nice little lift here in the
If it
SPY.
never goes back there.
Yeah, well, it could never go back there and still not be a good short, right?
I mean, you can
It
still.
could get most of the way there.
I just think at
or
this
you
point they let too many boomers in, and then they're trying to destroy those boomers. The boomers are going to be so mad. They're going to be so mad. They're going to be like, I didn't listen to this BS crypto nonsense for like 10 years. Finally, my financial advisor annoyed me enough. I said, you know what? Go put some exposure in Bitcoin. Oh, now I got my face ripped off. That's how people were acting on GE. GE, there were so many investors when I was seeing the turn in GE that I asked them, and they were just like, just in this pissed off mode about GE. They're like, I put so much
Well,
money in that thing, and all it did was just keep going down, and everyone kept saying it was coming back up, and just kept coming down, and the thing is,
and when
it
they were
turned.
mad, was that the moment to short into it, or was that the moment to pick some off based off their pain?
Pick it off, man. They were upset for a reason, right? They started to see it come back, and they were upset that they got out, right? So, but GE's also been coming down as of late, right? I mean, we're seeing a lot of weakening in this market, man. Now is
I agree.
it broken? No, but have we seen the weakening? It has shown resiliency though and diversification in the SPY, right? I mean, for all those people that just keep banging that it's only 7 stocks, I don't think I have ever been in that camp, but
RSP is
man, that feels
showing me
triggered me.
weakening too.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah,
we're like we're
100%.
certainly if you
Definitely starting
look at
to
the charts,
fade away.
we're down over the bit again. In just my brain, I'm like, is this where I want to short? Right, the fact that we've been down, 4 weeks in a row, is that my time to, right? Do I look at this and I always say there's more of a chance that we bounce, even if it ends up being a dead cat bounce, we roll back over, or is this the moment that I really want to give it to the shorts? I'm like, it's just not.
No, if you
No.
wanted to short, the day to short was yesterday, and I think that that's one thing that I've been noticing more. The opposite approach of what the day is has been working, right? So yesterday was a rip, it was a sell moment. When it's been
Well,
dips, it's been buy moments, right? And so the chop
we
just
talked
winning.
about that right off the open, right? We said, I talked about how I had bought everything, or I bought a bunch of stuff on Friday. And, we were asking, well, what am I going to do? And I said, I'm going to sell a chunk of it. And I sold probably half of every position I had, and some I exited entirely. And so
If
now I got
anything,
more
it
cash,
made
and I'm
sense
looking to
to just
buy it.
run to the cash. So like right now, what I've been telling you guys, the 50% sells and the 25% sells are not helping you; they're hurting you.
For now, but at some point it will be the low, right? Like
Yeah, but Michael, how
unless
long can you
capitalism's
take that
over,
though? How long can you take that, right? Because it
I'm
starts to
making
throw
money.
off your math.
I think
I
I'm
mean,
up.
for you and in your account,
Yeah,
you're probably doing well. But I can tell you, a lot of traders are struggling. And I'm
right. And
talking for
that's
the majority here, not necessarily for
well, no, I'm
for
just saying, and
bot
if you're
trader
someone
here.
out there who is buying when it's up and it's shorting when it's down, if every time the market's down you get depressed and want to sell something, and every time the market's up you get super excited and want to buy something, you are going to get destroyed in this market. So what I'm just
Especially in the bear
advocating is
market.
the exact opposite. Every time the news looks absolutely horrible and things look like they're kind of going to zero, that's when you buy. That's when you're buying stuff, right? And
Yeah.
every time it's the opposite,
The
that's when you have
inverse
to turn around and
indication of
sell
the
it.
news.
Onda's
Yeah.
And right
holding
now we
on.
are at a 16 on the fear and greed today too.
And I love that people don't know that fear and greed index has nothing to do with sentiment. There's so many people out there that think that's a sentiment indicator. I
That's
see it
just
on Twitter
obvious.
like 5 times a day. Every time it's, look, the sentiment's really bad. This is down. I'm like, just scroll down on the website. It tells you how it's calculated. It has zero to do. They don't ask a single. There's not a human being polled in the sentiment indicator at all. Like it is pure technicals. It uses like RSI, and we can bring it up here because like people don't believe, and it's just it. I just think it's always funny. Everyone just talks about this as, I don't know why they call it the fear and greed index, because they actually call it investor sentiment, and then it's just like an absolute bold-faced lie, which shouldn't really surprise anyone from media. If you just scroll down, so they go, oh, extreme fear, and they say, yeah, the sentiment must be bad because it's extreme fear. It's like, okay, just roll down, just look down. So it uses a 125 day moving averages, and
It's
it
nowhere near
uses
extreme fear
new
just yet.
52-week lows on the NYSE, McLean oscillator, call put options, market vol. So it uses the VIX, right? Safe haven demand, junk bond demand, not one bit of sentiment. And it's like right there. You don't have to look hard. All you have to do is do this and like scroll down just one tick, and it tells you how it's calculated. So yeah,
Yeah.
next time you see someone online saying, "Oh, this is a sentiment indicator," just scroll down just a little bit, just a little bit of the page right there, and I'll tell you how it's done. And yeah, people are like, "Oh yeah, but it's sentiment related." Like, no, it's a technical analysis indicator. It uses all of those things that it listed were all technical analysis. So it's
Mm-hmm.
whether or not the technicals look good or whether they look bad. So the question, it's a systems, right? They created a system. So the question is, if the system was accurate in any way, shape, or form, if you were to say, okay, everyone's worried I should sell, or everyone's worried I should buy, if that sentiment, if that had any accuracy in any way, shape, or form, they wouldn't put it for free on the front page of the website. They would be managing money with it, making billions and billions of dollars. So yeah, just know what you're going to use if you're going to use a tool, right? Make some time to look at that.
Big bounce back
I will
in
see you all
consumer
tomorrow. I'm going to
demand.
jump on over to the future stream.
All
Cool.
right,
Bye for
have
now.
some fun.
RBNE. Oh yeah, this one looks like it could be going. This is an interesting looking move here. This
Robin.
the crazy one du jour. This RBNE.
Well, here's
I'm
one that's
still.
even better. ANNA.
Yeah, I saw that on StockTwits this morning.
That's oil and gas names that are just one of those BATL names, bro. It's a ripping.
BATL breaking the new highs here.
Oh, it's gonna keep going. I
Come
actually,
on,
a little
Kev.
part of me had a little revenge feeling, and I was like, "Yeah, go long this thing in the account. Let's get after Kevin." And I was like, "Yo, Mitch, calm down, dude. It's just a competition, man."
Yeah. Well, and it's
I
a.
wish Kevin the best of luck. That's what I really do. I mean, even if he takes me down, he takes me down. But
Well, that's the thing.
BATL is an interesting look here. We'll see if it gets to spike.
It's not even a trading competition, right? It's a picking competition because there's
Oh,
no one
yeah.
who would go. What, like
It's
3 weeks ago, you had
it's
to
Miss
make your
Cleo.
picks.
It's a Miss
Like,
Cleo
not.
pick now.
Yeah, it's you're throwing. My only regret, if I were to do it again, is I would just pick way more. When I picked a theme, that was the wrong move.
Oh,
When they said,
you went
"Hey,
hell. You
I can put
over-leveraged.
700,000 shares in a penny stock," I should have literally picked a 1-cent stock. And then if it went to 2 cents, I would have made 750,000. And then if it went to a half a cent, I would have lost 700. Just let it. I should just go extreme with it, right? Let it go here.
If you're looking
Get a
for a
little
trade
pop
that's
here
doing
and.
well today, Apple, guys, relative strength. I'm trying to find the relative strength names, and that's one of the ones that is holding up on the day. RCAT, the drone names,
UNH. You
Lumen.
guys put this on my screen. Look at UNH here actually turning green. It
There you
did.
go.
That kind of looks a little undercut and rally ish there on UNH. Little sell off the open, then pop back up.
Kind of like that
Looks
Lumen.
like
Lumen. On this, pulling back a little bit there. Keeping an eye on some drone players. VST is the only name in the green there for me. And Microsoft just keeps coming down, man. There's some problems there. OpenAI is coming out with an IPO. You know that, right, Michael?
Mm-hmm.
You've heard about this?
Yeah. That should be.
That is going to be literally the sign of the top. The sign of the top.
You always have to remember why. When I tell people the stat that 80% of IPOs undercut their IPO price, they get surprised. But there's only 2 reasons to IPO a company. One is you have early investors that want out, or they want partially out, and you don't blame them if you're sitting and you've got like $1 billion on paper. Well, that's not good. That doesn't help you being a billionaire on paper. You want to realize some of that money. And the other thing is if the company wants money. So it's either if you want money or if the company wants money. Those are the only 2 things that can occur there. So either way, your exit liquidity.
I don't trust that ONDS. I want to still see a kind of a red move. It's just been green out the gates here. We'll see what happens out there. How's Apollo doing, of course, with the asset management? Ooh, there he goes. Green to red. Now starting to get lower. That financial's concern, man. I think that's serious. I think that's serious to watch, man. The financials are they just can't catch a grip here.
Interesting. I saw a trade that should have gone through, but it didn't. So I have to do some.
Always fun. Now
investigation.
You got to do the digging.
Yeah,
you got to be you know what you need? You need your own private investigator agent AI.
I do have a code verify you, and usually funny. I use a different one. I'll use instead of Claude, I'll use like a ChatGPT, or instead of I'll give it and I'll say, what's wrong with this code? Because they're gonna think slightly
go figure
different.
it out.
Yeah, so a bunch of calls.
You know what I do sometimes, Michael? I'll even tell it what the other one did it, because I feel like it reads that and it's like, oh, I want to give a better answer.
Steal a client, right?
Yeah, I'll tell it. I'll be like, this came from Claude. So give me a better answer. And you could tell like the thing starts thinking a little bit harder. I always tell the wife, I'm like, yeah, if you don't make your AI hallucinate, you're not doing it right. If you don't tell it that you're gonna get in trouble if you get this wrong, it might not give you the best answer. I was messing with her because she's trying to like determine like painting colors and stuff like that, and for the kitchen and stuff. And I was like, you just talk to AI and ask if it's a good color match, right? And tell it that that if it doesn't get it right, something's gonna happen.
Well, it's funny because right now, as we speak, because I'm on stream and I can't research it too much, I'm giving Claude access to Signal Stack, and I'm giving it
Try
access
to figure
to
it
my
out.
Trade the Pool Discord. I'm like, you know what? While I'm on stream,
Yeah,
you go
see what
figure
you
it out,
can do. See
right?
what you can do.
Go take a look, and we'll chat. We'll
Utilities
chat when
lifting,
I'm done.
guys. Just to give you guys a nice trade here. XLU takeoff here, led by independent power producers. Then you got regulated electric. NextEra Energy got a
There's
recent
Mikey.
deal. So that's one name that I'll give you guys. NextEra Energy starting to rip higher. I'm gonna go
What's
for
going on,
Excel.
Mike? I see you there,
I'm gonna go for Excel Energy here.
full of energy. SWMR going. Let's take a look here. This crazy thing.
Is it going?
Swimmer, yeah.
Oh,
A little
that
rebound makes sense.
one.
Yeah, after
SWMR.
3-4 days down
Yeah,
there, got cut in
yeah.
half. So a nice little
This one was wild, man. Really wild. We'll see what happens.
bounce there.
The back and forth, man, it was wild. These names got washed off, of course, the independent power producers on Thursday and Friday. Now the SPY is kind of holding in right around that 650 area. We did just undercut and now starting to rally. So I think we're starting to see a nice little rally coming in here. What are you thinking here, man? I'm starting to see it starting to play in. Things are going green. That's when you start to see it go back. Basic materials doing really well. Coal doing really well there. Agricultural inputs. I talked about CF trade. That's right back up today, guys. I really like that trade. I'm going to be trying to get some CF on the pullback.
The looking at the RSP here is about to go green. So your average large cap stock is about to flip to the other side. So that's interesting. And then what tax talking about UNH again. I don't have that open right now, but yeah, that's starting to look to potentially move higher here. So yeah, just a lot of, again, back and forth. We've been positive, negative all day. So it would not surprise me to see more of that same as kind of things go on here. I'm looking at kind of my ETF list here, and right, retail is down. Where's IV? Yeah, IVG is still being kind of the weak link here. So we're moving on without it, right? The SPY is hit intraday highs. It did do what I thought it was going to do. It just took a while to do it, where it undercut that low and then kind of ripped back through into the high. So
Well, first 30 minutes is done, right? It's done the scare move, right? Scare tactics, right? So now you can start to rip higher, right? This is the way the market works, guys. Seeing a lot of green start to show up in the screen now. There's only 3 sectors in the red now. Technology being one of those that's lagging a little bit more. But what's holding up there? Semiconductor and equipment stocks. Talked about how that leads the market here, guys. That's what we want to see continue to hold. LRCRX doing well. AMAT pushing right back to the upside. And one of the best looking charts out there on Wall Street right now, KLAC. That chart is just pretty as day, man. And that tells me more and more I want access to these. TER is another name doing well today. So if you're looking for the names that have continued going strong, everyone keeps looking at Nvidia. Everyone keeps looking at Microsoft. Why are you not watching the hardware trade? The hardware trade has beat the software trade by a long shot. Talking more about this at 10:30. That's my presentation today, so I don't want to get too much into it. We'll talk a little bit more coming up at 10:30. This is where the money has gone, Michael. I started to really think about it, and it was just like, so money just rotated to, like, let's say Micron, SanDisk, semiconductor equipment names, and they just stayed with the strength, which is what we should have been doing in the first place, right? So just staying with the actual strength that's been in the market. It's more of a limited list, but that should have, and if anything, helped us, right? Not made it harder to find the strength. So I think that right now you've been seeing it, right? If you just stayed with the strongest names, like these names, like your SanDisk, right? If you just stayed with that, you are killing it in this market. Now, if you started to try to play and start to get pretty with it, that's when you're probably struggling.
Yeah, and people are calling it, the halo trade or call it whatever it is, whatever you want.
Yeah,
But
but the Halo trade even
uh,
fell off because I talked about that one too, Michael. That included the industrial trade and that kind of the real economy trade, right? It's kind of separated to just what held was hardware tech, not just the real
mhm.
economy trade, because the XLI completely fell off with oil. But that just shows how attached the relationship of industrials is with oil. And I think that's what's weighing in. So if there's anything, I think there's an opportunity there. If the oil trade turns, that the industrials could go right back to the upside. So just
Yeah,
stating that.
well, just imagine, right? If you were someone who you bid on, hey, we'll build this project for you, and then you kind of close your eyes and take a nap, you open up and the price of oil is doubled, right? That's going to come off, the top line, right? You're going to say, oh, well, we
Exactly.
said we'd build you this thing for 3 billion, and you're expected to make a couple hundred million from doing it, and then all of a sudden oil spikes. You go, shit. Well, instead of maybe 200 million, maybe I'm only going to make 50 million when I build this now, right?
Margin compression.
Just yeah, it hurts your
Exactly what you're stating there.
profits
Margin
across the way,
compression.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So usually
I
there's
watch a lot
some
of that Boomer News, Bloomberg.
yeah, yeah.
So this is what they've been talking about, right? The margin
I do
compression
like
that
their
happens.
podcasts. I'm a big
Yeah,
fan of the
I,
Odd Lots, is it? I think
I
that's a
still
good
like
one.
listening to Bloomberg. I know some people don't, but I feel like I still get something of value. I just don't pay
Yeah, for
attention to
sure.
every speaker, right? But that's what they've been talking. How the margin compression comes in really quickly. It affects the project outlooks, things like this. So then, what do you have to do? You have to fire some workers. You have to immediately just cut the wages to adjust for the margins, and that usually slows down projects. So I
Mhm.
think that's another thing to weigh in is when you're thinking about buying an automotive or an automation Caterpillar excavator. Well, what are the things that might weigh in on your expensive, you know, retrofit? Because that's how the Caterpillar design is. It's a retrofit. But to do that, you probably are weighing in your back of your head diesel prices, right? If oil prices could remain at 60, yeah, I'll go upgrade my Caterpillars to be autonomous. But if oil price is at 100, there's no way in hell I'm gonna go and retrofit my Caterpillar now. I'll just
Yeah.
stick with the man worked one, right? So I think that this is weighing in on the XLI, but also opportunities there, right? Because when you have quick fundamental shifts, I talk about this all the time, so that traders can make trades off of this. When we have quick fundamental shifts, is when we can have the quickest moves in prices. When something like a war starts and then all of a sudden the outlook of oil completely changes, that can really weigh in on prices in other sectors. What are we seeing here, Michael? Are we seeing a sustained rally? I'm seeing basic
I was just
materials now
looking
leading
here.
from the open. Communication energy is really doing well, also up 2.06%. So the continued takeoff there. Basic materials higher, real estate higher. Where I'm not seeing the lift is tech.
Well, and what I was what I was looking at there is XBI, right? So biotech, one of the big laggards today, right down 2.6%. I'm looking at like I always do. Like what stands out to me is things down a lot and up a lot. IVG down 4% now, continuing to bleed, obviously a big deal. XLV not doing anything, not interesting. XLF not doing anything, not interesting. But XBI down 2%. From the biotech space, that's really interesting as well. So we need to keep an eye on those. And then, yeah, what SMX? we're talking about here. That's a blast from the past there. Yeah, nice little, good little look there. But let's see. I wonder if we have updates for. Let's take a look. Where's my fear and greed index rant? I don't know if this has been updated or not. Take a quick look.
Yeah, I think that's one of the worst, man. I don't even look at those, Michael. You know what I mean? The fear and greed
Ooh.
stuff. Never really.
Yeah, I always just go on a rant it because a lot of people think it's 100% CNN's fault because they literally put sentiment
The
indicator.
sentiment. Yeah, like
And
it's
it's got
the
like
worst.
it's got
Good Lord, dude.
0% sentiment in it. It's like it's a technical indicator, right? You're a technician now. Congratulations. But just don't lie to the people, right? Say it's a technical indicator.
People don't answer truthfully on polls.
Well, and it has 0 people asking. There's not one human being answering.
There's not
a
even
poll on
asking a
CNN.
poll, right? And there's another one that
It's
is with the
shit.
polls, right? That's I think it's the AAI or.
Yeah, that one I like because only
But
at
even
extremes
then,
because
man,
those guys are so
even then,
wrong.
yeah, they're so wrong. You want to do
They're
almost the
so wrong.
opposite, right?
Yeah, no, I have a strategy that basically says when, and it's right around now, when the AII gets over 50% bearish, because you've got bullish, bearish, and neutral. I'll bring it in here. And this guy's done this, and it's funny. I didn't talk to him. I don't think he's around anymore, but JC did. And he started doing this thinking the other thing would happen like 30, 40 years ago. So what he does, he asks professionals and newsletter writers, what do they think of the market over the next 6 months? And he thought these would be all the smartest people in the room because they're all institutional investors. So if they're all bullish, I should be buying stocks. And if they're all bearish, I should be buying stocks. And then he did it for a couple of years and he realized that that's not the case at all. That in most scenarios, like most sentiment things, it's just noise. But when everybody's bearish, that's usually when you want to buy something because it means they're underexposed and they've got to reverse real quick. What up, Josh?
What's up, team? How we doing?
What's up, dude?
Nah, it's good. Good stuff. Got to slow down the small cap. We got a
BE
couple good runs.
That's a potential long-term short here. I think this is really starting to break down BE. Man, it's an ugly day right now, at least in financials. That's continuing down there. Software, though, can't get a grip at all, man. I'm telling you, the software concern coming right back in. Market's starting to pay right back attention to software concerns as they start to kind of ease and numb to the war headlines. So I think the software concern coming right back in.
It's funny. I'm looking down here. I'm seeing Claude. I just gave it, again, I gave it access to, I said, okay, here's TradingView, which sends a signal. Here is my TradeThePool back office for the account number and everything. And I said, this is Signal Stack. And I'm like, you wrote the Pine script and it's not triggering it. Figured out. And I said, well, I'll talk to you about it after I put the kid to sleep because we've got one of them home because they're sick. And you just see it just crunching. Like, it's just wild to see, right? It doesn't do things well, but it beats its head against the wall until it figures it out.
It works, dude. It put it this way: any other human would already literally beat their head into the wall if they did all those tasks to try to figure something out.
And it will just keep keep
iterating. I think you and I will keep telling people, if you're not using this already, if you're not using this, you're doing something wrong. Right? I don't care what your business is. I don't care what you do. I don't even care if it's like you're just making meals at home. Like, you know what I mean? Like, start developing and looking into how this AI can be helping you.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna have to cut you off right there with food because AI ain't gonna ever tell me how to put spices into my food. Let me tell you something. Down south, we cooking collard greens, we cooking some black-eyed peas. You know what makes black-eyed peas good? You got to put in some bacon grease first. Do you think AI is gonna know that? Maybe it does.
Sorry.
Let me tell you something. For the last 200 years, when Mama Smith was cooking some amazing food, and the Mama Smiths before, and the Mama Smiths before, and the Mama Smiths before, and they got those cast iron skillets that are about 80 years old that have built in some yumminess in those cast irons. AI ain't stay out of food. You get out of the food sector, AI. You can help us anywhere else. But AI, get out of here with the food.
I'm sorry, man. Have you seen genetic beef? Have you seen what's coming out?
I
we
eat a
getting
lot of
away
vegetables.
from it, man.
I eat a lot of
We,
vegetables. A lot of vegetables over here.
you're gonna have to, man. You're gonna have to grow your own stuff because if not, it's gonna be genetically mutated from AI anyways. So,
Unfortunately, I'll give you one thing, Mr. Money Mitch. You're gonna be dead one day. So I'm gonna enjoy life and I'm gonna be dead
hey,
one day. So hey, whether
hey,
I die tomorrow or if I die in 80 years from right now, this boy's gonna be eating bacon. He's
guess
gonna be
what?
eating double stuffed
Guess what?
cheeseburgers.
That's even coming to question. And with AI,
Mm.
will you die?
Ooh.
I saw a lot of interesting people debating in a
Anna,
podcast
what's
saying
up with
if
Anna?
you're
Are you long
around
Anna?
right now, we might figure it out. Anna.
Anna. It was Alma yesterday, and now we've got
It's
Anna
Anna.
today.
We're an Anna. Anna.
No news. We're going
ANNA.
from Alma Bahama Mama to Anna today. So yeah, literally,
Anna's the hot stock, man. That thing doesn't want to stop.
she's baby.
Oof.
She's a baddie. She's a baddie. She's a baddie. Yeah, I like Anna. This is gonna be, in my opinion, this is what we're moving over to in the small cap space. BIF's another one. Multi-day runners, my friends and family. So this is a good one. I like this. The setup on the daily is gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah, this is those oil stocks that love to run here. So we're also seeing a breakout in rig. I've talked about those and those kind of drillers that try to move when energy moves. So those are penny stocks that are not too bad here. We'll see what happens out there in the market today. Continued
Robin.
downside in financials, healthcare, and technology, leading the market down. Up on the upside, energy, communication services, and utilities.
Yeah, we had another energy play, Robin Energy, up on for small caps. Had news this morning on top of it, but it had a pretty good move too. So energy plays, oil plays. How's Battle doing? I haven't looked at Battle in a few days. How's our boy Kevin doing with that one this week?
He's still beating me. I'm getting destroyed by Path today.
Ah,
So regardless
Let me
if
see.
BATL is going up, I'm getting destroyed by Path today.
Already loaded here.
woo.
Path is just getting annihilated. The thing is, they do
Yeah.
have an event tomorrow, so maybe this is just like a wash
Huh.
into the event.
Ooh,
So-
Kevin's down 20K now though. You're only down.
Oh,
Well, as
it's
of this,
spiking.
you're down 40. He's
I
down
mean,
20.
got up there
So
to 1160s. And when we first started talking about it, it was at 11, Michael. So it's gone up another 60 cents. It can keep going, spiking here. The hourly highs are playing into resistance right now. It's trying to reload there. We'll see if we see a spike in BATL to 12. That can start to move to 13. And then we can really start to run back to 15, 17, 20s. Let's get back up there. I won't be mad at you. I told you guys I was gonna start chat room trials and go to the big redhead.
Ooh.
You know what's starting to come down, Michael? That might be your time. You might have been late, of course. You probably are thinking I should have done this years ago. But the MSTR coming down, baby. It's coming down today.
I own some MSTU, not enough, but
I think it's gonna blow up one day. That's why I think Bitcoin's a good bet to the downside, Michael, because you're gonna get that panic moment. And will that be the moment that I would like to sell the short? Yeah, I would sell the short into that moment, right?
Well, and
But
that's in that moment. I've been saying this for years. MicroStrategy goes under. I am going
to
to
the bank.
the bank, and I am saying I want a 6-figure line of credit, please. Secured against the cars, secured against the house, whatever you need. I don't care. And I am buying 6 figures worth of Bitcoin, and I'm just going to service that loan for years if I have to, and just not look at it. Just because if he has to liquidate, he owns so much Bitcoin, he's going to force the thing down like another 50-60% easy.
That's what I think happens. That's the liquidation event of our generation, maybe.
Yeah, and it's, do you have the guts to buy? That's the whole Warren Buffett thing, right? You buy when everyone else is
Dude,
scared.
imagine,
It's like, do you have the guts?
Michael,
you know?
imagine the people out there, right? Because there's so many, like, let's say young guys that have put their like whole life savings into Bitcoin. There's gonna be some blood on the streets out there, man. It's not gonna be pretty if that happens. I'll tell you that much. And it's the banks are exposed now, so like There's some danger if Bitcoin does do that move to the downside.
Well, and that's why I think that I think 0 for Bitcoin, unless there's like some technology, quantum, whatever comes out. I think 0 is completely off the table because of what you mentioned. If you have all of these large institutions that have put their
Exposed.
highest net worth clients into it, at some point they are going to have to step up and just start buying the crypto themselves. Like at some point, BlackRock, and it's only, I think Bitcoin's only worth like 2 trillion, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's really not. And at some point, if this thing gets like cut in half again and we're in like the 25s, at some point they step up and they say, okay, we have to support this price because we got all of our people into it. Now, you know, BlackRock was recommending, I think 1 to 5% of your net worth being in crypto. So it's not like they told them to go nuts, right? They basically said 1% because if it goes to 0, you only lose 1% of your account. That's a day's worth of action here in the markets. But they, at some point, just to not look like idiots, they have to say, okay, we got to start bidding here on Bitcoin.
Give it to me lower, baby. I want them all low.
But yeah, no, it's again, if I wake up and I read MicroStrategy is being forced to liquidate Bitcoin, I am going.
I'll be yelling at
wife,
you, dude.
your kids for today. I have to go. I got a meeting with the bank. I'm going to walk in there. I'm going to say, how much money will you give me? And I will just go and purchase it. I'll set an alert for when it doubles so I can sell half, pay back the loans, and just own the rest forever. But those are the moments. Like a massive regret in my life. Part of it is because I was like 18. Was in 2008. I didn't buy enough. And everyone else was panicking.
It's not a regret,
freaking out.
man. It's a learning moment, right? Let's flip it, right? It was your learning moment to be prepared for moments like this in the future, right? You'll get a moment, an opportunity again.
The market was down, 66%. And I remember having conversations with hedge fund managers. I'm like, how are you continuing to buy stocks here? And one of them just looked at me. He said, either the world comes to an end or we go back up at some point. And he's like, if the world comes to an end, none of this matters anyway.
Yeah, right. I lost my job anyways. Who cares about the shares that the firm has now? I mean,
he's just like, I'm just going to keep buying. And that hedge fund manager went from, I think, having maybe 100 million under management to by the time the company that I was working at got bought out, he had like 5 billion under management.
Wow.
Because that was his whole, he did a distressed debt thing. So instead of going and buying their equity, he shorted their equity and he bought their debt. So for Lehman Brothers, for example, he was short like $10 million worth of Lehman Brothers stock, but then he bought their debt. And the idea being that if they go bankrupt, the equity goes to 0. So you make 100% return there. But then the debt ends up sold off at some price, and he was buying them at like fire sale prices. Mm-hmm. So he ends up making on kind of both sides. And he did that with, because if he's buying it for 10 cents on the dollar, we'll say all said and done, it's 15, 20 cents on the dollar he ends up getting in the settlement. He's doubled his money on that side, and he's made 100% on the other side. So good for him. And it's not something you could do forever.
Right. And
it was very exploitative, right? He's like, in this moment right now, I can do this thing. So he went and he hit the street and he raised a bunch of money. He said, when the market's good, there's not going to be any distressed debt to buy anymore. So I won't be able to do it. And dude just made a ton of money for that like very short window of time that he was able to exploit that.
That's what BlackRock does a lot of the time. So that's why I'm keeping an eye on BlackRock and different names in the asset management, because I think that plays into what we're talking about now with APO and that outlook, right? At some point, these asset management companies could get to the point where they get a little bit distressed, and these other asset management that have a little bit more money and more prepared, right, can come in and be like, well, we'll take it off your hands here. We don't mind, right? We'll take it and just give it to us for, 70 cents on the dollar, and we'll take it. We'll take whatever money you want to have exposed here. We'll take that exposure. So,
well, how about this, Michael? Are you going to be MSTR? Is it going to be BitO, bid whatever, or is it going to be truly Bitcoin? What are you going to throw your money into?
That's the question, right?
Probably. That's actually a good question. Probably mostly IBIT, I would think, because then I could use that. I could use the money that I put into my brokerage account for margin for other things, right? I could use that excess margin. So probably not an exchange. Plus, if crypto is actually getting, well, if it's getting, if crypto is getting just destroyed, I'd be kind of worried about the exchanges too, putting too much money with them.
That's true.
So I'd probably do like an IBIT, right? Because iShares isn't going anywhere, right? They're not gonna vanish into the night. So that's a good. It might be maybe a split is the way to go, right? Maybe you even look, even though it's going to be Bitcoin, he's going to be selling. It's going to bring down like Ethereum and all that. So maybe you're putting like some into Bitcoin and some into Ethereum and maybe some Ripple or something in there as well. But yeah, I would, and it probably because I want it to happen. It won't happen. It's kind of just the way it goes. But yeah, give me a couple of those moments, right? They're hard to do at the time. It'll be hard to look at like every headline in the world being everything is getting destroyed, and it's going to be hard to just say, I'm just going to plow this money in and don't look at it. Don't think about it. Just make sure I'm making enough money from my income that I can service the line of credit, and away you go. Which if I'm paying, what, 5% probably, let's say on $100,000, I'm paying $5,000, $500 a month to take that bet. That seems like a worthwhile bet to take, because if I'm right, probably double or whatever pretty quickly. If I'm wrong, then I've just got to pay that until put out life insurance on the line of credit and let it go when the time comes. All right. So Claude down here thinks he found the problem. So maybe tomorrow we'll talk about what I did, because I'm going to be taking off just in a few minutes here because we got sick kids again that I've got to deal with nonstop with these things.
Not to worry. We got a presentation I'll be doing and taking up.
We did one of those. It's called the Fun Zone. I'm sure you've been to them, Mitch, where it's like an indoor, like padded play park. And like as they're running through that, I'm like, someone's getting something from this. Like all these little, they're all like, you can see one of them like pick their nose and like wipe their hand on like the slide or something, and then the next kid slides through.
Man.
I mean, y'all could we could literally write a movie. I mean, I'm sure there has been like called Dads, but yeah, I could just see us all walking in. I'm like the single or less single. I'm the one that has no kids, and I'm just like completely grossed out. And yeah, we're all like seeing like sneezing and just it's going everywhere, and you're like, seeing the boogers being
hands in the butt.
I immediately tap you guys on the back and go, hey guys, you have fun here. I'm not going to get sick.
Oh, it was like we're watching them run around having a great time, and I'm like, you're meeting kids you never saw before. The ball pit. The ball pit is just the most disgusting thing on planet Earth when you realize there's been, because like walls you can wipe down, slides you can wipe down. You're doing nothing to clean that ball pit. That is just
they're lying to you. They said they cleaned it.
Like, what are you doing? Taking out every individual ball and wiping? There's no shot. It's a disgusting mess. So that's
they just spray some Lysol over the top of it and say, hopefully it killed everything.
Yeah, let's just, once it gets warmer outside, I can throw them outside where at least the sun clears out a big part of the gunk that's going on. That will help out at least a little bit, I think. Hopefully, maybe, who knows? But
maybe,
yeah, that's where I'm going to be. And then I'm next, right? I know it's like you're like holding your little baby girl, and you're like, I hope you're better now. And then they cough directly like into your eyeballs and mouth, and you're like, well, so that's good. You'll recover in a day because you're young. It'll take me 3 weeks to get back to normal.
All right, let's go really quickly to Michael's screen. I'm just going to reshare mine, so I don't want to take that down there.
Yeah, so I'll just do a little wrap up across the board, and then I'll leave you guys to it. But yeah, so RSP, again, this is the average large cap stock, just flipped. So we went positive there on the RSP just briefly. We're up 0.08%, so basically flat. So the average stock, and this is a 5-minute chart, right? A little dip off the open. It's been buying ever since. Just around the board, we have XLF about to go positive. Nice little pop there in financials. We have XLV looking to potentially go positive there as well. So we're getting some recovery here across the board, right? The pain spots still continue to be the pain spots, right? IVG down a fair amount. And then we also have, where are we? I can hear myself there. I'm going to turn that off. Then we have mags still struggling here. But all right, guys, I'm going to go and Mag's trying to take off a bit. All right, so I'm going to go and tend to the children. I will see you guys tomorrow. The market is flat as I'm leaving it with you. Don't screw it up, please. I have a lot of longs on. I would like you to not give me any problems. That'd be fantastic.
Not to worry, my friend. You have a good one. We'll see you guys. We'll see you back, of course, tomorrow, Michael. Have a good one.
See you guys.
See you, Mike.
All right, let's go to my screen here as we kick off into our education side of things. And you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, Josh. Get a little learning about some chip factory stocks. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the names that have been driving this rally in the first place, which has been names like ASML, AMAT, LRCRX, and KLAC here. So this is a research report that I did, and you guys can take a look into it. And the best part, we get a podcast with it. AI helping us out here. Let's do a little learning.
You know, you hear about the AI boom constantly, right? And the picture painted is literally always the same.
Oh, yeah. Endless server racks, the hyperscale data centers.
Let's take a little learning moment here.
Nvidia GPUs everywhere.
Exactly. I mean, we completely obsess over the digital skyscraper, but we almost entirely ignore the cranes and the concrete mixers that actually build it.
Right, the physical tools.
Yeah. And if you look at the recent institutional data, and specifically we're looking at a March 2026 research report today, it's called the Chip Factory Architects.
Really great report, by the way.
It is. And the smartest money on Wall Street isn't just buying the chip designers anymore. They are intensely analyzing the wafer fab equipment sector.
Because that's the absolute bedrock of the whole thing.
Exactly. The mission of this deep dive is to shortcut your path to being really well informed about this foundational layer of the global tech economy, because it all rests on just 5 specific companies that touch like every single stage of semiconductor manufacturing.
Yeah, the entire supply chain funnels right through them.
So, okay, let's unpack this. We already know the dynamic between designers like Apple or Nvidia and the foundries like TSMC or Samsung, right? The guys who actually manufacture the silicon.
Right.
But the foundries themselves are completely dependent on this layer of heavy industry beneath them.
They are. It is the ultimate bottleneck in the global supply chain. I mean, TSMC doesn't just, invent or build the physical machinery required to execute a 2-nanometer process node.
They can't just magically produce it.
No, exactly. They have to purchase the lithography systems, the plasma etchers, the metrology arrays, and the testing rigs from external vendors. Of AI compute, they are writing massive capital expenditure checks to those 5 entities.
And the scale of those checks is just staggering. Or Amazon or some open source model wins the AI software race. They all need TSMC's chips.
Right, and TSMC needs these 5 equipment companies.
It's the ultimate evolution of the 1849 gold rush dynamic. I mean, the individual prospectors rarely struck it rich, but the merchants selling the picks and shovels, they compounded wealth reliably.
And that dynamic flips the traditional tech narrative completely upside down.
How so?
Well, for the last decade, investors worshipped software margins, right? Because hardware was viewed as software directly into hardware. The WFE index massively outperformed the broader software indexes.
That's wild.
And it really all comes down to the stark reality.
Enterprise budgets yet. But the WFE companies, they weren't dealing in forward-looking projections.
Not at all. They were dealing in binding purchase orders.
Right. When a foundry announces a $50 billion CapEx budget, that translates immediately into signed contracts for physical machines.
And that cash flow visibility is what triggered the whole capital rotation. Institutional investors.
Okay, wait. I have to push back on this premise, though. Because didn't we see this exact same equipment boom and then this catastrophic bust with Cisco and fiber optics during the dot-com bubble in 2000?
Oh, the telecom overbuild.
Right. They thought the internet needed infinite bandwidth, they wildly overbuilt the physical infrastructure, and then the demand didn't match.
For this entire thesis. It's a really good question. What's fascinating here is the physical constraint of the modern semiconductor industry compared to laying fiber optic, to actually getting the first wafer out. A new TSMC or Intel facility takes 4 to 5 years to construct.
Wow, half a decade.
Yeah. So because the lead times are so immense, the capital commitments being made right now are locking in highly customized equipment purchases for 2026, 2027 and 2020.
Exactly.
Now that we know why the money is flowing to hardware, let's look at how these specific machines actually sculpt the physical world to make AI possible. Because you can't just lock in a multi-billion-dollar budget without knowing what the tools do.
Right, you have to walk the factory floor, so to speak.
Yeah. And if we look at the very start of the manufacturing chain, we hit the ultimate monopoly, which is ASML.
Oh, ASML.
Yeah.
They dictate the pace of the entire global technology sector.
It's kind of scary how much power they have.
It really is. They maintain an app.
None. And the engineering required to do that is just almost hallucinatory. The report details their new high-NA EUV system, which costs over $380 million.
Per machine.
Per machine. It's nuts.
So what they're talking about here, just to take a moment here, is on ASML's moat, right? This is the top leading stock in the semiconductor equipment stocks. And the reason why is that they have this right here, what you're seeing on the screen, which is this printer. And this printer costs $380 million, right? It's exactly the reason why they have such a strong moat. No one else can do this technology right now. And that's the reason why it's the leader. So if you're going to do this process, you have to go to ASML. There's a reason why the stock keep going up. There's no other option. These are the types of stocks that can continue going. The same way how Nvidia was the only real option at the beginning of the AI boom. This is why we need to be paying attention to things like this to understand where the moats are. If you can focus on that, you can catch these runs before the big breakout, right? So let's keep going in the 5 giants behind AI chips.
At bandwidth, they wildly overbuilt the physical infrastructure, and then the demand didn't match.
For this entire thesis. It's a really good question. What's fascinating here is the physical constraint of the modern semiconductor industry compared to laying fiber optic, to actually getting the first wafer out. A new TSMC or Intel facility takes 4 to 5 years to construct.
Wow.
Looks like I'm having some issues with the playback there. I don't know why it's having some issues there. So I can play it from my computer. I'll just go ahead and I'll bring that up here. But just to make things easier for today aspect, I'll just go through it. I know the information, right? So let's just go through it here slide by slide. So essentially what we have at the beginning is an explanation on the hardware action, right? So hardware has outperformed software in this AI kind of run. Right? That's where a lot of people were first going. They're like, oh, but AI is going to help software really quickly. Actually, the way that things work, right? When you're going to build, let's say, a technology stack, right? A big move in technology, what needs to happen first? Well, you need to build the infrastructure for it, right? Why is there so much focus on data centers? Well, that's the hardware side of things, right? You need to kind of build that up if you want to get to the next part, which is the software run. That's why I think software is running into a rut here, because a lot of traders kind of front loaded to thinking that software would get the lift, that these names like, let's say, Adobe would continue going higher because of their AI exposure, right? That was the tool that would probably see the biggest lift. That's the wrong answer there, right? That could see the lift, but after the infrastructure is kind of set. There's always what's called the underlying assets that need to be kind of established first, and then the tech trade can really kind of take off to the next level, right? So with that being said, that's why you're seeing hardware kind of outperform software here. And that leads into the spending, right? That's what I tried to tell you about and taking a look at it, right? You're seeing the actual forecasted spending going from 104 billion to 156, right, in 2027. And that just tells us more and more how the spending is really going into this, and this is where the growth has been. And then when you take a look here, when you take a look a little bit deeper inside of things, you'll start to see how much is relied on these 5 stocks, right? You are seeing how DRAM is driving things, transistors. These are all the hardware parts of chips that are really getting the lift because of the way this cycle works, right? You're seeing here how ASML is literally the #1 stock to come through for this and the only option. Then you're seeing how it each plays into each other. right? And even a final test like TER, which is kind of your last line of defense, right? So let's go to ASML. ASML, of course, you guys can see the big thing here is about that printer. That printer is what locks in visibility. It gives you what's called the total backlog. The total backlog is exactly how you're able to really look into the fundamentals and know how this can continue to make that next push. Another thing to keep in mind, though, is China is 33% of sales in 2025, and U.S. export controls are a tail risk here. Then you got like a name like an Applied Materials, right? Another one that has a lot of action that could see it going up, right? And why is this? Well, high bandwidth memory, right? HBM requires 3 or 4 times more equivalent footprint per gigabyte, driving massive AMD demand shock. And so we'll see what happens here. The management did guide for a 20% semiconductor equipment growth for the calendar of 2026. Things like this is why we're seeing the growth. This is where the growth has really gone to in tech. It's not the software names. It's not Microsoft. It's these names that create the hardware for the chips, because essentially what you need to do is you need to get all this chipset first established, and then it'll go drifting into the tech, the software space, right? So then you got like Lam Research and kind of the NAND opportunity. The fabs are trying to do upgrading right now. They're upgrading installed bases from 128 layers to 200 plus layers. This is massive, high margin equipment upgrade, and the cycle's happening faster than modeled, which is helping names like Lam Research and others. KLAC, the one that I just kind of mentioned a little while ago, has one of the best charts out there on Wall Street right now and has unmatched capital returns, targeting $6 billion in a highly predictable service revenue. So whenever you're thinking about kind of businesses, you want to know how predictable the fundamentals are. Because if I know exactly where the fundamentals are and where the technicals are working, that's an easier trade, right? You know that there's not going to be a complete flipping of the fundamentals, which gives you more conviction, meaning more money that you can pile in to the trade. That leads to TER, the final exam, and really a nice kind of identification stock, right? The moat right here is that an 80 billion transistor AI GPU runs hotter and exponentially more functional modes than a smart chip phone, requiring massive more test time and high-end ATE equipment. So TER, one name that can continue seeing the lift, even though it has a crazy forward outlook. It has a 53 forward PE, but still seeing that drive higher. Of course, you guys can see here like a master scorecard. I'll provide this into the Discord so the Discord gets this, but really it kind of leads more towards your kind of your risk that are presented here. An AI CapEx pullback is really the concern that if we all of a sudden start to see hyperscalers do a write down, right? Microsoft, Amazon, Google reduced their $700 billion 2026 data center CapEx due to loss of software returns on investment, right? TSMC will instantly slash fab investments also. So TSMC is investing in these top 5 to build all these chips, right? And this CapEx spending from Microsoft, Amazon. But if we start to see any type of pullback there, that can really take this trade down. So it's something to be on alert, right? Of course, China always exposure. That's going to affect things. And we need to see what happens in the 2026 to 2028 roadmap. Will this continue just to be the ramp up that everybody expects? If it is, well, we still got more opportunity here to be had. So hope you guys enjoy presentations like this. I'll keep it going and I'll keep bringing in either the podcast to kind of give you guys that outlook. I think they're really great. They're nice kind of conversations back and forth. It's not just one person speaking versus me just kind of read you it, and it's just not as fun. I'll tell you that. But look forward to more of these and to learn more from different themes and things out there. So if you guys are looking to learn, let me know and I can do some digging for you guys right here. Of course, Trade the Pool, guys. All right, we'll keep going, and you guys can find this presentation. I'll keep sharing it with the Discord action so that they can put it up there and look for more from Notebook LM. I know Smoke Tuna, I think in the chat said it really quickly. Yeah, you got to know how to use your large language models. You got to know what to use your tools. This is one of them that I say, if you're a teacher, Josh, hint, hint, you should be using this. If you're not, you're literally doing it wrong. But I love you, dude. Like if you're not looking at this right now, Josh, your eyes should literally pop out of your head. So check it out, my friend. Notebook LM.
I'm currently in a bounce trade right now.
Yeah,
I don't. I'm
what are you
getting
looking at?
Why am I getting an echo?
There's a little one.
I don't know why.
Oh, that might be me. That might be me, my friend. Let me fix that here.
You're good.
All right, resharing screen here. Audio should be fixed there. Let's see what happens. See if we don't get an echo. All right, let's keep it going. Let's take a look to see what's going on in the market. It's 10:50. We'll be doing a wrap up in just a second. Have a trade on an METC that I've been looking to see if coal can continue making a move to the upside. We're seeing energy still continue to lead there. BTU going higher, so not feeling too bad about the trade overall. We'll look to see if I can continue to run. I took METC because BTU had already lifted, but looking to see if that can get the move. HCC is another name that I like in coal. You're seeing that takeoff there. AMR going higher. And why am I looking at this trade? Well, this is the energy trade going higher. Josh, come to you, my friend. What are you seeing? What you get?
It's Anna, my girl Anna. She finally came down and got me filled. So I'm in Anna right now. 734 entry price. So yeah, just
Anna Banana.
Anna Banana, baby. I love her. She's sweet to me. I like
and
her.
She's
so
giving you that banana peel entry there. So there you go.
Right? Literally,
you
literally.
You like that. That's the banana peel entry right there.
I like that. It's hilarious. I call it the slingshot effect, because it comes down so fast. Looks like you do a slingshot. But yeah, I like that. I like the banana peel. That's different.
Sometimes you have the banana in your hand and you just peel it back and you're like, this is looking good. Or, this ain't looking that great here underneath the peel.
This guy got bruised up and he is looking bad.
Yeah. But sometimes you get underneath and you're like, it took the beating on the outside, but the inside's looking good here. And it looks like we got a dip through support, rip right back up. This is why I always love those undercut and rallies, because it stops out a bunch of traders. Traders get scared on downside action on longs. So what happens here is traders now feel like they either need to chase or they're like, oh man, I just got wiped out. Do I get right back in? Right? While Josh was actually looking for it and got in on that, right? So there's a difference there. Big kind of changing factor that comes into play. And now it's kind of more, do you see the strength continue? Does the selling that you were seeing on the tape just stop, right?
Yep, that's why I love taking some profit. That old resistance area that or support that we came from, be a little resistance now. And so, yeah, it's just one of those things. You got to see those undertake rallies. I love that. So sit back, see if we hold this 730 area where I got filled. 734 is where I got filled at. If it doesn't come back down, just take like I said, I love Kevin Avery's, take the trade or embrace the risk of whatever with the reward. And that's it. You just got to sit back and say, hey, I'm going to be right. I'm going to be wrong. Doesn't really matter. We're here to make that money, baby.
That's it. The only reason we continue trading, baby, is to make some money. If not, we're doing it wrong. We'll see what happens here. Now starting to get a little bit of lift in METC. Going to try to take a good shot in that one. See if we get some coal ripping higher. Energy trade is what I'm looking at. If I take a look at the market madness, at least for my trades, VST is the only one in the green here. And Path just keeps getting destroyed here. That's what's really weighing on me. It's down towards 11.10. We'll look to see if it bounces back. But this was trading above 12 this morning. So big takedown there is really affecting me. And we'll see if I get some type of bounce back. Just got to keep wishing for BATL breakout. We'll see what happens there. Trading up at around 11.50.
Love it. Love it, my man. Hey, big week right here. Still plenty of time left for you to come back into this. All you need is Path to reverse back on around.
We'll look for that. Nextera Energy having a good day there. That had a good deal. And like I've mentioned, energy prices going higher. So you might want to own these utility names in the long run, at least offset your energy price. Because The bill is going to get really expensive here in summer. Something's telling me. So if you don't have fans now, you might as well get them up. So I'm yelling at myself to get up more fans in the new house. So that's just how it is right now. Energy prices, of course, spiking, and oil going higher isn't going to help the energy prices. It's going to cause them to spike even more.
Yeah, it's definitely. I feel that big bill coming up this summer. I run that AC like it's going out of style. So yeah, it's one of those things where I could definitely better get ready for it. 100% there.
No. Big bounce back in farm products. The name like Archer Daniel Midland, and your Tyson chicken doing well today. Tyson Foods doing well on that bounce back. Defensive names is nothing that I think is really kind of leading. AMD is a little bit better. You also got BG, Bungie. We'll see what happens on that one. You got Calmain Foods, CLAM. That one's getting a little bit of a lift there. But overall, I know Tesla's remained strong on the day. That's the position that a lot of traders have in the market madness. We'll see if it's able to hang on. Did make a new high and now pulling back a little bit. Let's go to the SPY overall and start to wrap it up here. I'll start to head out. It's 10:55, guys. SPY coming back and the undercut and rally on, right? Up one, down one, up two, down two. Up three, down three, should hold that 654 support. If we let go of that 64 support, I'd expect to see further downside action. But right now, we're just doing kind of a trend line approach. I drew this trend line in the pre-market. Now we're just going right to it. And what do? We just bounce away from it. That's just how it is right now, the chop. So we could start to leak back down and go to the 650s or try to reload back towards the 654. We'll see what happens there in the SPY. As you can see, it pushed up there, trying to reload by the 664, trying to push up through that trend line. We'll see if we get some type of rally here, or do we see the move right back down. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me at least. I'll be looking to see what happens in the markets. Not trying to take too much trades today, as it just seemed to me like a little bit of a back and forth. XLU looking a little bit better than some areas. Communication services and energy leading kind of the upside. The Oxy trade, man, I should have just stuck with Warren. I talked about how Warren would probably win on this trade eventually, and Warren's winning, man. It's up there to 61s now. We're looking at this at 53s just a little while ago. So Oxy continuing to trade higher. And of course, we'll do one last peek into the tournament here. Just give me 1 second as I pull that up. And then we'll take a look, and then we'll get out of here, at least for myself. Of course, you guys can stick around with my man Josh. Josh is trading, of course, some flyers. And are we doing a little bit? You still doing the call-in, my friend?
On Thursday, yeah. Oh, yeah, on Thursday. That's Thursday.
Thursday, don't miss the call-in show, guys. If you guys haven't done the call-in show before, I know I've tuned in a couple of times. I've enjoyed hearing the conversations. Go check it out. It's always good to catch some good financial conversations about the market. And the best part, you could be the next caller, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Hey,
Share your
check it out.
experiences. I love hearing from other people. It's real fun to talk to other people and what they're going through. And got the usuals, we got our usual callers, but then we got, some that are the new callers, and we love talking to new people. So don't be shy. Don't be shy. All right, here's the leaderboard. What we got?
All right, let's take a look into it, as Kevin is just a little bit away from me, down 20K, and I'm down almost 40K. So trying to beat your record, Josh, of last week to be the top loser. So let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do this week. And then, of course, Airplane Jane also on the downside. But Chris H now in the green, up $11,000. So Chris H really doing well there. Tony B in the house, up 24,865, but down to Valerie's 30K. They both I think they both have Tesla. That's what's really helping them.
Okay, yep.
And he did the leverage, right? He has TSLL and Nvidia, and then she has TSLA, right? But she also has IonQ that's not doing too great. But that Tesla trade is really kind of making her right now. And then some of these shorts, right? These shorts could be really good plays. She went long EDSA. Now she's going shorted. And she also has another penny stock on the short side of things. So go Valerie. Go the portfolio managers. Meow. Meow, little kitty. Meow, little kitty at the top. The kitty is taking the game. And I was supposed to play Valerie. I was like, I'm mad about that. I saw the bracket. I was supposed to go to play Valerie. Somehow I ended up playing Kevin. I don't know who worked that up in the background, Josh. But they're like, yeah.
Someone was mad you got the first pick. They're like, okay,
Someone was like, yeah, you know what? Let's just put Mitch and Kevin against each other, right? But hey, one of us will live, one of us will die. The truth is, who will be the best loser? As it seems like we're both losing right now. Hey, sometimes it's okay to be the best loser. In this case, I want to be the best loser. We'll see what happens. Hey, rug pullers.
A win's a win. A win's a win, even if you're negative, baby.
Hey, like they said in Fast and the Furious, right? If it's an inch, or a mile, man, it's a win's a win. And I'll take the win where I can get it. I will see you, of course, my friend. Take care. Enjoy the markets. We'll see what happens. And I'll be back tomorrow. Have fun, Josh.
All right. See you, bub. Good stuff as always there for my man, Money Mitch. And as we head into the pre-lunch hours, as I call it now, right now, and you got to love this. I get out of my, right as I stop myself out, I was going to give it to about 7:10. I was like, it's probably about to coil over. Let it just come down to your other orders and get out of this one. Well, of course, it comes right back on up and rips back to 760. I love this, like Money Mitch was talking about. I love these sweeps down into this area. Stops out so many traders and knocks them out. But then I get in as they're stopping themselves out. Kind of what happened to me down here, which is really funny. You know, I'm stopping myself out. But again, it was like the last bit of shares. I'd really eaten up a lot of my profit into that VWAP. I knew VWAP. We're riding up VWAP all day long. For the most part, right? We're really riding the WAP. And so we're riding it. We're riding it. We're still riding it. That lets me know if we get back into it, she's going to be some strong resistance. And so I need to make sure I'm taking my profit, as we run back into this 765 area. So I was trying to put limit orders getting filled. And wasn't getting the best of fills, wasn't doing the best of job there. But then I really got good fills up here and was doing a good job getting out those limit orders into that VWAP. And I was remaining, shares were for the spike back through my moving average here for the move back on up to the 8+ level. Didn't get it. Did come back on down. Get a good bounce here off of this area. I figured it would come down to about 710. It pretty much did, and I should have gave it a little more room to run. Again, wouldn't have gotten much more out of it, and it still comes right back on down. This is a forever line I have in 765, 770. This is where it actually bounced at. Let's go back to the 15-minute time frame. We can go back here. Boom. So this was a heavy support zone into the 640 mark from Friday when she ran. So previous levels are typically usually going to come back and be retested. So I like this. You could even go lower if you wanted to and go 635. I just don't know that she's going to get there, in my opinion, today. I don't think she does for ANNA. We'll go to the 5-minute time frame just to go next. She's bouncing right off that 50 EMA. So I do like the 50 EMA as a bounce play on the 5-minute time frame as we run through it. So just what I'm looking at right now is Anna. I do like her for the rest of the day. This is one that's going to stay bullish. It reminds me of BIF yesterday. And then you see a secondary runner, which today looks like her secondary runner is going to be RBNE as of right now. So we had Anna to start the day, as you can see here. Had some smaller movers today. Pavs wasn't bad. Feed, again, not bad. Squeezing here now, and I'm just noticing feed squeezing back up. I'm like, this is back up in the 220s. And I actually talked about getting a 190 to 180 bounce this morning in the pre-market for traders once this uptrend channel cracked. We got a trend line crack. Watch for move back down into this, somewhere in this 50% retracement level. And there's your squeeze-o-rama. Had a lot of these sub $1 plays or sub $2 plays that go to 2. 150 to 220, 110 up to 230. 125 up to 250, right? And they get through 1 in pre-market up to 2, and they find a high of day right there at the opening bell, a little bit after the opening bell, and then we find a low right after that, and she just chops around. And I would say for the rest of the day, I bet that feed doesn't get out of 195 or 190 to this 240 area. I bet she stays locked up tight. We'll see though. That's it. You're trading the channel right now. Trading the channel. I have orders back down in from Anna. I got filled here. Love these liquidation sweeps. I actually had orders set in at 737 and 727. I was so close to getting filled bigger share size there. Didn't quite hit the 727 mark at 732, but immediately starting to sell some shares. Got a good little bounce play. Nothing major. I wanted 765. It came down and bounced here at 775 the second time around, and it's still holding that area right here with the smaller bounce. So my brain, as much as I've seen this, I know we're going to come down soon. At least I thought so. No, not so fast, my friend Leslie Corso would say. 765 bounce. 1. 765 bounce, 2. 7 almost 65 bounce, which more of a 775, you know. But these, beautiful. 765 was the dip buy. Over and over and over. Oh, upper shadow meets lower shadow. I love wick to wick action here on these very bullish plays. You got to think about it in market. Where's your 50% retracement? Well, we go from, we'll just call it 7 up to what? You know, 825. So if you do the math, that's about right there, 50% retracement right there. And so then she becomes the 50% retracement over and over and over. And then that then becomes the resistance area as we move back on up. So just wait for it to come back on down to this low area. I've got my lower VWAP band, which I love to use as a barometer of how far do we go down, how far can we go up. We're sitting sideways. My lower is at 869 right now, sitting flat as a board. Like it. I like it. I love it. Yeah, hopefully T-Web, you got filled there. I saw earlier you said T-Web, you got filled. So hopefully T-Web, you did get a little bit of that profit there. Anyone else? Feed spike. Yeah, feed out of nowhere there, getting a little bit of a pop. Has that really strong 225, 235 resistance all the way up into, of course, the 240 mark. So this just was really strong, really strong, really strong. Love the support back down low as well. So just working its way in a channel. I would bet your first liquidation sweep back down comes down to 205 for the first dip, and your safer dip back down here around 190. So again, if you want to put a line in and have some support resistance at 205, I like it. But this is just almost a magnet when you see a play at 110, 120, 130, 150, 110 to $1 to 150. It's going to magnet to 220 almost every single time. It just, I don't know what it is, but it loves to go up to that magical 20-cent mark. More so 220 than any of the 20-cent marks that are out there, in my opinion. Got some all shares, cool. Yep, well, I had allotments of 250 a piece. I only got filled one of the 250 overall. So it is what it is. Didn't get filled big shares there. It's all right. It's just one of those. And that's why I like days like today. And I was saying that earlier to Mike in chat that I like how this says change is 13 point. How is this up 13%? Now, every day TCGO fools me until I see the volume says not. Look at this AFJK. Y'all remember this guy right here? God, this guy, I forgot when it popped last. It's got very little pop. It popped though over the last few months. That was one of our January, February, March, January, December crazy runners. 100 orders. There you go. That's all good. It's all good. Getting field's the key. Nice, good bounce play. That's for sure. RB&E, nice, good, slow and steady move back on up. I know Kevin, but Mike was trading this one earlier. I'm sure some of you other guys in chat looking at this tuna, maybe crow. I like the 180 area. I like the 180 area for a dip. Again, just do the 50 cent retracement area from high of day and low of day in market. It's going to come in right around this 175 to 180 mark. Safe. And I said this actually over on my live stream before I left it quite a bit ago, that 165 would be the bounce play when we went up to new high of day. It went a little lower, but boom shakalaka formed the W shape and ran to new high of day. Sweet. I was hoping it would hold for longer, but it did not. Someone over my lobby did get the Anna bounce out with positive gains, which is good. Mr. Daza good, speaking of. 470 was my alert for the dip buy. Came down, swept off of it, got you about 20 cents, overall. Now we're bouncing on. Went a little bit lower this time around, but that 470, 65-ish area is going to be your main support on CVV. So we'll go over to CVV here. This was the little sweeps back down to 470, where I'm getting that 470, 465 corridor is really just right through there. So this area right here is where you'd see a lot of support starting to come in on CVV. It's starting to form. If you go to a little bit larger time frame here, you can see you're starting to form a little bit of a head and shoulders there on the chart. So CVV, boop, bop, beep, bop, boop. So we are starting to form. There's shoulder, there's the head. This is more of a pointier one. So watch back under this 460 mark for the move back on down here for CVV. It's one of our top gainers on the day. It's up about 30%. Anna's up about 30% on the day. We got feed up about 57%. RBNE, our top gainer, as far as over $1, which is up about 85% coming back on down. Now we have PAVs as well, up around 96.96% now, dropping down to the 95 area. Did have this quick little downtrend break squeeze. Downtrend break. That's why I don't like downtrend breaks. Not a big high win percentage. They fake you out a lot. Beautiful downtrend, you know, at least about an hour's worth by the time we break it at the opening bell, pops up to do what? Come right back down and retest. That's generally what you get on downtrend breaks. These retests, these end up being the better entries for your move back on up there for PAVs. Now, again, with TTP getting that 10 cents, I just don't really trade. And I think I see that too with a lot of, I would say, traders that start to, you know, they've been trading for 10, 15, 20 years or even 5 to 10 years at that point. They move away from the $1 tickers, sub $1 tickers. For whatever reason, they just don't like trading them. They don't have their edge there. Maybe it doesn't form as much. They just don't really trade them too often. Derek Thomas, remember that stuff? Yes, yes, yes. SWMR. Is SWMR coming back? Swarmer. Yep. Getting a little bit of a squeeze here. So now it's a little about 10-point move on the day. I'm going to get rid of Ugro. Ugro is not doing anything anymore. It did crack back on down, dying off. So I'm going to put Swimmer on board here. Swimmer squeezing on up. So let's go back to some charting on my side. I can see it quicker. I have lines in over here. I would say we're running into some resistance right now as we approach 40. 40 is going to be the stronger resistance line. 40, 42, 50, and then into 45. 40 and 45 will be the two strongest resistance lines, though, as this moves on up. So Swimmer, Swarmer, whatever you want to call it. Swimmer, breaking it down what it looks like, or Swimmer, the true name of the company. PAVs done. Swimmer, old resistance, new support plateau, somewhere in this area right through here. So 32 into 31.65 would be where you'd want to put some orders. You feel like you're not going to get filled there. Snake Skin Randy, Risky Biscuit, Tornado Crickets type of bounce play. It's coming in off this a little wedge, so to speak. It's you go to a 1 minute time frame. There's some more depth to this at 34.80ish area, maybe into 34.30. Somewhere in this area would be your first true dip buy off that lick sweep down. Tack. Shawarma, yeah, fix me a plate of challah. Yeah, there we go. Talking some Indian food, right? Isn't that Indian food? Isn't that some Indian food, if I'm not mistaken? All right. So, good little presentation earlier there from Money Mitch. Poor Mike. It reminded me of a movie moment, though, when Mike was talking about that, right? You know, like you just think of it called Dads. We walk into like one of those places and the kids just take off running. You know, it's like me, Mitch, Michael Nauss, right? Kevin Avery, just the four of us. You know, since I know all three of those guys have kids, multiple kids. And they just go running off. And it's Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Daddy daycare. It's called Dad's Day. Dad's Day. You know, where the dads have to take the kids out once a month. It's Saturday. And our place was called Excite. We had a place called, of course, Chuck E. Cheese, which everyone probably heard Chuck E. Cheese Showbiz. We had a place called Discovery Zone. We had a place called Circus Capers in town. That was big in the 80s and 90s. That was the place, right? Now they still have those, but there's not, like back in the day, to think in Little Rock, Arkansas, we had Showbiz, aka Chuck E. Cheese. We had Discovery Zone. We had Circus Capers. And Excite for a little bit. That's four, and they were all big. So Showbiz, Chuck E. Cheese was the smallest. Circus Capers was a tad bigger, about like Discovery Zone. Discovery Zone was in North Little Rock, and then it was divided by a river, the Arkansas River. And then in Little Rock, we had Showbiz, Chuck E. Cheese, whatever you're going to call it, and Circus Capers. And then an Excite came along, which was kind of more the like more arc, and that place was huge. They ended up turning that place into like a 8 movie theater. It's a movie theater now. It's huge. But I was like, that was the cool place to go to. It didn't last that long for whatever reason. Had like rides in it too that you could do. It was so big. But I just picture us all going in, and it just kids are sneezing. Drinks are getting spilled, you know, it's like slow motion, you know, you go like slow motion, all of a sudden you go to this table and parents are like, yeah, they're yelling. And then a cup of Coke just goes splattering all over a table. And then, right in front, like all of a sudden there's this little girl that comes up and just goes, and just sneezes all over the four of us. And I'm just like, oh, hell no. Like not happening. NTRG, let's see, we got Smoke Tuna moving on 2 hours ago. So yeah, we're getting a lot of that here recently. So I thought you meant the kids Saturday and the dads run off. No, yeah, I mean that could be a movie though too. You know, I could see that movie like Jason Sudeikis, Owen Wilson, Vince Vaughn. You know, they drop the kids off and they just Excite. Amir, you had Excite too? Yeah, with the X spelled just like that. Amir, that's awesome. I know about Excite. Yeah, that was cool. That was because I was getting to that age where I was now like 13, 14, and so that was more of an appeal. Like arcades were more of an appeal than like Showbiz and the balls and the the stupid. I was never into animatronics at Showbiz or Chuck E. Cheese. That always freaked me out. I'm like, especially looking at him now, like Five Nights at Freddy's. Those guys, that's weird. How's that not torture and terrorize little kids? Anyway, Circus Capers was cool. It was like Discovery Zone, where it had like a bunch of the balls and kind of things you would go through, and like, you know, jump the trampoline, kind of like before trampoline parks were big. They kind of had that kind of stuff in there. Then arcades. But Excite was the coolest. Excite was kind of like when you get to a teenager, you know, that's ready to go. There's that move to 875 roll. I love 875. So again, I'll give a lesson, heck, especially on these Tuesdays and maybe Thursdays until we get a co-host. We get this little slowdown moment of me wanting to get filled here on Anna and Anna back down low at this area, you know, back down around this 670, 665 mark. I would be going over like the 875 roll, which I love that going over to, which let me put that on my watch list. Actually, it wasn't from last week, SWMR. I thought I added that last week. I did not add that to the watch list. So let's add that to the watch list, up about 8% on the day. 875 roll. I don't know what it is about that all the way up. You know, 38.75, 48.75, 78.75, 128.75, you know, 238.75, 558.75. You'll see that damn thing. Not all the time and perfectly to the dot, but you'll see it quite a bit working out. It's just that rule of thumb, like when we talk about the rule of three. You know, 3 flags up, three halts up, three down. You know, things of threes, you'll see it run in action quite a bit. And knowing after that the shift and the trend could change. That 875 is key. You'll see it come out of nowhere. You know, just like that. Hit the 38.60s high of day, so within 15 cents of 875. Boom, you're already talking about a $2 reversal and immediately $2 worth of reversal. And that's why I like my dip buys and where I always go for them. I'm thinking the same thing when I'm thinking about, you know, when you think about shorting the top. Shorting the top, though, sometimes there's no charting there. Unless it's a double top or from past history, you see it in the last couple of days. Days like today, you get a little worried about that. You know, we're going back to plays like Anna. You know, I see old resistance to this, you know, upper shadow here in pre-market. Usually a lot of the time we're going to see what? If we squeeze up a full dollar over it, that pre-market high, we'll see a bounce. We come down, sweep right off of it. I'm immediately in the green. There was no hesitation for this trade. I didn't even know I was filled. Luckily, Tim in chat was like, I'm filled. I'm like, oh, whoa. Big sell-off there from Anna. I'm probably filled too. And Anna, we got filled and immediately was right back on up. Selling Y, back into the VWAP. Use this too, rule of thumb, you small cap traders. Large caps, I don't think VWAP's going to be too important, in my opinion, at least majority of the days. But what I've noticed, just overall tracking, journaling, trend, speaking of it, my brain is AI. If you don't think it is, think secondly. Because when I was born with the brain defect. And so they had to put back in the late or early 80s, mid 80s, I should say. It was a new thing developed by a few people that worked over at Microsoft and Apple. Half of my brain is actually a machine. That's right. So half of my brain's real brain, half of the brain's machine. Which half is which? You will never know. I'm just kidding. But this is just finding these areas, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Find the trends within the trade. For small caps, what I've noticed throughout the years, and you can see this a little bit more cleanly in a 1 minute time frame. If this play all day long had been running up, let's just get back and we'll go to manual here so I can really do some work. We're running up the VWAP all morning long. So we're bouncing off of it, the light blue line. We're running up with the moving average that I have. So I know that this is the support. We get overextended. When I see we're bouncing in market on the WAP, 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 the WAP's important. The VWAP is very important at that point. There will be days where it's just and there's like nothing. Maybe a bounce here and then but nothing. I mean, it's just floating through it like a hot knife through butter. You don't really want to worry about the VWAP too much. If you see that it's respecting the VWAP, you better respect the VWAP. And so this is why I was taking profit right at that WAP. Should have held probably some bigger shares there as it moved up into the WAP area. But absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And what I'm typically looking for. Now watch for this bear flag crack. We are forming a bear flag, a little bit of this H pattern right here as well. You can see the letter down. There's a letter H kind of coming down. You can call this the H. We're up and then back down. Kind of looks like an H, right? Watch for this move back under 710. There's no way we don't find our way through 7 at this point, and I'm still looking low. Why low? I love these low dip buy areas. They have been absolutely money recently. And also on top, if you're looking for a play up top, it's CVV. CVV holding this area, this 65, 70 cent market. Did get down to around the 60 cent area, but we are moving back on up. These are my top plays of the day that I'd be looking at. Feed would be another one, slow and steady. It did pop back on up. It's trying to hold. You can see here, popped a new high of day. It's trying to hold, forming a little bit of a head and shoulders though right now. Back under this 215 mark. It will most likely. You can see this play right now. Not one that's respected the VWAP today. VWAP is my light blue line. Yes, it held it through there, but right through here doing nothing. Doing really nothing. Just floating through it like a knife through butter. Right through it like a knife through butter. So that VWAP to me today isn't as strong on, say, a feed versus a play like Anna. We are looking for new high of day on CVV. So CVV, new high of day potential here. Back over this 510 mark, 515 area for CVV. Watch for the next leg on up. Has a lot of resistance. I've talked about this all morning long at 480 into 5 on past chart history here. So if we go back to, like, say, the hourly here, we'll go back to this right here. 2 year, not 2 year. Where's my hourly chart? There's my 3 minute. It's got to be down here somewhere. So they're all getting hidden here from this that's in the way today. We'll go to the 1 hour chart. We'll go back a few months. We'll go back 6 months. We'll zoom out here. So I'm really surprised today that this play, honestly, you can see here, failing 365, 360, or 480, 475, into 5. Lots of failing. Yet it's having that power to get over it. So in my opinion, I think by day's end, holding that 470, 460 mark, I don't see how we don't get the 6. I think this play ends up being a lot like, we'll go to yesterday's play in UGRO, where we got this little pumpy, poppy action in an after hour, or power hour, I should say. And UGRO here yesterday, we'll just go back to just a 5 minute time frame. Look at the squeeze out of nowhere. Soaks straight on up and then gets another one here in after hours. If we have that type of move today, I would keep my eye on CVV for that mover. So CVV seems to be that mover that really, in my opinion, I'd be keeping on watch for the rest of the day. This one really is on watch for the rest of the day for that squeeze and continuation. Yesterday, UPRO was kind of like a down and sitting there not doing much. I know it's a little bit different look as far as where it's at on the chart. This just has that, hey, I could squeeze and soak into that zone later. Oh, come on, Anna. Don't be doing this to me. I'm going to leave my orders in. I love the 665, 665, 670 mark. So Anna here coming back on down. Quick sweep to 7 here if I can get off of it. That and CVV. That and CVV literally keep going back and forth between, look at this on my watch list. Look how close those are. They literally are. Every time I'd click on it, it was like I was clicking on the wrong one. Quick, fast move back on up right there for Anna. Test. What's up, Aussie chick? How we doing? I'm in Memphis, and I remember, the bumper cars. Yeah, they have bumper cars in there. Yeah, bro, that's funny. That's funny, Tack. Yeah, I should say, Amir. I don't know how far and where they were. I'd have to Google that, and if even Google would have that information, because those didn't last too long. They were fun, though. Yeah, so I was born in 84. That was, late 80s, 90s, early 2000s, before they, went off, and of course all the console wars really took over, and everyone was playing games at home. I loved arcades, whether it was like a Showbiz, Chuck E. Cheese, to any of those other kind of places that had stuff for little, like the balls, yes, as a kid, trust me, who didn't love the balls? I remember getting in those, the ball pit. Even to this day, why? I remember getting that point too of one when you got old enough to go, why was I ever into that? Why? Why? But yeah, Excite was cool. Yeah, those robots creeped me out. Chuck E. Cheese, Excite was arcade. The arcade was huge. I'm sure if being in Memphis, yours had to be just as big as ours in Little Rock. And yeah, it was as a kid, you were just like, which one? Where do I go? Oh my gosh. Because yeah, right when you walked in, it was mostly the eating section or the food, whatever, the arcades. And then as you worked back there, that's when you got into all the netting and the bumper cars and all the kind of stuff that you would maybe see outdoors, you saw indoors there. It was cool. Swimmer, yes, good stuff. The UGRO album. Yeah, that's yesterday. I was actually kind of watching that yesterday. I was in here in between going live and doing stuff in my office yesterday as this just went crazy bananas here. So we'll go back yesterday. And this play was doing really relatively nothing, just sitting down low. Now we go to a little bit larger time frame, which we'll go to this, not 2 year, we'll go to the 3 minute time frame, which I love. Go back into yesterday. Let me get into my manual right here and really start to zoom into this area. And so you can see this isn't a perfect head and shoulders. Yeah, we hit that 350s to 6. Nice. This isn't a perfect head and shoulders. I should say inverse head and shoulders, but cup and handle maybe even possible here. This wasn't just an uptrend channel play. You can see it's consolidating below the VWAP. this doesn't happen all the time this big. You know, this definitely has some manipulation written on it, in my opinion. This just, again, why wouldn't we see this more times throughout the day, all day, every day? Well, you don't, for a reason, to see no volume and then massive volume pour in. Once you get over this 430 mark, though, it's, you know, all I'd say all bets are off, but this thing can really go, is my point. And you can see, you know, and then you go back to past chart history, they're even over that. Go to the hourly, go back a month, you can go back multiple months here, and we just haven't been over 430 for a while. And so there's that 450 mark. I was like, what was it? 450. And so you can zoom, we'll just zoom out here. Go a little zoom out session here. And so right here was that 450 mark. Well, we're feeling a little bit below that yesterday. But if you get over that, you know, sky's the limit. You can start to see here over this 450 mark, you're going to race into 5. Over 5, you're going to race up to 580. And over 580, watch for the soak to 660. Okay? And so let's just look at that. 450 to 5 over 5 to 575, and then to the high of 650 area, right? So if you go back to yesterday and take a look at what it did pretty much just that. We raced straight up through 5 to about that 575 mark before having a quick reversal. Then we raced to where? The mark I just showed you. Now, we did go a little over that into the 7s, but that's what you're looking for. That's why I love today just going over Microsoft. I forgot I haven't gone over Microsoft. Tesla was my play yesterday for large cap. Today was Microsoft. I absolutely love Microsoft today. Why? Let's go back to the hourly. Let's go back 6 months. We can go back a year if we wanted to even as well. When I zoom out, when's the last time we've been under? Go on your chart. When's the last time we've been under 380? When's the last time we've been under 376.50? When's the last time if we recrack 380, right? So you can see why Microsoft, where it's gone to today. I called this out in my morning alerts. I said, this is the play for the morning. So you go back a year even if you want to. This is where I get the banger large cap trades. I didn't trade Microsoft today or Tesla yesterday, and I've just been a little more gun shy and gun ho, so to speak, of trading these. Look, we've got to go all the way back into a year ago and that floor. And now when you try to start to find support resistance, there's your 385 mark. Watch if we crack that, where are we going to go? To me, right here at 380.50, which I'll show you 380.50 on the chart. Under 380.50, where are we going to go to? We're probably going to soak to this area and 373.50. So let's remember 380.50 and let's remember 383.50, okay? So today, where's 380.50? Where's my 380.50? Where is it right here? Yeah, right here. Boom. 380.50. What's pre-market low? 380.50. Remember that line I just showed you? Well, if we crack that, what's next? 373.50. Woo! Boom. This is where I've made $10,000 to $12,000 on an options trade before. I'll get in options, sometimes around 15 to 20 contracts. Not heavy. We're not going heavy. I just let these things dump because they just... I loved it back in 23 to 24 when we're going to new all-time highs. Why? Because there was no charting to hold this play down. It could really go. And then when it could really go up, and it was up and away, new all-time high, what's that mean when we come back down? Well, there's no charting out to the left, so it could really have big dumpy days. Well, now that we're in, that's why I want these pullbacks. Give me an area we haven't been in for 6 months. Give me an area like Microsoft we haven't been in for a year. Why? It provides for hella good, amazing, beautiful, gorgeous, muy bonita. I could go throughout the list of the words that describe gorgeous and pretty trades. I mean, look at that dumperooski, and I'll go into 3-minute time frame and start to zoom on in. This play was straight down, gave you great candlestick confirmation, 3-minute time frame under the support today multiple times. And look at it just die off. Forms my little H shape that I was talking about. Cracks it, retests it, comes down for more. It's 72.50, not 73.50. So again, you take the break of 80.50 for the move down, you end up 8 points in your favor before you really start to level on off. Knowing that 73.50 is where you're going to start taking most of your contracts and scale out. Well, imagine scaling out 10, 15 contracts and then holding a few. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And then it does this a lot of the time in large caps anymore. You get that great move, and then you'll just chop around for the rest of the day. Maybe making some decent moves back on up. Very rarely, though, when you dump so hard so fast at the bell, that continues. I do miss the days that we'd come down bear flag and channel out to the right? And then we would, let's just do this like boom, we do this, right? From here, we go to here. Oopsies, can I not do another one? I thought I could just continue putting them in. But then we go like to here, right? Well, if I could do this better. Why isn't it doing it? Boom. Yes, Josh, there we go. You'd do this kind of number, right? And then you'd come over here and you'd go, okay, well, now we're going from here to here. And then you'd come over here and then boom, you crack that bear flag and go down here. And then you'd build another bear flag and go out for a little bit like this. And then you'd come down and go boom, and then another crack on down, right? So you'd get this beautiful staircasing pattern that gave you multiple trades. Whether you took profit in round 1, well, there was round 2 and 3, and then maybe even 4. You're just not getting that move like we used to, unfortunately. It's just a straight, it's all of this happens straight to here. And unfortunately, then you don't get a lot of good day trades for the rest of the day. That's kind of been the trend. I would say 25 into now 26, we're getting this. And then you just chop around in the dumpsville, instead of just staircasing down. In those days, you would usually go even more points, possibly because of the staircasing pattern. Now it's all so much so fast in the first hour or less of the day, and then you just kind of, float around down there. Questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? Love doing this stuff with you guys. I would still say CVV for the rest of the day is going to be one of your main small caps for moves and for spiking. I'm telling you right now, and it may hit before end of day, but this has that $5.85, $6 written all over it. The 470, 480 area, I like this again for another bounce play. This is why I said earlier, alerted you guys, watch for a move down to 470. Dip area is there at 470. More scalpy at first as it was, and then if you hold some shares, then eventually you get the continuation up. That's why I love holding shares as long as I'm staying green in the trade, which this one for the most part you would have. Of course, going back over to Anna, would have loved for this to continue up. I really thought right here we're about to pop to the VWAP. And if we did, we immediately would have saw 805 and over that. Then I was like, man, we're going to see this might be another one of those dollar bounce plays I get on the live stream with you guys. Unfortunately, didn't hold up as long as I wanted it to. Oh, well. This is why, again, you just find your areas, take the trade. You're going to be wrong. I'm a big perfectionist. I want to be right all the time. I do. I want to be right. Ask my wife. I go, pull her in here and be like, oh my God, yeah, arguing with this guy. You'd think he'd be the husband. Even by now, 15 years together. We've been almost now 20 years since 2008. We've been together, so that's 18 years this August. Do you think I have it in me to say, oh, very rarely. I will do it here and there. It's usually when I'm having a good day. I've killed it today on the stock, whatever, and I'm having a good old day. The Broncos won, the Razorbacks won. Okay, I'll give in and say she's right. But I want to be right. That's just me as a human, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately because you have that, hey, I want to be right all the time. That's not going to happen. So I love when I'm wrong. It's fun, to be wrong every once in a while and go, why was I wrong here? I want to figure out why I was wrong. Every once in a while, in those wrongs, there will be no reason. Why didn't it dip there? Well, like me and dip buys. There will be some times where I have no idea. Like, hey, that was great. I love the area. That has been working for the past however many days at this win percentage, and then we get this percentage gain with those win percent. So we have a 70%, 78%, whatever win rate on this setup, and it's providing with a 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever percent return every time, minimum, and it doesn't work for once. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. S happens, as they say. Poop happens. Crap happens. NVDA, what we got with NVDA? Go to my large cap tickers. I haven't looked at large today. We've been plenty enough in the small cap sector. Yeah, nice little U-shape back on around here. 74 essentially to 76. So we got 74.10 bottoms and we got 76.10 tops, something close to that. And I would say this play most likely too as well. Manual, how you doing, manual? Models. Sounds like it's models. Are you a model, Mr. Manual? Manual. I'm going to say that we stay channeled up into this. I'll go a little bit larger time frame for the large cap sector right here. I like 5 minutes at this point in the day. I'm going to say we find a high and a low, and we stay within that. Like yesterday, we find a high, we find a low, and then we channel within that. I think today we find a high at most, right? And then we've already found our lows. And it's just where we've been. Not only small cap space, I've seen a lot of it, but large cap space as well. And it's trading the bottoms and the tops, whether you like trading the tops or maybe you do both and you just have no bias on either. You just put your lines in and you trade them, as I always say. So once it reaches pre-market high, you go for the short. Once it reaches pre-market bottom bounce play low, you go for the bounce, right? And then same thing for here. You find a low, not that you know that's going to happen. Maybe you trust it, maybe you don't, but you wait for it to happen. You wait for it to form. You find it, and you can come back down here. After the first liquidation sweep down, we pop back up pretty good. And then when we come back down in this candle, you know to take the bounce play. So you may miss it here, but there's no reason to miss it here if you've already seen it bounce. We know we're always going to get a second bounce. We see one bounce that goes from, say, 74 to 75. We get $1 worth out of it. Test it again. You may only get half out of it, and you did, but you may get it back and some. So I always think my rule of thumb is if I got a $1 bounce, I could be able to get $50 out of it, right? Well, that's a big bounce. If I got 50, or if I got $1 out of the bounce, I can I usually anticipate on my bounce play to get 50 cents out of it. Trade that channel today. Trade that channel. Days like this are good to work on your short and long strategies. I've been adding a few Vanguard. There you go. Yeah. Just slower days are always good. Always good just on slower days. I said that earlier to Mike. It's good on these type of days so you can just sit back and you don't have to overtrade. You can wait for trades to come to you. You can wait for plays to come to you. See if I see anything in the large cap space. It looks good. Got some double top action from AMD going on right there. NVDA, same thing, double top action. What do we got on the SPY? Okay, so SPY kind of looks very similar to Apple on the day here. Carvana as well. Slow uptrendy movement back into resistance. I even say SPY does the same thing as NVDA, a lot of these large cap tickers. There will be a few every once in a while, and we'll get to it. Like you're my baby for the day. Microsoft's of the world down 2.5%. Google, another one I talked about watching for the short under the pre-market low there. I like that today, was another good one. Meta, yet another good one under pre-market low today. Missed this one as well. Getting a few points out of these pre-market low cracks. Those were some of my favorite ones out of the gate. Didn't get it from others, but Microsoft, you get continuation with some of them. And they'll go down for more. Those are doing their own boat today, in my opinion. When you've got the Qs, you've got the SPY, you got a lot of these plays doing that slow matriculation back on up. Tesla building its own little wedgie. Tesla sort of doing its own thing today. In my opinion, is going to do that for the rest of the day. I would say Tesla's high, most likely here at 86.50, maybe into 87s. And then you're going to find bounce plays back at 76.50. For the time being, we've got this mid ground at around 81.50. So our three levels to trade for the day would be 82 or 86.50 to 87. 81.50 area, and then down low at the 76.50 area, we'll call it. GDL Core, yeah, good trend line crack right there. Of course, I've been teaching and preaching these for all day, every day since 2020. Not working as great across the board here that we did get, say 2020 into 2020, I would say 4. You could get about 3 trend line cracks to 5 a day, no lie, across the board. If you were trading small to large cap plays, you may have missed some, but that was usually your go-to. And especially when they cracked what Giovanni, the VWAP. So you get a trend line to VWAP crack, as I'd always most infamously would say, or famously say, whichever way you want to saw it or say it. Beautiful trend line crack, right? So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful right there. You can zoom in, gonna get that like that. Candlestick confirmation, get in somewhere right around here, take her on down. Good little crackaroonie. Same thing could be said here possibly for the SPY as we move back on down here. So I'll get in with the bodies of the candle is how I like to roll with my trend lines. Not worrying about the wicks. We know their tricks are for kids. Now, if you want to put your uptrend channel resistance line in as well, we're just in this beautiful uptrend channel. You can find the resistance line right about right there. So right around, right now, if we kept going up, it'd be right around, probably right around 57, 657 on the dot. Small caps, same thing as we were seeing before. PAVs, more of a matriculation out to the right. RBNE, talked about the 180 bounce play. Came down to 183. Back on up to a little over 2. So not bad bounce play right there. Feed still trying to hold overall this uptrend move as it's made. But again, I think this play just channels for the rest of the day. Let me go back to a 3-minute time frame here. Get a little bit better of a chart. Look at this. Zoom back out. There we go. There we go. There we go. And see the level still working out. Now, again, we did get a little bit above it, but I do feel this play just channels out to the right for the rest of the day. Anna, now it's higher in the run off the dip buy off of 7 than it was in mine. Well, I say it's getting right to my area, essentially, right around 775, where I did take some profit. My highest exit was right at 776, 777. And that's the nature of the game. Watch for this to fail at the old trend line up here. So that is going to be resistance yet again at the VWAP, at the old trend line up, right around 780. So if you are long in this play, make sure you're taking some profit here, 100%. And thank you there, Joe, for the links. Yes, 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 the YouTube. Go follow, subscribe. Plenty of good information over here, guys. I have over 1,000 videos now, over 1,100 videos. Oh, my gosh. And that's, of course, with my live streams, which you can go back and watch, whether it's the Friday Night Lives, these dual stream Fridays that I'm doing with other traders, or just random posts that I'm doing. Of course, these are all the live streams that I've put up. I've got shorts out there. They're more for fun, just have some fun around. That was what builds the views here, actually, like You show money, you show your cars, you get, a few thousand views. And of course the videos tab, which is going to be, right here talking about futures with Alejandro, the commandments of stock. I just posting videos for you guys, left and right all day, every day I said left and right, but a lot of videos over here that you guys can take advantage of, lessons, updates on what tickers and what to be trading, of course, as I see them fit over the next week or two, and just tons of lessons, tons and tons of lessons. Stock market crashing, are we at lows? Stock market weekly levels, yeah, right. Doing levels quite a bit too as well, so you guys can get free levels, so you can see what it's like that. When I give you guys the morning alerts and what levels to use. Then prime trading investments, so you guys can see if you need any help from me. I do one-on-one, so there's my website. Of course, you can sign up right here on the front page. As you scroll down, or just click right there. I have what's called morning alerts. I know Joe has that. These are more small cap to large cap plays every morning in pre-market. I give out about 15, usually minimum 10 to 15, sometimes up to 20 alerts in pre-market, sometimes up to 30 alerts. And they're stocks. So essentially, I'll break down Apple. I'm going to break down AMD. I'm going to break down SPY, where I feel it's going to go for the day. Oh, don't trade it. It's ugly. Hey, look for the short here like Microsoft. And then give you key levels to trade. Like, hey, crack of this, take it here. Crack of this, take it here. So whether you're going long or short, small cap or large cap, I got you covered. Usually, again, I always start with small caps, update you with levels, where I'm going long, where I would go short, what looks good, what doesn't look good, what to trade at the bell. And then, of course, I do the same thing for large caps right after that. So up into the opening bell, you've got alerts coming at you nonstop through WhatsApp. Again, probably about 20 minimum, average on there, 15 to 20 every single day. Slower days, maybe just 10 to 12, but most days it's 15, it's 20. Crazy days, it's up to 30, probably even more, because I'm having to come back and re-alert. Hey, now this is going here. Hey, now look for this, when the small caps are really spicy. So if you need any help with levels, and so you don't have to break down plays and charts, and it takes you a long time to break down charts and levels, or you want to test your levels and charts up against mine. Again, I've got a guy that's up millions of dollars. He signed up, and he's one of my top traders, or guys that have used the morning alerts, but he opened up his Roth IRA and has made millions off. Of course, yeah, it was a 900K Roth IRA, that's another account, but he had a 900K account that he's taken to 5 mil, and his own self-administered IRAs has done even better, he said, with a 90% win rate. I've got Myron in chat's another one. He's been with me since 2023, taking my morning alerts and just trades off of me at right around a 90% win rate. And he said he's been doing trading and especially small caps and overall investing for 40 years. His name goes by like Myron62. So he's been doing this for a while. Says I'm the best at levels that he's ever seen. So if you need help with levels, I take care of you at $30 a month. And I have my live stream that people come over. So that's why I'm usually maybe a little bit late to getting here on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but Monday through Friday, I have my live stream that you can come over and watch me. I'm in pre-market at the opening bell, taking live trades with you, coming back at lunch, doing lessons, coming back in power hour, going over charts, trading in power hour to the closing bell. And then I have one-on-ones. This is probably maybe all three of these together, important levels to test your levels, live stream to come over and watch me trade live all the time. And this is the biggest key, doing these one-on-ones. I know Money Mitch was talking about if I'm not using AI for these. These to me are more, I need to know what they're doing. I am getting with you. Now, maybe AI could help me figure out a little bit more so of what you're doing wrong and right, possibly too. I'm just not a big AI fan. I've got a head of my own and I want to use it. But these are huge. So I do, I have a 4-pack, I have a 6-pack, I have a 12-pack, and I have a 23-pack. And their prices are very reasonable. These are actually half price. I've just lowered them so people can take advantage. I realize the world we're in now, people don't have a lot of money to go invest into themselves. So again, if you need help with levels, you need help with your charting, with your trades, again, that's what I do in those one-on-ones. You're doing one-on-ones with me like Aussie chick Ingrid, when you see her in chat, which you'll see her in chat, we've been doing one-on-one. She came to my AKNR. I do live seminar and trading event. She came to that in New Orleans in February. We started doing one-on-ones the week before that, officially trading together. It's been 4 straight weeks, 4 straight wins. Every time we've gotten together in a one-on-one, we get together on Monday about 45 minutes after the opening bell. There's always a good setup and a bounce play. She's won every single time we've gotten together, and we've actually also shorted PLTR. So I don't just trade small caps and go long. I love to short small caps when there's availability. I love to short large caps or go long. So I just trade the chart. Whatever the chart represents, I will then go trade it. So if you need any help from morning alerts, from the live stream to doing one-on-ones, I'm trying to do everything I can to help you guys become a better trader, to find success, to build the discipline, to build the patience, to build the confidence, because that's where it all starts. You have to have discipline. With the discipline, you build some patience. With both of those combined together, you start to build the confidence. And when you can get all three of those together, working together as a team, that's what makes stock trading a lot more fun and a little bit easier on your emotions. You need OpenCloud to work on your YouTube. It will work 24/7. See morning alerts from, yeah, exactly. Appreciate it, Smoked Tuna. Smoked Tuna. Yeah, y'all know about it. I mean, I don't think a lot of people do invest into themselves. In my opinion, I didn't at first. You think you're going to just figure it out all on your own, or I'm going to go watch videos. I'm going to go watch these people's live stream, and I'm going to get it. The very few that's going to work. You know, I mean, I've worked with so many people, hundreds of people. We're talking truly, I stopped at 500. So we're at well over 500 people individually, new people, like as in not just the same. I mean, I've worked with some people 20 times, 30 times, 15 times, but I've worked with individually. If I went down and wrote down the name, it's over 500 people that I've done one-on-ones with. And I've just seen that throughout the years where traders, as much as they want to try to do it on their own, and I was one of them that was very ignorant and wanted to do it on my own. Luckily, I figured it out all on my own. So yes, can you do it on your own? True. Yep, you can. I just know it's much easier if you have someone to help you out in your journey. It just is going to be that way. You know, if you try to be ignorant and do it all on your own, for most people, it just is not going to work. What I'm probably going to do is leave. Actually, leave. I'm going to leave I'm going to leave these orders in. Maybe somehow later in the day, we get a dip buy back down there. I'm actually going to put orders now at $7.15 into $7 right now on Anna. So we'll go 7.17. I love, I always start with the price and not the shares. We'll go 250 allotments. We're going to go 7.17. We're going to go 7.11. And then we're going to go 7.07. All right. Going for a dip buy back off of that. So I've got my three areas. 7.17. You can go even into 7 if you want to. You could do it. I even almost might put a third or fourth, I should say, 250 share allotment at the $7 mark. A little bit bigger area though, about 15 cents, maybe up to 20. This one's real defined, right around 665 to 670. This is what I mean by put your lines in and trade them. I'm going to keep myself a simpleton as a trader. I don't want to overtrade. I don't want to trade a lot. I just want to trade 1, 2, 3 times in a day. Overall average. I know there were times, and I've seen this in the past, 23 into 24. I did a trade every alert challenge. I do them every October. I started the first one in 2020 in October 2023. It's funny, I mentioned it and teased it because people, oh, you should trade more of your alerts, Josh. Why don't you take more of your trades? Take more of your alerts. Oh my God, you'd make more money. So okay, keep getting bugged about this. And this was May of 2023. I said, all right, come October. I love October. I don't know why. I know back then I was over on TradeCaster, Sean Deckmar, who runs the joint, you know, blah, 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 blah. And he always did a small account challenge. I don't like small account challenges. You'll probably see that. I wanted to trade every alert challenge. I want to trade everything all the time. I want to alert it. I want to trade it. And you can grow your small account with that. How many? I'm going to alert a lot and trade a lot. It luckily happened where everything just was perfect storm. Small caps and large caps were just money. I was trading almost 7 times a day. 100 trades in a month. I've never traded anywhere close to 100 trades in a month. And I was trading 100 times in a month. You know, large cap to small cap. So I know those times are going to come. I've seen times like right now. This reminds me of 2018 into 2019. We're getting some spikes, but we're also getting a lot of slow days, bounce days. Just wait for trades to come to you. You'll get your crazy supernova times or even your supernova days or crazy stocks that go up and right back down like W&W or whatever's of the world. So you'll take advantage of those. But for the most part, it's just these slow guys. Take advantage of the slow guys. Know your heavier trades. And I was going in 23 to 24, 7,000 shares. 7,000. I wasn't even hesitating. I wasn't even scared. It was like 7,000 shares. Let's go. That's crazy amounts of share size. Because everyone kept saying I was getting better and better and better. I'm like, oh, you should go bigger. And that's how you're going to make more. You got to get to 20K. You got to 30K shares. And I'm like, I ain't up to that point. But on some of these slower movers that I could trust, like today, I would go in bigger. You know, because imagine going in 5,000 or 3,000 shares here and getting filled maybe even still half of that. So getting filled 3,000 or getting filled 1,500 here. That becomes a pretty good banger trade, you know? And then especially the ones that do last longer, which just barely got lower than my stop loss. As you can see, we barely got in, boom, we're right back on up. And that's what I'm always trying to do in my entry prices, to where when I get filled, I'm not going to see that entry for a while, whether it's long or short. And so now that I've been luckily doing this for almost 10 years, I have, hey, Josh, you have that built in. You've got the discipline. You understand the patience. And then the confidence. So, hey, right now, confidence isn't too high because of what I'm seeing. So I'm just going smaller share size. But I know there are times when I'm going to trade heavier. And I will go bigger because I've already done that. I've gone from, I'll go smaller. I like it, but I'm going small, to love it, go, full bore, love it, go. You know where I'm going in 4,000, 3,000, 5,000, up to sometimes 7,000 shares. I think that's the biggest I ever went with 7,000 shares in a trade ever. It's not crazy big, but that's getting big for a lot of traders when you think about it. See, Ingrid, what's up? AK has the best teacher. I appreciate it. Changed my life. Yeah, no, Ingrid, you're awesome. You're like I said, I'm doing my best. The thing is, CR traders of the world that came to me, you know, like he's talked about his story. You know, I know you guys have seen CR Trader here on the live stream when he calls in on the call-in show. You know, he came to me with over hundreds of thousands in debt, right? He's talked about it over like whatever it was, 200K. Said, AK, man, I booked lessons over a year ago. They still good? Yeah, they're still good. Let's get it going. You know, and I'm like, hey, I've got this in my head. This guy needs some help. You know, he's gone through some stuff with life, and hey, he's got some bills to pay. He hasn't really stock traded though. So that's a good thing I've noticed, where a lot of traders that haven't traded for a long period of time or haven't done a lot of trading, so they don't build a lot of bad habits. And when you don't build a lot of bad habits, it makes it easier at first because it's a lot more clear. When you build those bad habits or build the losses at first, it builds up that emotional distress that when you get into the trade that you don't have if you haven't really traded a lot. But it can be done. You look at CR Trade, you look at a lot of these traders that I've worked with, and if you do what I'm telling you to do, like if you do what I'm telling you, you've got to track, you got to do your homework every day. If I tell you what to eat and how to work out, you've got to do that every day. If you eat and work out the way I tell you to, I promise you're going to be a successful stock trader. You'll be fit. You'll be ready for that summer bod. But most still, when they come see me on Monday, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, they do what I tell them to. But by the end of Wednesday into Thursday, and especially Thursday by Friday, they're not doing exactly what I said to do verbatim. So they may have a red day or a bigger red day or a tilt day right there, right? Then come back to see me Monday. Okay, got it. Let's go get the confidence discipline. And I get that a lot. I'd say 80% of the one-on-ones I do, the day after, the 2 days after, they're successful, they're green, their confidence is shot through the roof. Thank you so much. That was like a shot of confidence in the arm. It is. You know, I'm there to tell you what's right, what's wrong, and what you're doing right. Let's continue doing that. Let's stop doing that. Listen to me, and you'll be good. It's just being that disciplined person at first. You've got to build the discipline. Because then with that comes the patience, then after that comes confidence. But you have to build a discipline first. If you can't build discipline, you will never see patience, and you'll never see confidence, and you'll never see profits. I promise you. Not to be mean or detrimental to your thought process in your mind. I promise you I'm one of the most uplifting people you're going to meet, positive people you'll ever meet. Always going to find goods in the bad. Every single time there's a bad, I'll find a good out of it, no matter what. But I'm telling you now, that's just the truth. If you can't build the discipline, you will never find the patience, and you will never find confidence. AK is a great teacher and tells you my kicks and great stories as well. I got a lot of stories, Mike. Mr. Mike 23. Airplane Jane, what's up, beautiful? Like battle last week, you killed it. Yeah, hey. That was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. I just saw that early on. I wanted to, like a lot of traders, you want to trade. I was never good at that. So if I'm not good at that, why would I play that way or trade that way? It's like I always go back to basketball. Played AAU, working my way up. I realized at first I thought I was a good three-point shooter. I could shoot. I realized, boy, you get with those dudes with AAU, you get in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th grade. You know, you finally get in the 15, 16-year-olds, you know, that 16, whatever. Make you feel not so good in a hurry. But where I knew I was good at, I'm like, bro, you're just a good role team player. Just be truthful. I'm just the white boy out there, right? Let's do some pick and rolls with me. But then what I was really good at, I wasn't as good as White Chocolate, but man, I had good ball handling skills. And I was taller. I was 6'1", 6'2", and that's good for point guard. That's not anymore, but back in the 90s, early 2000s, like, oh, you're 6'2", you're 6'3", that's pretty tall for a point guard. So I could see over a lot of point guards, and I could see the court real good. And of course, I always loved being the quarterback, right, for football. So I always was like, that's you. You don't shoot. You're not a good shooter. You thought you were. You're not. You know? And you just realize that I love people that didn't know, of course, back then there wasn't a lot of big scouting. There was a little bit, but not a lot as there would be now. Because now they have me written like all over. I couldn't do what I did back then. What I did back then was, it's like my pattern. And I realized that in stock trading, my pattern was as a basketball player, was drive to the hole, drive and kick. Whether it's someone, dives and crashes in on you because I usually have a really quick first step. I luckily had a good quick, I could just kind of sit there, poof, and then take off, right? And I would love to, I thought about football because I had a good left or right move. So I act like I'm coming here to the left, and I'm not. I stay in my right hand, go forward with my right hand, and immediately with the ball would push back that way and bounce it back that way. So though their momentum's coming this way, I look like I'm going that way. Like if I start a route as a wide receiver and go, boof, like I'm going to jet in. Well, what do? They want to come in and bump you thinking you're going to run across or a crossing route or a curl, whatever it might be. But I, poof, right? It's that quick in and out with my left foot. And so with the basketball, I did the same thing. So I'd go in. As soon as I started dribbling, that first dribble in, I'd cup it like that and push back out. So I'm now back. I'm around him almost 80, 90% of the time. And so that's my move, right? That was my move to get around that guy almost all game long. And I could do the other way because they'd get thinking I'm going to do that. And then I'd go, boop, boop, and I'd come back the other way. But it was always the dishes. I was never to shoot. Very rarely. Unless I was just didn't have anybody. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to draw contact and get a foul. But that was my game. Drive to the hole or into the lane as much as I could to get so defensive help had to come to me. And then whoever was open, I was really quick to dish the ball out. Or drive and get fouled and go to the line. That was my game when I was in. Was a starter, became a bench player. When I came off the bench, had my 10, 15 minutes a game, which wasn't a lot for the whole game, but it was enough to then provide that boost of who's this kid and oh shit now, and they couldn't get down if I was going left or right. And so that meant I wasn't good enough to be a starter really, but I had that 15, maybe sometimes 20 minutes a game. And so I'm like, Josh, think about that as stock trader. You know, like, you're not going to have to, you don't need to be these goats that you see making 10, 20, 50K, 100K a day. That's not you. You're not LeBron. You're not Michael Jordan. You're not Kobe Bryant. You're not Allen Iverson. You're not the goats. You're not Shaquille O'Neal. You're not Dirk Nowitzki. You're not Steph Marbury. You're not, I'm going to say Steph Curry, but Steph Marbury was badass too. You're not that. You're the John Paxson that maybe starts here and there, the Steve Kerrs that comes off the bench that may start here and there, that has his role. Now, those guys were shooters, right? I just go back to the Bulls, but who are you? You're a facilitator. I'll go back to the Bulls. You know, if you remember Ron Harper. Ron Harper had his moments, and I did too. Streaky shooter. Maybe he had his game every 10th game. Oh, jeez. Smith's on. Watch out for Josh. Smith is killing the three. That went off, and I hit my first one. I'm like, oh, hit a second one. I'm like, now I'm hot today. I can shoot. If I miss that first one, especially miss the second one, you won't see me shoot the rest of the game unless I'm going to the free throw line. And so I realized that as me as a stock trader. And I'm like, quit shooting. You're not a shooter. You can't shoot all day long. And going back to basketball again, the shooter, Pat Bradley, I know him. Got his number. He's played for the Razorbacks. He's on SEC Network, ESPN. The shooter, Pat Bradley. I'm not a shooter. I'm a passer. I'm a driver. I'm a disher. That's you then. Okay, well, cool. If that's you and you're coming off the bench, why don't you do the same thing in stock trading? Just be a bench player. Hey, make the team. Make the team. Get some good trades in. Okay, cool. Josh is a good trader. He's a part of the team. Hey, come on, Josh. Yeah, you know, you're not one of us badass starters, but hey, you got some good alerts, some good trades to be had there. Then eventually maybe become a starter. And then eventually, but it's that. I had that mentality earlier on of I don't want to overtrade. I want to sit back and wait. And when those trades come, I want to maximize those trades. Because I realized that too, how early on my entries were. But I wouldn't maximize the trade. Like a lot of people. I'm up 10 cents. I'm up 20 cents. I'm up 50 bucks. I'm up 80 bucks. You're looking at the P&L. You're trading the P&L and getting out immediately. I did that far too often. So I was like, Josh, the entries you have are great. If you just take that off and sit back and let the trade work out, to fruition, you can maximize these trades a lot more. And that's good going back to where even now, that was my, year-end confessional New Year's resolution. I do that, every year on my live stream. That was my big one. I always start that off, and you guys come over, and boy, this year was another one. We're going for like an hour and a half. You guys are still coming over and confessing, loving what you're hearing. You want to talk about it, and of course, it was a good thing. Love it. Come over. I'll do it again at the end of this year. And mine was that. I got to get doing that more. I've been saying it for a few years now. Look, TCG, look at the trades you've seen here where I'm scaling out as it still goes in my direction, and my entries just, spectacular. And that's it too. Like we always talk about, whether it's Kevin saying you never made it, you're always making it, Money Mitch and Michael Nauss always talking about you're always learning, you're always trying to get better, you're always trying to, get something that you can work on. That's it. That's stock trading, And like I'm saying, it's kind of like you get to play the NBA forever. It's like golf, but golf eventually you still get to wear down there. But imagine the NBA and you just try to get a bench player, and you're a bench player for however many years. Then you become a starter, and then you become, maybe down the line, you're an all-star player here. And but imagine you get to do this for 30, 40, 50 years. And so just try to get on the team. Be a bench player. Be a bench player. That's it. And then eventually you can work your way up that roster. Questions you guys have? Quick little lesson right there for you guys. More of a motivational, I'm guessing, speech and whatever you want to call that. It's been a little bit more sideways other than I'm telling you, my baby girl for the day, Anna. Anna Banana. I love her. Anna Banana. Gorgeous. What's that baseball team, that stuff that's like they put on the shows and they do dances, the Banana Fosters, the Banana something or something, Bananas. They have them on ESPN every once in a while. What's that baseball league? You know what I'm talking about. Someone out there knows what I'm talking about. They're called like the Bananas or whatever. And they just have a lot of fun essentially when they play. Sell off here from Swimmer here. Still that 875 rule holding off. You got it, Derek Thompson. Mr. Derek Thomas. I still like the bounce play back at this 32, 31.50 area. That is going to see a bounce 100%, no matter if it's 30, 40, 50 cents or maybe even more. Trust that 32 to 31.50. I like it. Back down on RB&E, Robin Energy here, starting to slow on down a little bit for the morning. Safer entry is at 160. I wanted the 180 mark for you guys. It's coming at 180, like 2 and 3. It didn't quite get to 180. But it's 180-ish support, then 160. 220, strong resistance. We go, how many times we talk about this? Let's go back over to, what was the one we're talking about earlier? Let's go back to RB&E, right? So we got RB&E, sub $1 play, or well, I say sub $2 play, goes to where? 220-ish area, right? And then we have one start up a little bit higher in feed today. It starts at around 130 or 150, 40. So it gets to about 2, right? So I'm telling you, if you start it, and we just do the math here. If you start at 110, you'll go to about 210, 220. If you start at 140, 150, you'll go to about 250. And then you find a high and a low and you just channel. That is truly it. Every day you can count on one of these, and some days you'll get multiple, as we're getting today with RB&E and feed. Aussie chick, any of you guys that have just beginning your journey are still kind of struggling, especially with plays like possibly RB&E, not RB&E, with plays like possibly CVV, or maybe even plays like ANA, a little bit higher priced, a little bit bigger spread at times, a little more volatile at times. Move away from these. Come over to RB&Es of the world. Come over to feeds of the world. This is where I found my journey at first. I'd put an order in at 190. I see how much we held there all day long, and I would just sit there and wait. I'd chat it up with whoever lobby I was in and just talk to them and say, come to one. And what do you think would happen? Come down to 190. I'd get filled, boom, and come back up. And I'm like, ha, ha, ha. Right? So just really delete all the noise out there, in my opinion, and find the safe areas and just wait to get filled. Patience. Be a stock sniper. Sit in that tower and wait for trades to come to you. If you are struggling, however many months in, a year plus in, or you're just now starting your journey, be a stock sniper. Say that term to your head over and over and over. What would a stock sniper be? He's not up there with an AK-47, truly my name. Nope, no. He's not up there with an M5. No, not. He's not up there with missile launchers throwing freaking rockets out of that thing and letting everyone know where he's at. No. He's taking his 1 to 3 rounds extremely seriously. But the Savannah Bananas, that's it, Ted Osborne. Savannah Bananas, that's it. I shouldn't love it. Savannah Bananas. Hey, let's just move into the rest of the day here. A slow and steady Eddie, CVV. Watch for this to do what Ugro did and get a good squeeze up. I do have Ugro by the end of the day. Let's go over to, not Ugro, CVV, but CVV. Let's go over to CVV and do what Ugro did yesterday. Continuation type of mover. This is more staircasey up. Watch for another move over 530. This should see 575 to 585, 100%. What do we have? Staircasing pattern, old resistance, new support, 505 to 5. Down below, same area right here at 465 to 470. And then again, yet again at 440. 440, we'll call it 460, 465, and 505 are your support lines as we move forward for the rest of the day. I think this play, I think I have high probability it stays up. And again, my baby for the day. I'll leave the orders in down low in case we ever get filled, and these orders as well. If this play does move the new high of day and moves to 9, especially 950, what are we seeing for the day? 840 to 760, 80-cent reversal. 735 to 765, 70-cent reversal for bounce plays. Let's do the math one more time. 760 down to 7. So we know reversals are coming in anywhere from 60 to 80 cents. So we want this play minimum at 9, if not up to 920. If you see 920, you are going to surround 840, 845 with bounce play orders for the move back on up. Right now, it's 770, 775 area. Below that, true strong support at 7-ish to 710. There might be my order, and you can see how we formed this kind of little inverse head and shoulders here as we popped on up. My bounce area at 735 may never be seen again for the rest of the day, and that's going to make me cry a little bit knowing that I was almost at the bottom, but not quite there. That's fine. It's going to happen. That's the to the struggle is your tuition. Yes, it is. Yang short China. There we go. Yeah, China play. Crow, thank you for coming over. Derek, Ted Osborne, Airplane Jane, popping in for a minute. Mike Hicks, Miss Aussie Chick, Smoked Tuna, as always. Mr. Joe, Florida Joe. Giovanni, Mr. G. Delcor from coming on over today. Any last questions? Any comments? Mr. Amir talking some good Excite stuff back in the day. I love it. Excite, exciting. Derek Thompson, Mr. Derek Thomas. Oh, I thought it was Derek Thomas. I was like, oh, it was actually against the Seahawks. I thought it was Derek Thomas. This is I always remember this, and I know Derek Thomas got John Elway really good, but man, John Elway had a heck of a throw against Derek. It was against the Seahawks where he like ducks under real quickly. Anyway, all right, last questions. We good? Love you guys. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day. I will see you back on Wednesday. Tomorrow, we got that lunch recap with my man Steve Achieve. Don't forget today in Power Hour with Steve Achieve. So 3 p.m. Eastern, Steve is back on the mic. Next time you'll get commentary will be from Steve here in about, about 3 hours from right now. We'll get the scanners back up for a minute. Then tomorrow, back at it with, of course, Mitch and Mike. Airplane Jane probably as well. Got a great cast we're forming here on TTP. I'll be back for the lunch recap tomorrow. Thursday, just like today, but we'll be moving into the call-in show this time on Thursday with Steve the Achieve popping in and joining me for that. Have a great one, team. Appreciate it. Yes, yes, yes. Ingrid, good. Got some Anna, got some good movement there. Yes, Derek Thompson, stay green. Don't give back those gains. Don't overtrade like I talk about. If you're green, learn to be able to get up out of the office like I'm about to do and go take a break. Go chill for a minute. Put some music on. Just sit back and go over your trades. Right now, take a trade break. Take a trade break, baby. Trade the pool, yes. Come back. I wouldn't even say come back. You just leave this live stream on. There's no coming back. Okay? I want you back. We don't want to be singing I want you back from NSYNC or anything like that or whatever. I think even Jackson 5 has something like that. Just stay here. Keep the live stream coming. And yeah, Steve, the man, will be back for good, great commentary for Power Hour. I'll see you guys back here again tomorrow. Have a great one. You guys stay clean and green, my friends and family. Here come the scanners up right now.
What's up, guys? How's it going? It is Steve. Oh. It is Steve, but Steve is muted. How about now? Let's try that on for size. Okay, we can hear me. What's up, guys? It is Steve here with TradeThePool. It is another beautiful power hour here. SPY doing its best to make this surge that we saw about 20 minutes ago into a flag. Trying to break out of this flag, trying to reclaim these moving averages. Is this bad news for us? I did hedge on this pop because I didn't know what to do, and it felt a little bit sus. This is starting to look constructive, so we'll have to see what the market gives us here. Looks like tomorrow's GEX is pointing up about $5 on Qs, so we could definitely see that continuation move. Just a question of whether the bulls can see the push off of these moving averages here into the close here. We have an hour to make this move. Bulls wasting no time to start off. We're watching for a sweep of these middle wick areas here to kind of give us an idea of whether this is a base that's forming, that's going to break out, or whether it is going to reject at this little resistance that we have right up here. It's not much of a resistance, so I can see the squeezing. That's been the kind of name of the game all day. Bulls have been getting these nice little squeeze moves every time the bears give it up. So even if it's a small one, you can see in negative gamma, these counter trend moves can be quite strong. So I'm hesitant to trust in either directions. It's been the correct move to play mean reversion, which means boring, you know, scalping small moves, a couple candles at a time, and not expecting a big breakout of the range. So that has been the name of the game today. We will see if that continues to be the story, if we see a pin somewhere at 655 or so into the close, or whether we can get some movement away from that. All right, going around the horn, we got some interesting stuff going on. First off, got to give a shout out to my boat boys living good. So we entered some eco yesterday. These are tanker plays, eco as well as DHT. I'll bring that up as well. So these guys going to be longer term plays. This is a way to get involved in the energy or in the geopolitical, what would you call that? Chaos. Let's just call it chaos. Geopolitical chaos play without being as directly exposed to oil prices. If you maybe think that there might be some fluctuation in the actual oil prices, but it's still going to need to be moved. It's still going to be a whole lot of things that, well, you need tankers for. It's a very specific industry, right? You gotta be able to shift oil around when you have to change your supply chains, and there's a whole lot of that going on as people scramble to figure out how to make everything continue to operate despite the closures of the Hormuz Strait. You know, it's so hard to tell with these headlines. You get a new one every day. I've been following a lot of them, and I couldn't tell you what's going on exactly. You know, so much smoke and mirrors going on. I've heard from CNBC that the strait has been mined with about 12 mines. I have heard that it is open for business. I have heard that they are extracting a certain fee per ship. I've heard that Indian ships can go through. I've heard that Chinese ships can maybe go through. Who's to say, right? All we can do is keep watching these charts. So we're watching oil right now, a little bit weak on the intraday, but so far still holding above this 110 handle. So today it had a nice surge to 116, but still intraday, and this is relatively tight price action for oil. So what else have we seen today? We've seen the market attempt to pump a few times on Trump headlines, and it seems like the gist of them is just kind of saying things that we already knew, or rehashing other things, or saying things that I don't know how to verify. Like he said, the people we're talking to in Iran are open to a deal. Like, who are you talking to, though? You know, didn't you kill most of them? So I don't know what's going on, to be completely honest, guys. But we are going to keep playing the price action that we see. Hey, Joe, what's going on? AOI, you were a week late. Oh no, a week late and $1 short. We'll take a look at that. So I was mainly bringing up these tankers just to show that the risk premium is still there, guys. The risk premium is still there. And when you look at oil, you're seeing the same thing. It's still trading over 110. We are still not sure that we can trust that any talks of resolution, ceasefire, etc., are, real, essentially. All right, a little bit of a head bonk here on SPY. We're going to see if it's going to revert this pop that we got at the beginning of the hour. That'd be really nice for bears. You could start to get some forward motion down. The thing is that we've had these squeezes up and retests of the level, and then it's caught so many times. This one in particular, I'll show you. This one was pretty annoying. Let me see. So it's this big wick candle right here. Whoops. Sure looked to me like we were failing levels in kind of a bear flag here, broke down, and I thought we were back testing something like this. And then we rejected. So I held my put through this spike. And I'm like, all right. And then I got stopped out here. I entered up here. So, well, you know, it's a small green play, but it's annoying, you know? It's like nothing's going to stick. We got this big spike up and it rejects all the way back down to here and closes. And then it just goes up anyway, right? So that's what we're seeing there is shorts attempted to stuff this and they got squeezed. They got straight up squeezed. But then, you know, they're still trying to hammer it down. They got squeezed again, even better. Now they're trying again to hammer it down. Bulls tried to squeeze them here and failed a little bit. So we're still in decision mode here. But it's been a real, to keep it PG, a real annoying day for anybody expecting a move to stick, right? So you've got to be fast. I had a few good trades and I got annoyed because all of my runners in both directions got stopped out, which is fine. You know, small green is fine, but it's a day I'm recognizing it's probably tilting a lot of traders. It's because it's annoying, you know? So we're still holding the structure, still holding the moving averages, and it still is just playing footsies with both sides. So if you're a bear, you're thinking this is going to break down and you're hanging in there. You're like, this is the big spike, this is the blow off, now we can go down. If you're a bull, you're saying, hey, we just broke the range up, we broke this major level that we had been, you know, at the high of the day that we'd been trying to contest for most of the day, and now we're consolidating. So, you know, it's still anybody's ball game, and I just have to revert to my higher time frame bias, which is that I can't be bullish until we get the resolution. Does that mean that this dies? Well, I kind of hope so, but we'll have to see. What things that we can check? VIX in the bottom center here. Oil in the bottom left. Those are going to help us keep an eye on things. I'm going to put gold back up here, see what gold's doing. Gold's been weird. Gold's been having a hard time. It's trading just holding over the 400 handle. And I'm wondering, is this a major bottom or is this the start of like the end of gold? Is gold gonna be a laughing stock for another 5 years? Well, I don't really think so, but if it's going to happen, it'll probably plant its flag in the next month with bears pushing it below that 400 level and closing a monthly candle down there. That'd be pretty rough. So we'll have to see what the end of the month holds. Looking forward to watching these monthly closes because there's a lot of indecision that we can talk about. And a lot of charts that could go either way depending on how the next 5 days or so go here, 4 days. So gold monthly in the top right here. You see we are at a crucial juncture. 1, 2, 3 months of consolidation into this 400 level before we surged, parabolically moving above it. SPY getting some action downwards. We're going to see if it sweeps the low. Until then, we can't get too excited because they're playing games today. Does seem a little bit heavy to me, but then you see, wicking it right back up. So I remain neutral until further information comes out. I would like to see it drop though. So gold, this 9-month moving average, it aligns nicely with this kind of zone. Basically, we're looking at holding the bottom of this this surge candle, this parabolic move. If it can, then it can try to curl up and maybe push new highs, maybe just trade sideways for a long time. But either way, this would be the area it needs to stick in my book. Otherwise, this thing can air out pretty hard down to 300 or so. It is a possibility. And look at that, just not able to stick a single red candle. I think that bears might get squeezed again here. I think they might get squeezed again. And VIX dropping, oil dropping, that's what bulls want to see. Little things to confirm is VIX making new swing lows, oil making new swing lows as well. What's up, Crow? How you doing, man? And Michael Anthony, good to see you in here. So let's see. Are bulls going to get stuffed again, too? This is just the endless torture ball day. Endless torture ball day. It would be nice if somebody got a clean move at the end of the day. I don't even care who it is at this point. Let's get some fun action to play call here instead of having to go, well, don't trust this. Well, don't trust this. It's less fun. So yeah, I'd really like to see gold make that hold. But it's got to prove itself. It's got to prove itself. It's not acting as a risk-off asset now, is it? So if risk is off, why am I buying gold? You know? So I'm keeping an eye on that. We can take a look at, how's crypto doing? Crypto having a bit of a hard day. I think it's trying to make a higher low, but I can't be sure that this isn't breaking down. So you know what? I had to close. I had to close my crypto positions. I was green on all except for the last ads on my BMNR May calls, and those were greedy. So got slapped a little bit on the last one, but overall, nice little swing there on Ethereum. We were trading it. I'll pull this up to a daily. We were trading it off of our key moving averages. You know me. Nothing too fancy. We had a pretty clean neckline right in this kind of zone that we were kind of looking to sell into and then consolidate buy off of the bottom of this kind of new range that we saw forming, roughly this 15 handle on ETHA, the ETF. So I'm hearing some tape moving in the background. So let's see. Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of bull action on the tape. We want to see where this candle closes. Bears are still here too. You see them fighting for this candle already. A little bit stronger on Qs than on SPY, it looks like. Now the strength continuing to grow a little bit. We have 20 seconds left to close the candle. Bears will try to make a stand and clamp this down, form a nice top wick and say no, no, no. But you know what? Bull's holding pretty well with only 10 seconds left. Let's see where the close gets. So I always think of these as like a battlefield in my head. Whenever there's like a crucial pivot here, and see right at the end of that candle, the bears stepped in. So bears are trying to hold this, but bulls aren't letting go. So bears might get squeezed. Otherwise, we could see a decent move down if they are able to hold this line. But you feel the pressure, the pressure. It's like trying to explode. If it doesn't explode, it can fall pretty fast. So expect this in negative gamma in these pivot points where you'll get some explosive candles, some 1 minute candles were really big. We were getting like $1 SPY candles pretty regularly today. So if you're a scalper, lots of money to be made for sure. Folks, talk. What's up, brother? What do you have for the people today? Just saying, folks. Good to see you in here, man. We are. I think I'm antsy today. I think I'm a little bit antsy. I'm just like I want to do more things, but I'm not getting enough signals to really do that much. So I picked up a little bit, a few more hedges. I shorted this. What was it? It wasn't even this pop. It was this morning. So this swept. Yeah, I was red on the short here, and now I'm probably break even right now. I don't know. I feel like I need a little bit of a short position, especially going into overnight. I feel like the market's gonna just like there's gonna be one candle and it's gonna go. Wait a second. Nothing tangible has nothing materially good has happened that's ended this conflict. So why are we bidding again? Mechanics probably. You know, I think deep in negative gamma. You get any headlines, you can get this pop. Bulls are going to try to run it, and it just can create more oomph down, more power, more juice down if the bears can get a cap on it and don't get squeezed too bad. You know what I'm saying? Coin dropped on Circle. Yeah, absolutely. What a brutal candle on Circle. Rip your C-cup. Rip to all the C-cups out there. They got smacked today. So Circle here, down. What is this? 20-something% last time I checked. Currently trading down 18.47. The worst was 22.2% there. Absolutely brutal. If you were in the leverage, that C cup, you're taking a 50% haircut on the day. So hopefully none of you guys were stuck in this thing. What a brutal, yeah, 37% down. So what can we look for Circle? Is it done forever? Is this the dip to buy? I don't know if I'm buying it, but let's take a look at what it's doing at least. Meanwhile, SPY and Q is looking quite constructive, like it's just going to eat up all of that selling pressure and just keep on pushing through. So definitely be careful. I might have to close my hedge, probably for a little bit of a loss at this point, and realistically wait for this thing to settle just a little. Yeah, I'm down 6% on that guy. Oh, the thing is, I've been getting stopped out of stuff, so I have all this dry powder, and now I'm like, I want to be careful not to get over leveraged even on like a small hedge. So yeah, very strong here, very strong here. I'll take the 6% haircut there and wait to short another day. Maybe it's sooner than I think, but I think that this thing can go to QQQ 590. Not today. That'd be wild. It could, in theory, go there today. But I think we get a better short entry tomorrow, perhaps. So keeping the core hedge, I took the extra one that I added today off. I don't feel good being naked, but this is gonna probably not feel good to hold net short through. And while I'm not net short, I am like I'm pretty low beta because I have a pretty good exposure into the tankers now. We showed Eco. Here's DHT. Oh yeah, having a beautiful breakout day today. So we are we're trying to cover our bases here, basically. I want to be in things, you know. But what's working is mostly stuff that is not that doesn't feel safe to hold long term. I don't know. I'm just trying to keep one foot out the door, I guess, and stay in what is working, which seems to be these tanker plays for now. They seem to be a real nice setup that's just breaking out. So that's an easy one, right? Okay, they got my short at break even. So now it's time to dump, right? Those are the rules. We had this level that we marked out just a little bit earlier, and it tested. It did not sweep on SPY, although it did on Q. So we're seeing relative strength on QQQ. That's worth noting, and it is bullish. But still seeing the head bonk nation here, holding the line over 50 or 655.70 or so. A good day to be in for 5 minutes at a time, I'll say that. Look at the crowd chart. Yeah, let's take a look. Sorry, trying to figure out what's going on in chat. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'll try to catch up in just a sec. Taking a look at the crowd chart. I wonder if this is going to put in like an inverted head and shoulders or something. That'd be kind of spicy, right? This is one name that I do want to buy. It's back under 400. We got to zoom out, but I'm hearing some action. Let's see what's happening on SPY. Yeah, just playing games. Oh, you think it's going to drop? Nah, we're going to bottom wick. Still seems like bears are on the back foot to me, especially in the Qs chart. But yeah, crowd here. What's the deal? VIX inching up a little bit there in the middle. Crowd on the weekly rejected all its weekly moving averages. I think I just can't buy it yet. I think that my indecision and my like looking for a reason to buy, I think that's a sign that I can't buy it yet. Unless I'm missing something, which I would be happy to be wrong. I'd love to pick up some crowd. It's a really good company and I want to own it. Just don't know where. And don't know when. Okay. So SPY did reject this little bit of a squeeze attempt. So the bear's still holding, but they're just right back to where we kind of started that squeeze attempt. So just back at square one. Can't assume that they'll fail yet. Got to play it level to level. Talk, you got any feelings on gold? I've been getting this hankering. I've been getting this whisper in my ear. Pick up some gold. Can't hurt you. It's so cheap now. Still at 400 though. Is it cheap? Or am I just, do I just got the mania? I don't know. I'm trying to reevaluate this chart. Like I said, I think that it needs to hold in this area. So I'm looking for buyers to keep showing up. But I don't know if I'm quite ready to pull the trigger. So a few shorts that I'm either in or looking at. Hood. If we do continue this war slide, and if this pump gets mean reverted, I'm really liking Hood for a short. I have a very small position at HOOZ. Small position in HOOZ. And Tesla, I talked about shorting Tesla on the pop into this breakdown gap. 390, a big support aligned with the breakdown gap. Bull's still holding on. Bull's still holding on off of that initial squeeze level. We'll watch the moving averages, see if they can reclaim and start another squeeze attempt. So far, moving averages are still capping it. So we'll keep an eye on the candle close in 20 seconds there. But on to Tesla here real quick. I'm going to take this big zone away. But this big zone was basically a big, juicy support, which just slowly got worked through. Just absolutely worked through. So on our weekend newsletter, I was saying that this gap right at 390 looks like a really good place to short. So I had an alert set at 390. It did not trigger. I should have just been watching. Should have had my alert at the top of the gap because right there it aligned with that 9 moving average, and it just was an absolute really nice little head bonk and rejection. So let's go to the intraday chart. Make sure we got the right daily candle. Yeah, that one is moving. So that is correct. Just making sure though. Yeah, so a little bit of a pop here, and it's potentially another short entry. I would like it just a little higher tomorrow if we do have a green day tomorrow. And then that'll be my the next short that I'm looking to add. So I'll be getting into Tesla Z or whatever the either 1.5 or 2x leverage short. I'll be taking a small position in that. And this zone right up here, if we do get a pop up there. And I think that there's a good amount of room down on Tesla. There is a chance that it reclaims 400 and just tries to cook, and it's almost like a Wyckoff spring. But I'm just really not seeing that. It just looks sickly to me. And you know what? I never miss a opportunity to you know, to short Elon. I'm not one of those guys who's like always bearish on Tesla because he doesn't like Elon. I don't like Elon, and I also like making money longing Tesla. I actually do better playing it long. But if the stars align and I get to short it, then it's just a party, you know? So hopefully, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. So yeah, I think that it can fall. Oh yeah, I was going to show you the weekly there, give you a little perspective of where I think this guy's heading. Just was keeping an eye on the SPY. So the candle close that we were looking for, ambiguous, so I didn't mention it. Trying to test down, still ambiguous into this 50-minute. Still not seeing definition or anything to note here otherwise, or other than it just looks a little bit heavy. So bias down, but we got to trust our moving averages here. There we go. Now we're starting to get some traction down. So assuming this candle closes in 5 seconds under this moving average, see how they try to save it though? So we'll see how this closes and then the follow through candle. That should be telling. So now bulls want to immediately try to engulf this. See, they're immediately trying to engulf it. They can still get rejected at the moving average, and then they have a full 45 seconds to run the candle down. If bulls are strong and surge it through there, then they have a full 30, 35, 40 seconds to try to make as much upward progress as they can. But see, nope, bear's still there. Nice. So as expected, looking a little heavy still. We'll keep an eye on it, though, because it can change fast. Michael Anthony, have I looked at PAGS? I haven't recently. We can definitely take a look at it. Yeah, you're waiting for a clean sign of direction on gold and silver. Same. It's in a zone of interest, but I'm starting to learn. You know, it's taken a couple years since I went from a levels trader to a zones trader, right? So I don't care about the exact penny to the level to the penny. There are certain levels that I look for to exactly transact for sure, but in general, I'm more focused on zones, right? I'm not married to one exact cent, you know, handle to get in or out. I'm looking for zones where I would expect a reaction. So that's been helping a lot. But even though I have the zones on my chart, sometimes I don't wait for that reaction. I'm just like, it's in the zone. It's time to go, baby. And that's how you get burned. So still working on that, but it's nice because the more you do it and the more of a focused effort you make to do it and wait for that confirmation once it's reached your zone, it's just, you know, it pays dividends and you get the rewards in real time there. So it's good to self-reinforce with success. So let's see, we got the push down on SPY. Q's still showing relative strength, but I would expect us to get a little bit of downward progression here. And let me check on where VWAP is. VWAP is sitting at, for me, I currently have it at 653.84. 653.84, we'll mark that out. Right about there is where VWAP is. So this is going to be the bear's target. Bears can take it down here, and bulls can still save this higher low structure. So there's still plenty of room to go down, even if you think that we move higher tomorrow. I'm really on the fence because tomorrow we do have a lot of gamma exposure pointed up, so it wouldn't surprise me. Look at this. Yeah, they're just relentlessly buying. Wouldn't surprise me if we somehow make our way up to that 590 handle on Qs tomorrow, which is about $5 higher. So for today, we got about half an hour left. Still watching these moving averages to see if the bears are still there or if we can get a reclaim and try to squeeze again. Talk's thinking about shorting MicroStrategy off that news. Let's take a look at that. I heard that Mr. Saylor is not having a great time right now. Is that the case? I heard that his positions might be in a little bit of jeopardy. So we have this nice 4-day flag here. It is posting bottom wicks, but that could just be a really, really nice entry here. A really, really nice entry for a breakdown. I don't hate this at all. I would say that when you're playing down here, especially with bottom wicks, I don't know how, like, you're not stacking odds against you per se, but it isn't going to be as good of odds considering it is showing some buying down here and it is in the bottom of this little range. So if this little range holds, you're not getting a very good sell price, right? You could maybe wait for a pop into this 50-day if we do see some market running, some crypto running. That being said, crypto didn't seem very strong today to me. I've been watching it pretty closely the past couple weeks, and today was enough for me to just say, hey, I'm gonna take a graceful exit with a green on the trade. I don't know if it's bottoming, and making money off a dead cat is good enough. All right, so moving averages still brick walling. Let's see if the buyers are still here where these bottom wicks came in before, off the 50-minute on the Qs chart. So I'm thinking about this MicroStrategy. I'm going to take a look at it. I would maybe like to see, like, I'd be fine even playing a breakdown of today's low and just playing continuation, because once you get that, then it's pretty darn likely that we get a slide at least to the midpoint here, 120 or so. So I'm liking that. I'm not sure I need to get in it right now. Just a little bit worried about the two bottom wicks today into the moving averages, thinking it might squeeze it up a little bit. Ooh, just pinched something in my shoulder. That's no good. SPY's going down. I can feel it in my bones, guys. Oof. Sorry. Word to the wise. Never get fibromyalgia. Just don't do it. You're going to be peer pressure. They're going to say it's so much fun. It's not. Don't do it. So I'm going to keep an eye on this MicroStrategy. And apologies if I'm fidgety here for the rest of the stream. Oh, yeah, I just pinched something. Good times. All right, so let's get into some of these comments. Let me read them first off. Talking about Tesla, Bitcoin, Nvidia on the back burner. Silver, gold, bull, inverse, better plays. You're talking in shorthand. This is like trying to read a doctor's note. That's what I get for trying to jump in here. Michael Anthony wanted to look at PAGS. We can look at that. I am long EWZ, a little bit of that. I saw some flow on April calls. I said, hey, I'm very light on longs right now. I like Brazil. Not the worst setup here. So we'll look at the daily chart here. It's still holding up really well today too. Brazil. So I think this could be a nice flag, a little falling wedge action that might be starting to break out. So, whoa, what did I just draw? My spidey senses are telling me there's some price action happening. Yep, all right, so we are getting a little bit of a slide. I heard the bid pick up there in my ear, and feeling like this has room down to the VWAP. I don't know what's catching it, or I don't know what would catch it at this point. We got the rejection very cleanly. And see how they gave multiple chances to get in at a really nice risk-defined entry right into those moving averages. I love it. I love it. That means price is acting clean, and we can maybe trust this move a little more than some of the other ones. That being said, I still think target is VWAP. I would not get ahead of yourself and assume that we're going to flush out and make a new low today. EWG is interesting. Which one's that? Is that Germany? I literally don't know what G. There's so many of them. But definitely the EWs are looking interesting. So EWZ, like I was mentioning, we got this falling wedge here. It looks like a little bit of a... Oh, we got a visitor. Come here, Cleo. Ugh. There she is. All right, Captain Cleo's in the house. Say hi to everybody. There you go. All right, we got the shoulder cat. We got SPY falling. Things are turning around. So EWZ, I like it. I like that it's reclaiming the 9 today, and looks like it's trying to reclaim that 21. So we'll be watching that level. 36.85 there on EWZ. We want to see that hold. Moving on to... Sorry, Cleo. Moving on to EWY. So this is going to be South Korea. They had a wild overnight session from what I caught. I looked once and it was up like 4%. I looked down. I looked again. It was down 4% if I recall correctly, or maybe it was flat or something. But it was a little bit of a shake and bake going on. And real quick, we're gonna turn this full screen. I don't know what this is. This is starting to feel like it's too good to be true. Starting to feel like this might be a bear flag. So be a little bit careful. I'm also seeing Micron. I don't know what the deal is with these. They're not acting right. This looks like a failed breakdown into a failed breakout. Into a failed breakdown again, perhaps? Who's to say? What I do know is that I don't feel great about it. Don't feel great about it. So Micron, I did have a position. I do have a position, I should say, from 395, but I'm thinking of closing it out. I'm break even. I took a small trim when it broke the high, but like I don't really want to get rugged. I think the real sell is if it loses today's low, but it could gap under that. So just be aware of that. Oh, there's some fireworks on SPY. Nice, 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 nice. All right, so that's what we needed, guys. You know, we needed me to size down on my shorts every time. That's how it goes. So yeah, I'm not sure on Micron. We are seeing some buyers. They stepped in right over VWAP there. So a little bit aggressive there over the VWAP. And that's why I'm not gutted. I think I'll get another short entry, maybe a little higher. If I don't, well, then I got enough to protect me. So yeah, Micron, really not sure about what it's doing there, and it's kind of sussing me out. If Micron cracks, then everything else will too. SanDisk looking a little bit more constructive. So this one's acting a little bit better off the highs of its range, trying to hold the previous first surge move up. And so this one's looking a little more constructive. Did my computer just freeze? No, I see my face moving. Sorry about that. That would have been unfortunate. So yeah, we got this back test here. I think that it's still, it's in decision mode. I feel worse about MU. And just in general, I'm just not sure if it's time to call it quits on these plays for a short term at least. So big wick down, big wick up, still momentum looking downwards to me. This is just the volatility you get in this negative gamma. Comes down and there's going to be enough resting buy orders to pop it back up, but there's going to be sell orders jumping right back in, trying to get the big momentum move here. Both sides get overjuiced essentially. We talked Micron, we talked SanDisk. Let's talk EWG. Do we have EWG on here? Yeah, Germany. It is Germany. So Germany is the thesis here on their GDP will get boosted as they divert resources to military spending and infrastructure to support that military build out. Is that the kind of gist there? I would assume that would probably work, right? Could just buy a Rheinmetall or whatever, but that's over the counter. OTC. Okay, so EWG on the weekly. I'm curious about this. Are we thinking this is the bottom of a megaphone? Because this is really compelling. We have a really nice trend line here that's pretty well developed. Pretty well developed here. It undercut everything, but it's holding. It kind of is coming back into where it kind of surged up and found a big seller. This is interesting to me. I don't hate this at all. Going to a monthly real quick. Hey, Usman, what are my thoughts on GME? That's a chart I haven't looked at in a long time. We can look at GME. That'll be fun. Give me 1 second. We'll look at GME next. EWG here. EWG. This is compelling. So it's making a dip into a moving average over all-time highs. Feels like a buy-up. Makes sense. Makes sense to me in terms of like news narratives and stuff. Talk, am I missing something, or did I get the gist of it there? Yeah, well, Germany should be putting money into infrastructure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm going to research this one some more. This might make an appearance on my newsletter, because I need some more interesting longs here, because I'm having trouble. I'm finding a lot of good shorts. Harder time finding good longs. SPY's just heavy here. This is rough. VIX ramping nicely. USO just stair-stepping up here. Doesn't look weak yet, but it's kind of the testing point here for USO, trying to reclaim its 50-minute, which has been guiding it down. That white line has been the algorithm, which has been keeping us locked in ever since it failed this little breakout here about 2 hours ago on USO there. So we'll keep an eye there. I do like the EWG. That's really interesting. But now it's time for everybody's favorite meme stock. It's GameStop. And, you know, there's a few things you can be sure of in life, you know, death, taxes, GameStop being plus or minus $1 from 20 forever. I swear, every time I've looked at this chart in the past decade, it feels like it's been 20 bucks. So what do we see? I mean, it is compression. Eventually, this will do something, guys. Eventually, you will get a mother of all squeeze of some types. You'll get a squeeze. Probably down, but you'll get a squeeze. So, how do I feel about GME? Okay, I'll be serious. We have some serious congestion here at the 22. Nice ramp on VIX, nice fall on Qs at the 2250 to 2350 zone. So that dollar is a big band of tough resistance, and it's like a magnet for GameStop. So every time it pops above, shorts are going to hammer it right back down to there. Anytime they push it a little bit lower, apes are going to buy it up, right? So it's reached equilibrium for years now. For literal years at this level. It's got its range, and you'll notice that each time it pops in this range, here, it gets sold lower. This trend line, essentially, right? We can draw another trend line like that. So these are like the bands of sellers where you can expect that selling to occur. For this to go up, it has to definitively break these bands, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. If it does happen, though, that's how you can get an explosive squeeze type setup. I do not know what would have to align, what stars would have to align to get GameStop to actually squeeze again, but technically, that's what you'll need. Big volume through 25 to 26. Realistically speaking, this looks like it is curling on down, and it wants to flush back out to test these lows, is what I would say. I would say you're more likely to see GameStop at 15 than you will at 35 in the next year or so. That's my honest opinion. Sorry if it's not what you want to hear, but that's what I think on it. I'll look at it intraday, though, because maybe you're just a scalper or an intraday trader, and maybe I'm missing a good intraday setup because of my long-term bias. 4-day bear flag / bottoming pattern here. It's trying its best. Just like SPY and Q's, trying its best off of, where did we say? VWAP. Guys, it's paint by numbers, right? You reject the moving average cluster. Well, this is the next big area of interest down below. You can just take the short, close it there. You get a bunch of those each week, just easy plays. It doesn't take it's not rocket appliances, right? Big level rejected, big level below, ding, ding, nice. So GameStop intraday, if you want to play this long, you're looking for a break of this 4-day range. And the thing is that you'll be interacting with this falling blue line, this 9-day moving average. So this is going to make it tough to just surge right through because you've got all of these downward pressures coming, just like these downward lines on the higher time frame. You got them on this too. So because of that, you need to see big volume through there, and then it needs to back test. And when it back tests it as support, this line will start to curl. When it starts to curl and you back test it, then it might be a valid long entry. But as for now, there's a gap below. Higher time frame structure looks poor. I don't see any catalyst that I know of. I personally would not touch this. That's the long and short of it, folks. Oof. What do we got? We got the tap back. The second tap back, snap back, tap back of the 9 moving average on this Qs chart, as well as SPY here. So if you are a quick-fingered scalper, you can wait for this trend break and say, all right, looks like we're bearish. Every time we pop into this, I'm going to sell it a little bit, and every time we get too extended, down here, maybe down here, I'm going to buy a little bit of that back, cover a little bit. Then you can add that cover back into it, and you can keep doing this until you get, stopped out definitively through this moving average. So we'll see how long it can go. Meanwhile, oil, popping. That's a nice candle there. VIX, nice and constructive, which means unconstructive for the indices. Going around the horn. Let's see how gold's feeling about all this. Tesla's not happy. Good. Gold's not very happy either. So still just acting risk off. And so for me, no signal. Got to wait and see. My put runner is cooking nicely at least. Always hold a runner. Okay, what up, Mike? How you doing, baby? We're doing price to book on GME, $1. Heck, if my tanker plays can trade at book value, you know what? Why not? Why not GameStop? YOLO on China. YOLO on China. Let's look at the chart. It just kept falling. I'm waiting for my BABA at 110 trigger to hit. Still hanging out at 125, and maybe that's all it gets. Maybe that's all it needs. So this is my monthly trigger, I believe, on BABA. Let me take a look at my system on my other chart. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it, but this is another one that's probably going to lull me to sleep, and I'm probably going to miss it. And you're probably going to yell at me. No, you're probably going to be real nice, but then like a month later when it's up 40%, go, hey, remember when I said this? And I'll go, yeah, talk, I remember. All right, let me pull up my BABA chart. As SPY tries to bottom here, we're going to look at BABA real quick. So BABA weekly here, just getting real tight, broke down. Let's check out the daily. Yeah, this is the monthly trigger here, where monthly rising support should be roughly. You can see it worked roughly here, worked great here, worked here, but it took time. So they take time, these long-term triggers. Sometimes they need to undercut and then powerfully reclaim. So I was thinking maybe we need to do something similar just because there's such inertia to the downside right now. Maybe we need to do something like this and then can have a really powerful move on a big catalyst like, Trump Xi having a talk that's really bullish for China or something. Right now it's still in wait and see mode here, but I understand why you think this is a good place. I think it's a good place to take a starter if you're like if it goes lower, I'll just buy more type investor. I think BABA, if we do see like crazy panic and it gets back under 100, I mean, that's just a really long-term, really good hold in my book. Of course, you have to have faith in China to be competent, but I think we've seen nothing to indicate that. So that's where I'm at. I'm a China bull. One of my least popular opinions in the stock market. The amount of times I've heard China bulls are exit liquidity. Like, yeah, you're right, but I still like it. I still want to own it long term. It's just about finding your spot. Okay, bulls making a stand, planting their flag, taking a shot here, trying for a higher low, but I don't know if the structure's good. It could be good for a squeeze. Could be good for a little squeeze for sure. But is this going to constitute a higher low? Just that few little candles down, those little wicks? For me, I would like to see a more definitive higher low on higher volume too. This was low volume. That's fine volume, I guess, but I'm not convinced. Gold's a little stronger on the bounce. That's interesting. What's BABA doing today? Is it counterbidding the market? By the way, guys, we have 7 minutes until those mock candles start hitting. Start thinking about settling up those books, settling up those positions. We might get one more push down on SPY and Qs. We might catch and then get a little bit of a mean reversion squeeze. We could see it back up to this pin here at 655. 655. Remember, I do believe gamma is above. We can check on that too. Pardon my chart. Let me make it smaller for y'all while I fix the settings. Okay, it's the right day. There we go. Okay, so this is the GEX profile for today. We can see 6,500 is the big pin, big pin, or the big kind of magnet, I should say, drawing us down. But what I want to look at is tomorrow's expiry. Meanwhile, SPY, yeah, a little bit weak. I do not think that constituted a higher low. I call shenanigans. I think that little pop was purely reactionary from oil pulling back. But oil can go down and SPY can go down too. All right, why is my chart not loading? I might have to show you this later, guys. Looks like Claude went on strike there for a moment. Once this loads, I'll let you guys know what's up there. Anyways, we can just keep on play calling this SPY now. This is an attempt to higher low double bottom off of VWAP. This is a place where you could try to take a spot. You could try to take a spot if this candle closes. We still have 50 seconds. If this candle closes bullish, you could try. I do not feel very confident about it though, and I would prefer to just, if I was still in my short, I'd still be in my short. You know, I'm in my hedge. I'm not touching that. So I think that this is not looking like it's ready yet. Just a notable area of interest into the VWAP. Still looking heavy. We could not close that candle strong. In fact, we are expanding down. So that's why you wait for those candle closes. That's why you wait for those closes. 23 seconds left for the bears to get a close under this low to open the door to further downside. This could be a turtle soup bottom where they swipe the wick and then run it, but they don't happen super often. You got to assume that a candle closing roughly into the lows like that after puking it means that momentum is still down. Meanwhile, BABA, in its own lane, unbothered, moisturized, hanging out. It doesn't really care what the U.S. market's doing, it seems, right now. It's kind of on its own trajectory, and that's what you want to see if you're looking for a little bit of a decouple action trade there. Another thing you could do, let's watch this candle develop. So the bulls are really trying to hold on. Doesn't look like they are to me. Looks like they're making an attempt to close it at a bottom wick, but they still have 30 seconds to hold. So you got to think, they're like holding up a door. It's like their arms are getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and they still have 30 seconds left. And see bears just say, nah, we're going lower. That's how you should try to start looking at these intra-candle shifts. In our Discord, in my Discord, we were talking, me and a really, really good trader, my good friend Fluffy Neko, we were talking about how much you can glean from intra-candlestick price action, even inside a 1 minute candlestick, especially into a big level. Very interesting. So here we saw the bears expand down. Bulls now trying to take a stab here. We're at the 50% of the candle, and now it's a battle for that. Looks like bears are going to give it one more push down here. They closed it at the 50%, so it's still ambiguous here. Bulls trying to run it up. We'll watch the 9 minute. We're just coming back up into this previous low and into this open space here. So not bullish just because we got a green candle. In fact, you could consider a greedy short entry off of this 9 minute here, or ideally off the 21 if we reach back up there. That's what you should be looking at here, I think. You could also consider just waiting for the VWAP backtest, which, yeah, that aligns with that with the 9 minute there. So that's your place to look for a rejection and potentially get short. BABA showing strength into the close. I think that talk might be onto something. Do I buy a little BABA? I might buy a little BABA. BABA's kind of cooking. I'm going to buy a little BABA. It's fun to say. I'm buying a little BABA. I'll tag my boy Panentheist. I know he likes BABA. He's been waiting for a time to buy. I think it looks pretty decent. I'm looking at the daily on my screen too over here. You know, let's run it. Let's put a little on BABA. Give me 1 sec. Just updating my paid members so they know what's up. All right, showing relative strength with upcoming tailwinds, midterm hold, starter position at, what did I fill? 125.60. All right, so I will be looking to build a position over the next couple days, assuming it acts right on dips back into VWAP and into my hourly trigger. I like it. And you know what? I'm feeling spicy today. Let's see how it goes. So I'm getting a little multicultural here. I bought a little bit of Brazil today, bought a little bit of China today. I bought a little bit of LNG exporters, NEXT. I thought that looked interesting. So those are my buys today. Picked up what? Oh, and HOOZ in the pre-market. Just a very small position. I wish I went hard because that was my best play of the day, percentage-wise, I believe. HOOZ is 2x inverse hood. And I'm going to pull up that hood daily chart to show you why I'm a little bit sus. Ooh, the minute is flushing nicely. Still liking HOOZ for a hedge. If hood flushes its multi-week bottoming attempt. Emphasis on the attempt. So hood here. Okay, so this is a potential short entry. See how the candle comes up into the 1 minute and then tries to power off. We'll see how this candle closes. The bulls are still trying, although it looks like they're getting backed off here. 46 seconds to decide, but this is a pretty aggressive push down so far. And Hood just holding on for dear life on the top right. This is our daily channel, our daily chart on Hood. And you can see it is just, it's going to close under all of these previous wicks. I think this is the death sentence for it, and it can start plunging on down to 60 and probably 50 before finding buyers. Meanwhile, SPY red candle, Baba big green candle, Baba big green candle. I'm going to double check, make sure I got in. Yeah, okay. I always get scared when a play starts moving and I'm doing a bunch of stuff that it just won't fill me. But no. And while I'm in here, I'm going to trim a little bit of my DHT just because it's up nicely on the day. And I want to add a little bit of Baba. A little bit more. So if you're feeling extra spicy, there is Bob X as well. That's the 2X levered one. It's not financial advice. Don't blame me if it doesn't work, but it's an interesting way to play. Alrighty. We are back, and SPY is still just head bonking. How many entries has it given you off this 9 for a scalp? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish, 6-ish, 7-ish since we've started hanging out here about an hour ago. The opportunities are everywhere. All right. Is this the high a day for Baba? Yes, it is. All right, so it's due for a little pullback. So if we do get a nice pullback tomorrow into VWAP like I talked about, I want to be potentially adding a little bit of leverage if it still looks as good as it does to me. And if not, just keep building that position until we get our move. I really think that Hood is a great hedge, though. I think that it, like to the downside, I just think it looks really heavy. And it still is really high up here compared to a lot of other stocks. Let's go to a weekly. And apologies. And all that hype, we missed the mock candle. That was what sent SPY down a little bit. And Baba showing that there were some buyers in today there. So here's the weekly chart on Hood. And this just looks sickly to me. How about you guys? This does not look like a solid bottom. It looks gross. You know me, slap a fib on it, see what we see. So just absolutely annihilated through this 50. And I think we need to go all the way down here. 67.53, small level there. We rejected this. Let me flip the fib around. More intuitive that way. I draw it wrong again. I swear every single charting software, they do it the opposite direction. Like where you start first click to second click. Every single program I use, it's like there's no uniformity. All right, so we are into this golden pocket. We lost the 6.2 fib, that very key fib. Gave it a lot of chances to reclaim. It had bottom wicks. This is something cool. So look, this is kind of like a tale of two halves, a tale of two cities. I don't know. They had us in the first half meme. So look at this candle here. Price action before this candle. Bullish bottom wicks under a key level. This looks like it's trying its best to put a bottom in. It's got targets above too. And it tries to reach for them and then gets stuffed. Cannot close this candle over the progress of the previous two candles. Ever since then, just nobody's buying this anymore for the past 3 weeks. So I think that this is the start of a breakdown and you get a nice consolidation move, at least from 84 to 69. That's $15. So probably you get a 15, not necessarily $15 move, but that same percentage, which is a 17% drawdown. So that would be roughly right to our target here, right to the next fib, 56. So yeah, this one's pretty high confidence for me. If the market goes down, I think this thing gets clobbered. And it's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Crow's been using BobX. Talk saying rare earths then too. REMX. So REMX with more Chinese exposure. That's the way to go, right? Talk, because all the US ones trade like crap. I'm not going to lie. I don't want to hold any of them. I'll trade them. Don't get me wrong. I'll trade them. Let's look at USAR. My baby. This one I held for like 2 months. I was buying it at like 12 and 13. Oh, more red. More red on SPY. Let's go, baby. Let's go and let's zoom out to see where we're headed for, because we're we are zooting on down and starting to look like we are into a neckline of a M-shape pattern, which could break on down, a reverse W pattern, the anti-W. Michael Anthony, what do I think on Tiger? Let me take a look at it. I remember that the chart looked. I didn't have a strong opinion about it. Let me look and see if I do now. Looks like for value investors, it might be starting to get appealing. I don't know the metrics. I can't tell you that. So I'm just literally saying something with no real value to it. So probably ignore that. What I will say, what I can speak on is that it is in the golden pocket. It's trying to hold this previous low at 650. This is an area of interest. This is a high volume node for sure. But this is not a chart that I would be buying probably. Definitely not a big position. It's just too many unclears, you know? And if you do buy it, it's probably not going to work for a while, you know? You might buy it, say you bottom ticket. Say it comes all the way down here and you bottom ticket somehow. And then it trades, you know, rips back to 650. It's not going to just go back up here. It's going to take months and months, maybe years of sideways action because this is a stage 1 move. It's in a decline stage. You know, it needs to have a whole nother stage basically of consolidation and accumulation after letting off all the steam trading from, I mean, what, $13 down to $6. So we don't know if that's done yet. All we know is that it's going to take a while for it to move in the right direction after that. That's what I would say on Tiger there. Yeah, day's almost over, guys. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. I am swinging my put because it is a hedge. Because I'm salty. Because I sold the other one up here. Because I didn't wait for the candle to confirm through my level. So you got me, market. You got me. I'll be a good sport about it, though, because it's been a good day otherwise. We had a great day in the shares port with our tankers, heavy exposure to the tankers, and the hedges are working well. And at this point, I don't have too many longs floating around in there left to hurt me too bad. So, I'm over 50% dry powder. I'm really, really looking for good opportunities to deploy some cash, but I'm just not seeing them in long-term investments yet in most of the market. So that could just be me not looking in the right corners. There's always a bull market somewhere. But you know what? If you're stressed out, if you're doing too much, if you feel pressed to make moves in the market, sometimes no move is a move, and just wait until things start looking good on the stuff that you do trade. You don't have to go digging around, you know, for some esoteric random thing that just happens to be working. If you don't like the kind of setup, if you don't want to hold this thing, you know, it's totally fine to just wait for clarity. Patience is a position. Patience is a position. USO, another strong move up here. This is into the end of the day. This does not feel good to hold into. I think there's going to be de-risking into the close every day until we get resolution, just about any green day. So as you see, I wouldn't expect much buying into the bell here. You could see even more of a washout. Either way, I think it's good to hold positions to the downside and maybe have a little nat gas exposure. So VG has been the one that we were playing. I just bought a little bit of NEXT. This one's pretty interesting on the weekly chart. The daily kind of gave back some of the gains there. Had a really nice morning. Yeah, honestly, an ugly daily candle. But you know what? These things, I think it's flagging and it's going to push higher because they can just go crazy and they can pull back so much intraday and still the next day just gap up and go crazy. Take a look at Anna, by the way. This is my best percentage play of the year, and it was a tiny position, and I feel bad. I didn't even mention it in my server because this is such a small cap, insane-o play. I thought it was just like a meat grinder, and I just wanted to gamble. It's always those ones, right? So I got in this day here, 380, 375, something like that. Right at the close. And just lucked out. Shout out to Cape Cod Flats. He put this on my radar. This is some kind of small cap, low float, natural gas exporting type play, I assume. So here's a little bit of a buy into the bell here. Right into the bell. Is it a trap? Is this a sign or a trap? We will find out tomorrow. But for today, that's all we got. All right, guys, that was a wild. That must have been. Did you guys see that candle close movement? What, from up here to down here? That must be wrong. Hold Okay. All right. Crisis averted. Anyways, guys, this has been the Power Hour. I have been Steve Tileman. We have a lot of good stuff coming up for you. You guys know we have our Market Madness. What do you call it? Competition still in full swing. We're going to be having the finals next week, and I'm really looking forward to that. Be sure to tune in this Friday. We're going to be doing another recap on this week's spicy matchup action, and then of course the usual getting into the charts. We're actually going to be talking about in particular how to catch the downside move, how to play the downside move. If we're not going to get a V-shaped rally, well then you guys, we need to know how to fade these pops. And that's, I think, the meta we're going to be in for a little bit here. So that's what we're going to be talking about on Friday. That's around the corner here. Before that, we got a nice big day of programming tomorrow as well. So in the morning, we're going to have the panel. We're going to have, I believe it'll be all for Michael Nauss, Big Money Mitch, we got Josh, AK-47 Josh, and Jane, Airplane Jane as well. I believe they'll all be on stream tomorrow here at Trade the Pool. I will be visiting our good friends over at Fivers. Dave over at Fivers, me and him are going to be doing some futures scalping in the morning. So if you're a futures trader and that's your speed, that's where you can find us. Going on into the afternoon, we'll be doing the second ever inaugural, does that count? Second ever inaugural lunchtime around the horn market recap show. So we're going to be your one-stop shop to let you know what happened in the first half of the day, what you can look for in the second half of the day. We're going to take it a little bit more laid back than we do in this hyper-focused tape reading, calling every candle stuff that I can kind of get into here when we're scalping. But we're going to, take it easy, look at some hourly charts, some daily charts, and help frame setups going into next week. So that's what's on tap for us. Oh, and of course, Power Hour. I'm always here for Power Hour, Monday through Thursdays. So that's what's on tap for tomorrow. Be sure to be tuned. In terms of the market, we have a big gamma node above. I see that 590 on QQQ, and I just have to wonder, maybe we even go down overnight a little bit and then have a really big red to green kind of power day before we have a real sell pressure kind of step back in. Or we could get news overnight, the bottom could fall out. Either way, we will find out and trade what we see. So thanks so much, guys, for tuning in. If you like what we do here, give us a like, give us a thumbs up, and you can find me at Steve Tileman on Twitter. Got my Discord link right in the bio, all my newsletter, all that good stuff as well. I will stop rambling at you. Thank you so much, and have a great day. Take care, guys.